swore, very powerful status. Mentioned what I said in Shir. And he said he was very stark about it. He's the guy that said I'm not selling scooters anymore. I 6 Toy Story. He's like, our friends said they died suddenly. What do you mean suddenly? The guy smokes like a chimney. He dies suddenly. He has bad lungs. Smoking causes strokes, causes heart attacks, causes cancer. 33 people die every single day from smoking. What do you mean suddenly? A young guy who's 45 years old smokes like a chimney. Is it possible that that's what killed him? It's possible. Now, I don't want to tell his family, and they might have other reasons. I didn't speak to anybody. I really don't know. I just got a message. I see this guy going out and taking a cigarette break every 10 minutes on his own dime because he's getting paid by the job. I'm like, no, this is not healthy. Yeah. So, be mature about it. Rethink it. People like this world don't think that's okay. A bunch of people, David Solomon, they stop. It's possible to stop. And it helps you, it helps your wife, it helps your family. Think about it. Rabbi Sai, we're on a bridge that's between Shemayim and Aretz, a couple thousand feet from ground level, in between 2 Alps. Beautiful waterfalls, beautiful rivers. Mamish Neflois HaTorah. We love to learn a little Gemara up here. It says in the Mishnah, Nitulak Choil, if the spleen is completely removed, the animal is not a tray for its kosher. So the Gemara makes a distinction. And you can look it up. I looked it up this morning on ChatGPT. There's a difference between removing a spleen completely and puncturing the spleen. If a human being or an animal has a punctured spleen, they could die. But if you remove it completely, then it's kosher. It says Gemara, Oma Avira Nishmei Rava, L'shana Elanita. Avanika Treifa. It's only because it's completely removed, but if there's a puncture, then it's Treifa. What about if you cut off a piece? Cut off a piece. What's worse, cutting off a piece or a hole? That's also interesting. We'll see in a second. Once the entire spleen is removed, then it's kosher. But if it has a hole in it, then it's a treifa. Most of Rabbi Yossi Baravi, Tema, Rabbi Yossi Barspido, if somebody cuts off a limb from within an animal, pregnant animal, cut a limb from the baby. Is that called a Menachai? No. Mutabachila, you're allowed to eat it. Comes mutab through the shkit of the mother. But if you cut a piece off the coil, from the spleen and from the kidneys, also bachila, you're not allowed to eat it. That's the Gemara, you're not allowed to eat that kidney, that piece of spleen. Why? Because it is Eivim Menachai. The mashma that the animal, the mother, you're allowed to eat. It says also bachila, that piece. Doesn't talk about the mother. Have to eat the mother. It's missing a piece of the spleen, and we just said that if you poke a hole in the spleen or you take a piece off the spleen, it should be a tray for remove the whole thing. Say that we're not talking about removing the whole thing. Just take off a piece. Oh, says of course the animals also. You just made it a tray by taking off a piece of the spleen. You just tried to mimic the lashon of the ratio that says motor, so you say aser. In terms of the actual spleen itself. But about the mother is also about no, that would be the quote. It says the aver of the mother. You will your himos. You shut it. No. It's not a part of the core anymore. Yeah. You left the mother inside. When you shut the mother, the aver goes through the mother. But not the spleen. The spleen is different than a limb of the uber. Big nice kiddush. Why didn't I be the baby not Sirah? I thought okay, so I said another shot. When he says that making a hole in the spleen makes the animal trafe, that's true for a hole. But if you take off a nice chunk of the spleen, it's similar to removing the whole spleen, and that animal remains kosher. Mitlak koyos, it says the Mishnah, both if the kidneys are removed, it's kosher. If that became diseased, one of the kidneys became diseased, it's a trait. And now, where exactly, how exactly? The Makoy, the Kusel, the Makoy, Charetz. That's what the hammer is. It's in the place of the, how do you say Charetz in English? A crack, a crevice. Okay, it's a crevice. I'm going to show you a beautiful. We'll do the printing of that because it's Mark Ashkenazi. Once the printing of that, I'm with Bank Global, Division 9 corporate sponsor of NDYD, Anchor Healthcare as a schools for all prices. So now we go to the from Weissfish. Beautiful. Here are the kidneys. This is a large animal, and the amount of fat that covers the kidneys is incredible. We're going to show you. You see the crevice over there where the white is? That's what you're saying, I believe. No, the back crevice. The back is like a long line. It's one crevice, not a bunch of. It's a charetz, not a crevice. It's a charetz. It's like maybe there's a better word than crevice. More like so in the back. It's like if you borrow the pussy mustard, the white part that's underneath by the loins, mustard. I asked all the Rabbanim in Eretz Yisrael, the ones who make treifas, the paskin of treifas, one minute. Is that a kloya, that the kidney, which became diseased, is a treifa. The lace is a Ravira, and the halach is not like a Ravira that says that when there's a hole in the spleen, that is a treifa. In the spleen, we're talking about where's the kosher in the thinner part. So here's Rabbi Weissfish again. Here's the spleen. There's a hole in the bigger part.
We're throwing them some games.
It's called smoking. When there's a hole through in the thin part, then it's kosher. The in the thicker part, so you start with over dinner zone, like this right over here. This is in the spleen. This is a thickness of start with over dinner zone. So it's kosher. I'm reading my rabbi. He said, if there's a treifa when it comes to the lungs, that is actually kosher when it comes to the kidneys. Little holes, possible in the kidney. In our kidney, it's kosher. They say a lung. Okay, so we think it's possible. A hole is possible in a lung. The kosher in that same hole is kosher in a kidney. Coach can either kosher b'reya or something's kosher in a law. Certainly it's kosher in a kidney. So the Gemara says, the Gemara has a question. Masculine, like 10 lines down, the Kohen is not really a rule, Varid Mugla. When it's pus, the kosher b'reya, that is supposed to mean that's kosher. In a long, the kosher b'reya is that custom, right over here, the Shmata picture. Passing along is kosher. Passing along
What up, big dog?
puzzle. So it's like that's what we just said. Very much in and there's clear water, the cherry market, the hapa, over the kosher. Now, the Rosh says, Elo Maravashi, Treif is coming down to Adadi. What are you comparing Treif is? You know, Treif is doing this. You already have this Gemara. You can't compare one organ to the other.
Are you sure WWE's going on right now?
If you cut in the lower part of the leg, that animal will live. If you cut the upper part of the leg, the animal will die.
Yeah.
Sorry. Cut in the lower part of the leg, that animal will die. Cut in the upper leg, or the ass. If you cut a finger, the part of the person will live. If you cut the arm, you could possibly die. It's in the upper part of the seam. The words is not, but Abed is saying, according to Rashi, if you
Okay, I don't think WWE was going though. Maybe like try either Saturday night or Monday night.
So how you bring it right from a thigh to the neck, from a lung to a kidney, the two different organs.
Okay, Saturday. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
When you find this water, it's kosher when they are clear. When the cloudy tray for
Yes, sir. Okay, if you want to know the next time,
it has a smell to an odor, even if it's clear water, it's a treifa. A kidney that's shrunk, the daka, when it's a small animal,
okay, here you
the
go.
size of a, how do you say it in English? So, being like
try it.
Because there's a bunch of Spartan, like there's a whole type of Spartan
Tomorrow
that
night.
they die. Remember that story? The Putz was on a plane and they gave him a story, yeah.
Okay, big dog. And then definitely Monday night. Definitely Monday night.
This type of being, they're very allergic to it. A whole, like, what do we call it?
Yes, sir.
Russian Bukhari, maybe. Yes, sir. Bigasa, when it's a larger animal, so I had a mamsh kiss for me, personal kiss from Hashem, it's not going to mean anything to you. But I'm doing this intermittent fasting thing, and at the chakras, I didn't want to eat breakfast, but I walked by to get a coffee.
Yeah,
Right
it's
there
not
by the coffee,
playing
there was a
right
bunch
now.
of grapes.
Try it
So
tomorrow night or Monday.
What are we doing? I'm in the middle of intermittent fasting.
Yes, sir.
Then I realized it's
And if anything, it just might not be worth it. Not on the website.
Sweets, nobody eats sweetie grapes. So it's nice juicy grapes. So
they don't all work. No guarantees.
This guy right over here is a medium grape. It's not very small, but it's not very big. Here are small grapes.
What?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I know. I know.
Bring whatever one you want. Bring whatever one you want in, big dog.
If you should. I'm making a Shemra.
Yeah, a couple hours ago.
I'm ruining the Stefanski. Does it ever like bother you? Like this?
Yeah, my friend Tony was in here not too long ago.
It's okay.
He might be back in a little bit.
We all
Zoo was in here earlier too.
I hear. What does it say here? Because I remember this is from the Rishonim. Let's see. I just want to make sure this
he's in a telegram that I'm in, so he might not come in all that often, but maybe.
El Sharash Kosef came to Shema Goinim. Is it in Goinim? It's Goinim. The what?
I don't even know. I don't get it. I like this.
When the lower. Here, let me attack him. Here it is. Let me attack him. It's completely removed. If it's completely removed, it's kosher.
I don't even log in with a
password.
password.
That's an addition by the government. The Gemara doesn't say that. Okay. If you can't stuff the food into its mouth and it's going to die like that, then it's a trade. It says the Gemara not a sukkah. It says if the womb was removed. Oh, no?
No, and I don't.
It's the same way.
I don't have any friends on Telegram. I don't friend anybody. I tell them follow me on Facebook.
Remember this guy right over here was scared.
All right, big dog.
So
Sweet dreams to you, big man. Take care.
Now listen to this. We say B'dei Shemayim Sheira. Second line says B'dei Adam Shreifa. That happened. A person went boom, and got so scared that it's long shrivel. Shreifa. Rav Shimon ben Elazar Omer, Av B'dei Kol Habriyos. What is Rav Shimon ben Elazar adding? The first part, that B'dei Shemayim Sheira, or that B'dei Adam is Shreifa. It says all the Briyos. Let's say a lion went rah, scared it. Then it's what? It's Shreifa. It's kosher. He boiled it. Rav Shimon ben Elazar. Areshi Koy Lakula was the same. Anything in the Shemayim is kosher, also when lions do it. Or even people. He's arguing. Says even people that scares is like a B'dei Shemayim. Or yes, Koy Lakula. Or the Sefer that says that a person that scares animals strafe. And I'm telling you, other creatures, it's also strafe. But they call it prius, not only a person, but even a lion. It says before, it says in the Brisa that if it happened to a person, that you got scared through a person, it's straight. So they call it prius, not only a person, even other animals. So you see that he's machmer, is not Mekdal. Rav Rachan is walking the desert. He bumped into a bunch of rams. It's something ready to do. Their lungs shrunk. Also, should I be brushing? You don't want to throw them out. What should I do? This is the in the summer. I see Mishkali Chivari. You should take a white earthenware, Melina Maya, put cold water in it, and leave it there for 24 hours. So just yesterday, we were in a beautiful lake, Lake Walensee, and we saw people the first time we ever saw it. The first time we ever seen it. The water is very cold, and they took the watermelon and they put it in the water so that later on, when they open the water, it should be nice and cold. So I didn't say anything about it, but our artists use that as a measure. And here it is. In the summer, you take a white earthenware and put water in it, and it cools off for the long, and you leave it for 24 hours. Yeah, and if it goes back to where it was before, then B'dei Shemayim Sheira, that's considered heavenly. If it goes back, it's special. You know, it's terrific. Sorry. Yeah, the Sissa. But in the winter, I see the Shichli Shikumen do the same thing, but with the black earthenware. And fill it up with warm water. Got a few nice things. Put the lug in there for 24 hours. You have to buy your Torah. If it goes back to its original form, it's special. You know, Treyfa, and here we have this little short video. All right. The boy says it's Sugi of Kudo. So just to remember, it's beautiful art for it. I'll show you this video again. Why not? It's a classic. The whole character is a classic. It's beard, it's face, it's yarmulke. The little potato guy has yarmulke. So if you ever wonder how animals lose their skin, it's because of one of the potato chips. The Sakra Chassid that was here last night, somebody saw him on the thing and says, are you using your potato chip? Someone said something like, okay, turn off on it. Oh, this is a picture from yesterday. They put a watermelon in cold water. Okay. It says Gemara Agludo. Turn up on Agludo, you may match it. Comparison. So it seems like he's referring to the Meir Chacham. Meir says that an animal without skin is kosher. Not a curse. There is a lot of Safra of Yotam and God, it's Psula. They say it's possible. Honorable Shimon ben Elazar, Chazabay Ramon. You know that a very attractive, he holds that an animal without skin of blue dot is possible. McLeod, Shimon ben Elazar, they remember blue dot, Shimon ben Elazar also know, they're still arguing. But Hanya, Shimon ben Elazar, Shimon ben himself says, they never go remember from Hazlish Psula. Here's the enforcer, Mary agrees, that it's possible. Why are you excited when you're reading about something for you? You should. You're excited about Hazlish Psula. Okay, the other people say it's possible. The Mary holds this kosher. Like my father, he decided to get a share. And if there's left over a little bit of skin, the size of the seller, kosher. Because the whole idea is, Rabbi says, that if there's a little bit of skin left, it could regenerate and it could heal. Or not by itself, but how much? So what does it mean that they didn't argue? Their mayors didn't remain with the mahal. Sometimes the person is stubborn. A person is in an argument and he wants to win. Everybody wants to win. I'm a winner. I never lose my argument. My entire life, I always tell my wife. My entire marriage, I only lost to you twice. Certain guy, I don't lose arguments. That's not true. Twice today. But it's a male chauvinistic. Me, I never lose. So you may, I'm going for the truth. It's Torah. Sometimes in Torah also, you see in yeshiva a lot of times, if guys like 25 guys, and no, that's like this. You know what? It's a guy. No, somebody just sent this from you. It was very emotional when I read it. There was a guy just now in Muncie ran over his chavrusa's baby. Kid, not a baby, 8-year-old kid. And the father said amazing things at the Levi. I don't know the exact words that he said. He said, this is not going to get in the way of our friendship. And, things happen, and it really stirred up something in Klal Yisrael. The people that heard about this, a lot of people said, I'm in a silly machlokes with my neighbor. I'm in a silly machlokes with my brother. Silly machlokes with my father. Not many people fight with their own mother, with their own father. They don't talk. Not talking to them. It's a shtusim. My dad called me up. He said, could you please make that show between me and my father? I said, what happened? I said this. He said, the dumbest thing that you're saying from the house. I said, what? Gosh, doesn't make sense. Somebody just told me yesterday. It's a true story. A couple got divorced because they bought a couch and they had a fight where to put the couch. And it just, no. You think it's done. But it snowballed into such a, you're acting like your mother, and you're like your father. And before you know it, that's it. It's done. Marriage is over. Anyways, people took it upon themselves to call, make that phone call, make shalom with that person. You all know that one person that has the machlokes and the chulu. That is a thing you're immediately. You know, I'm not going to keep talking about myself. I'm going to tell you. Phone calls. All right. Zogdi Gemara. Omamar. In the Shtayr, boy, did you say a lot? I didn't know. That was very much not true. I know of one fight that you had with somebody, not a fight. You had an argument. You had to do with the yeshiva, and you made sure you called the guy. You made 20 times, and you made up. Okay. Anyway, so weiter. Omamar doesn't watch this year. If the Shtayr, you're selling shira. If one piece of skin the size of a cella is left on the animal, kosher. Hey, guys, you found the pictures. Where exactly is this piece of skin? Could it be on his nose? Could it be on his toes? Like where? It has to be on the entire top of the spine. As the Gemara is like this, very, very skinny, narrow, on top of the spine. Fish, not the fishes. A cellar, like a fishing line, long, very, very thin, but long. The arm of the cotton is very, very long and thin. You have a cellar that you put it all together. So cellar, I'll show you a perhaps it's very wide. Something like is this. A little thicker. That should be the sellout the whole size, the whole length of the stock. Shema. It is a sellout wide and as long as the whole spine. In other words, many sellouts. It has to be on all the joints. There's Rosh Hashanah, beautiful job we did here. Seeing all the joints on the knees, on the thigh, on the spine. It wasn't I think it was Mishmur, it was Yani Omar, technically Buroi. That high safety Buroi with a nice way, belly button, navel. Boy, we had to be small. These are become a children clean. So now we're saying if the skin must be on the shadra, it's no place on the body but the shadra. So what if he's doing the reverse? We saw the entire body missing on the spine. I thought we had a picture for that. Here. He has hair everywhere. I mean skin everywhere. He's missing the spine part. Please, come on. It's an original. The pious, not. The pious, the boot. He's drooling. There's a thermometer in his mouth. There's a box of tissues. It's special. And there's yarmulke, cabbages and toppings. All right. What if he's missing from the navel? He's missing. He has everything, but his navel's missing. With the Rosh Hashanah, have that also. He has everything besides the joints. Mike, take hold on a second. Should we stop over here? Have a wonderful day.
Merry Christmas is spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor at MDY.com.
Good morning, Rabbi Isai. This Mordechai live from saxophone in Austria. Unbelievable. You know what? I took pictures of the food. I didn't put it in. Maybe I'll send it to you here. Take it from email. It was really unbelievable. It's unbelievable in one way. It's bad. Oh, that's a amazing sound. I'm looking for. Oh, that's the whole year we're gonna love. The big prize. We're in great mood. We should be. We had a great day today. Rabbi say the Ein Hora. You got to take the Ein Hora. I'm not attuned to the Ein Hora thing, but I think there's the Ein Hora going on here. It goes like this. First of all, I have to start from the unbelievable shock that I had last night. We all had. We didn't have this planned out 100%. We're going to Austria. Then we realized, wait a minute, we're stopping in Switzerland, in Zurich. So we know there's some people that do the share there. I don't know how many. Let's stop there. We'll give a share to 10 people, 5 people. Whatever. Give chizik to that little oil. So we called them up, Erev Shabbos before Shkia. We said, hey, we're coming in. We want to come in. So this guy, Eli, and Aryeh. and they're like, we're gonna take care of this. I talked this much Shabbos. Much Shabbos. Kids are 24 hours before they put it on a group over there, and people start calling in. 25 people. It's gonna be a big one. It's gonna be 25 people. It's gonna be Gibaldic, and they open it up for everybody. So he said it was supposed to be in somebody's house, but maybe it's not the guy. It was 25 people. Let's go for this special. But as things happened, there was a big delay on the flight. It was supposed to start at 10:30 at night. 10:30 is kind of late. Big delay. And we ended up going directly off the flight. No shower, nothing, no food. We were a little hungry. We left in the morning. It's already 10:30. We go straight to the shore. And we get there. There's first, there was a lot of people in the street. Shalom Aleichem, Shalom Aleichem. One guy, as a matter of fact, said, I came here with my sons. I wanted them to see, and I'm going home. I don't do this year, but I wanted them to see. So they ended up driving our wives to the hotel, which is 20 minutes away. No, it's very nice. But when we come upstairs, besides the Brooklyn Bar, the beautiful hill, over 100 people there, waiting at 11:30 at night. 11:30, they are sharing Gemara. And they stayed a quarter to one. And it was Myra, and then a lot of them stayed afterwards in the meal. Pictures, so that was unbelievable. Food, everything was unbelievable. A great feeling. So then we found out that my son, my 15-year-old, that was left at home by himself. No, the authorities know. There's a guy watching him, left at home by himself. He was playing basketball, and he fell and it hurt both of his arms. So the whole day was busy. Then he's running. That's actually okay. He broke one. The other one we don't know exactly. The other day we're dealing with this, but the mice is saying now he's probably going to need surgery, and the other one might be broken also. He's walking, he doesn't know feeling this, the whole lot of pain, and we're not there. Great. Something about the Ayin Hara. But today we're in Switzerland, so we're going to go see this Lake Wallensee. Go see Lake Wallensee. We have a 9-passenger van, a bunch of people, and there's a traffic light that only turns green every 15 minutes. We don't know exactly why, but okay, we've got to go to Lake Wallensee. Get on this road. It becomes super, super narrow. The width of one car. The people in the car, let's just say not the men, were screaming because it looks like you're going to fall into the lake. It's a couple hundred feet below us or 1,000 feet below us. And then they carve out the mountain by hand. And it's jagged. We have video of it. You can show video. Maybe send that to Mark. Send that video to Mark. Jaggedy. And the van literally looks like it's going to come this side, and going. Kids you get up to the top. The whole time the sensors think that we're touching things and they're beeping and yeah. So anyway, then there's a sign that looks like it says "Do not enter" with words underneath. So I don't think we can go by. So we do Google Translate, and Google Translate says that you're allowed to go. It's like wanted to go for deliveries. No. Something about deliveries. So anyways, so we get up there, and then a real guy tells us, "What are you doing here? What are you doing? Is it no, you got to go down. Down? How do you go down? Like we just got up. We just went through this tremendous issue together. The kids here, we start going down, and then we come to a place where it says road club. What's this? Oh, they're working on the road now for 3 hours. 3 hours in this little tunnel. Maybe a guy came with a spoon and a hammer. So we're there for 3 hours, sitting there waiting for the road to open. But what I forgot to mention is that when I was driving, it was a very, very sharp turn, and I had to back up and in. So I'm looking at the rear view camera. No one offered to help me. I said, no, I got the rear view camera. But I didn't realize the rear view camera didn't do the top of the car, only the bottom. and there was a piece of jagged rock that stuck out of the mountain and broke the window. So now we have to, instead of go, we have to go all the way back, an hour and a half back to the opposite direction to return the car. That was our day. So don't be mechanic that we're here. We're not suffering from this. Just chill out with the Ayin Hara, please. Chill it out. The broken bones in the sun, the broken car, the Agma staff is driving like this with the knuckles. Oh, okay, so we're here. Hold on, so I want to show you the food. This is the first bite. This was meat. Tonight it was delicious. That was delicious. And then this was the main course. Like these different types of meats and zachin and these lamb chop over here and the chicken over there. Meat is unbelievable. So anyways, and this is a video from the broken window. Great photography of. Look at the car next. Look at that car. It looks like I'm exaggerating, but it's a car. We're in a van. Yeah. It was unbelievable. It was very hard driving. It was literally inches. For us, it looked like inches. Anyway. Okay, so here we are. We're in Austria. I have a source that one of my relatives, Stefanski. What's your first name again? Yeah, Pinchas Stefanski. Who's your father? Was that my grandfather's? Who's my grandfather's twin? Your father is my grandfather's twin. Wow. Okay, let's turn this camera around. And you've been to Bismillah Shalom Aleichem. Say Shalom Aleichem. Unbelievable. Shkoyach for coming. You came special to be part of this year. And to be here, Shkoyach Gadol. So, I'm sure he has some of my personality. I have some of his personalities. All Stefanski's have. What Stefanski trait do you have that's noticeable? Are you physically strong? You used to be strong, right? Stefanskis are very, very, very strong. Most of them, a lot of them are very, very physical specimen. Oh yeah. Okay, so smart. We're not going to talk about that. It's brains. You get one or the other. But I was saying yesterday that first, to me, I thought I didn't notice this last time, but my grandfather, your uncle, the Buffon, Stefanski, my grandfather was born and raised in Switzerland, and I saw a picture of him skiing. Do you have any pictures of your father skiing? Have you ever seen wooden skis? I'm talking about in the 30s, 50s. I gotta find a picture like that. They were like in a mountain, two mountains, holding the skis. Anyway, so it was special for me to give a shiur in Switzerland, where Stefanskis come from. And then my grandmother married my grandfather. My grandmother, Chaya Stefanski, she was born here in Austria. You know about this? So here I am giving a shiur tonight in Austria. All right, Weber Tours, Mahir Weber Tours. He's actually giving free flights now to people that are coming from Eretz Yisrael, free flights. And it's going to be a big match. A lot of people that are part of the shiur, a big part of the shiur, are coming, so it's unbelievable. Okay, real quickly, tonight was the chasna of my Rebbe, Didi Kramer, my Chabruza. He's only like 40-something years old. He's my Rebbe. Doesn't matter. He's younger and smarter than his Shabsi Cohen and Kobe and Rabbi Chaim Snow. He probably did the photography there. And I learned with him today. He there's no chasna, nothing. I forgot to tell him I said, I thought about today's chasna. Yeah, okay, right there. Yeah. What else do I want to show you real quickly? Oh, these are the pictures from last night. You probably saw them already, but it's okay. It was unbelievable. Unbelievable matzah. I spoke a lot, so we'll just skip into it. This is, we're having a Shabbaton in Eretz Yisrael, mamish like Rosh Hashanah time, like a couple weeks before Shabbat Slichas, right? The Motzei Shabbos of the first Slichas. We just started selling tickets, and already half the hotel is sold out. And we didn't. I didn't think it's even online. But okay, Baruch Hashem. This is super interesting that David Salomon, he instead of doing food and all that at his location in Miami, he's offering $500 for somebody who comes every single night for a month. So let's jump into it. The Olam is tired. They want to go to sleep. They want to do different things. I don't know what's this. Oh, this is the Bismembers time. Wow, they waited late. Wow. Beautiful. It's an annoying sound, but it's more annoying when they, this is a big tire tonight. What are you showing, Mark? Okay. Oh, like that. Okay, beautiful. Let's jump into the sponsorships and we go. The official edition, MDY Shop, is sponsored by Zev and Yal Shelf. Mark, can you make it large screen, please? And by the Parrot, by thank you. Ilan and Mary Davidovici that are coming here for Shabbos to spend a few days here. The English was Shaya, Ben Aaron, and Yochevet Chava Itbas Abraham, and the Daf today, Nandali, but Judah Neil Halpern. Oh, in honor, you know him. In honor of our grandchildren, Sheva, Yehuda, Daniela, Eliza, and Parker. David Salomon, dedicated memory, the Masechet sponsor, dedicated memory of Avimoyer Shmuel Baruch for trying to be those from the Rafa, the College Town Foundation, granted the consortium and the alliance, and all they do to support MDY. Anonymous, Cheetah Man, we gave money to see the Cheetah and was excited that we actually saw the Cheetah. Atzlach Ruchas V'Gashmi, so thank you to Chief Benny. Shmuel and Ova Schuster for completing Atzlach and Nachas from our children. Anonymous for Shleiman and Ritzion for Leah Basester. Yon Daniel Rosenfeld, Bruce for Simcha. Multi-sponsors anonymous, Lili Nishmas, Yonatan Eitan, Ben Mordechai Zev, Akoyin, Zephyrin Lebracha, the Tzviz, Lili Nishmas, Yonatan Eitan, Ben Mordechai Zev, Akoyin, Zephyrin Lebracha. Iris Simon is a multi-sponsor for Shnema. Avi Mori Baruch Bamirim, Ananish, for Shnema, for Yerucham, Ben Yehudis, and Avraham, Yeshaya, Ben Slavik Boyer, Amen. The Spanish year sponsors in honor of the first three Bachum in the Mexican satellite location, Shmuel Yehuda, Abramchi 15, Moshe Daniel 15, and Yinon Greenberg 16. Yaakov Weinstock Mazel on the marriage of Brianna to Uri Ostrin. May they build a Beit Ne'eman B'Yisrael. MDY Zurich, Switzerland. Mazel Tov, Yohanatan Menachem Shalom, aka Yoni K, on your bar mitzvah. It was great to see you, Rebelli, here in Zurich. So the refreshments yesterday was sponsored in this schos of Yoni, Yohanatan Menachem Shalom. See a lot of nachas from him. Mazel Tov. Mordechai Spazing and Spazing family, Zevin Nishmas, Bobby Statfield, Zelda Vazdov, Elasham, and Panakiro, Mayor Neshama, have a Mayor family having a Chama. Wow. You just left her. Wow. Moshe Weber, Moshe Menachem Mendel, Ben Zlat Chana, Ervin Daflamet Beis, Yoim Hawaledet Shalom. Wow. People putting in the daf. You know, we know people from what daf did you start? Really? Why do you try? Because it's relative. You see what's going on here. Then the YR for the mother for Shlema Mordechai Ben Esther. The first Ayel Daniel Zev Ben Ayel Esther. Okay. Our boys and I were holding on that from Gimel on the base. It's super interesting on Dalit on the base. We'll get there. We're holding. Well, first we have to start. Starting off slow, and then we pick up speed. I'm reading B'nai Rebechia. I mean slow in terms of excitement and stuff. Say the B'nai Rebechia. Is it the same one copy? Or it's different? Coming from the whole. I'm reading B'nai Rebechia. You have it smack it. Build up and give them base in the middle. Israelis are smarter. They don't go into that thing. So I tell you that seriously, a fly hasn't bothered me. That up there, and the other shooting, landing shooting. They said that last year there was zero flies, no flies, but because it was a little chilly, now it's a hot weather, so they came. So go over there. Like that? Yeah, but it could be that it's following you. No. Alright. Amri, the name Rukia, sons of Rukia said, Yusa Shamru, Sricha Bidika, negative name I. So yesterday we had a whole discussion about animals that look at claws, they inject venom, bacteria, venom, whatever you want to call it. They kill other animals with their claws. It's called a grusa. To have machlokes rishonim, Tosis brings over here the nearer there's brika feeling of that grusa. But he brings the reform that says only subject grusa. Okay. So I am shaman Tosis. The point is, grusa or subject grusa, we're not sure 100%. We are sure. There's a way to check. Now you open up the animal and you look not on the intestines, but next to the intestines. And because the venom travels after it gets injected, it doesn't just stay there. It wreaks havoc inside the body. Some burning, lotion of more. Burning, it keeps on going up and until it hits the intestines. Once it hits the intestines, then it makes a whole intestines and it becomes true. Omar Yosef. So you might hear, I am right over here, beautiful picture. Oops, like that. That whole area underneath, you have to check. Do you see it on the screen? Not a big kiddush. And we're going to have, because once we see this lashon, the Gemara is going to repeat itself a number of times. This, however, you said, you know what? Shmuel already said it. Oh, he said it already. Yes, Jerusalem. What if a cat? We spoke about a pool, a cat. We spoke about a lion, also type of a cat. Lion for sure. Grabs an animal by its neck. On the Simonim, perhaps Simonim are to withstand the venom. But yeah, Jerusalem Simonim, maybe not. Or if there are other boys that talk, Farbishu, Kona Barav, Barav. Yeah, same kind of logic. We already saw it, Salam, number of Kona Barav, Barav. Here we go. The entire innards of the animal, the simanim, even all the way up, like in this drawing, the pink circle, all the way up to the Kanan Beshed up here. You have to check everything. So tomorrow, we had when we typed in the vid by the street. They'll show us how the simanim are ripped open. No, not this one. Okay. No. Which one did he say is the video? I missed last time. Okay. You don't know? Okay. Ricky Gordon is the next one. Go yield for simanim shouldn't doubt to become when you have the kind of vegetables that are popped out, they're not really attached strongly. Why is it so? Mark didn't notice it, so. Okay. Now it's on. Okay. Is it clear, Mark? He hears me back. He's like, okay, class plus cautious. Oh, yeah. It's one of those days. Tomorrow, Beis Hashem, will be better. So says the Gemara, should we just start over this year? It's one of those days, right? Just start over. Okay. Sorry, brother. Siman shows out of the how much are they detached? Ever zero, how the boy folks are Persha Rav and Lachana, same Lashon. You already said it. What's the problem? No more Lachana, the Shmuel, Siman shows out of very good. 51% detached, Kana, Vesha. That's a problem. Why Rav Ami? Hamsamasa Mal. When the meat of the animal starts rotting, decaying. How much? Over zero. Or the boy Rav Ami tried to review the fourth time that we had it. Don't review the don't review the Rabbi. Musa Shiyadin Boston connected with the Mahayim. You wait until it becomes a little red, not touching the Mahayim, but even opposite the Mahayim. In other words, below the intestines. Let's say it's over here. It will travel slowly and hit the intestines and make it choke. So right there, once you see red there, it's all over. Says the Gemara. Mismas misabosor. Learners either way know. Once it starts decaying, you pretend that whole area is gone. So let's say a heart starts decaying, a lung starts decaying, so it's gone. Gone. No heart, no lung. Trace. No kidney. No, I'm sorry, liver. No liver. If it's gone, it's okay. I don't have to live without a liver. I don't know who's going to see without kidneys also. So that wouldn't be a problem. So it depends on the organ. I'm not going to do it. When you show up on Sharotic Gordoy, I was hating them in Smash, so I'm going to go brother and show up. Sharotic Gordoy, Mamida Albasur Chai. Let's see the new Gordoy when he put the second one. If not, we'll go to the first one. No. Not that one. See? That's the original. That if he peels it down and then, the meat, here's on the left, you see the king meat. On the right, if he's able to peel it with a fork. Doesn't matter. So, as long as the doctor peels it down and you see the live meat, that's the smashes. Interesting story. They bring a lung. It's a type of a lung. If you have a maitriba, it's a shapir. But I don't see anything on it. Didn't see anything on it. There's nothing on it. Oh, that's a good notion on the bottom. I see. It's the wrong thing. You put the wrong pipes. Got it. This is very wrong. You go wrong. Also, I didn't have the time and yeah. ChatGPT doesn't say you can live without human animals can't live without it. It says for days to weeks, but you're eventually going down, just like humans. Yeah, but look at, depends what animal. Look at like kosher animal, like the cow, like so like the Sika Schooling he talks about, and they came up now with a few things, and I don't know. Look at, figured something out. We'll get there. Says tomorrow, so maybe one thing. It says kidneys. You're talking this chance. We're going to ask you. So here's the story. Come over to Allah. If you haven't got Yossi Shapir, I have a video. Take the long put top down on the table, looks perfect. If you have him at the well, and we'll try to pick it up, have a touch of enough for the small pieces fall off of it. So what?
Show me some of them Spanish dances.
Let me show you. Here it is. It's on the table, it's small, right? As soon as this guy
believes in me,
lifts it up, it starts falling apart.
Wanna be someone
but during the line, there are put away the issue. We said that it's great based on gold.
Show than me, that each other's first hair.
We said that it's trade why based on the Allah that we said that any time the doctor feels it away, it's trade.
Turning through a stereo.
Listen.
Good boy.
Good boy. They're laughing on my big coins that's cannot in the fight. Shoving the muffler.
Paint myself in blue, red, and black and gray.
That love is if you have a thorn, when it punctures the inside of the animal, that's great. What? But now it punctures that you already got one in. Maybe it punctured
Yesterday, if I knew the crossroad, I would blame myself a great guitar and play Mr. Jones and me. Went into the finish show. We always there the beautiful woman. She's a look at me too. She's looking at me.
The different Simone when it comes to the trachea and the esophagus, then they themselves have to be read. When it comes to the intestines, even the meat below it, because the intestines are sensitive enough that they'll be affected by that virus. Over happy, what you read, Bibi, Barabaya, Beshet, then Daphne down, and Mouse, and Chantal, Beshet, when you have the esophagus, one tiny hole makes it straight, just like this. A little hole in the esophagus makes it straight. Drusasa, when it's a drusa, it's mashu. Now you're telling me, yeah, Hana, mikubasa b'ki'isu. Drusasa b'kam. When it comes to the trachea, the breathing tube, it's a much larger hole, the size of a coin. What about drusa? So drusa by the esophagus, by the breathing tube, is a small little hole. What about by the breathing tube? Because the breathing pipe, the chesarn is much larger. It's not a small hole. The chesarn has to be a large hole. So maybe when it comes to drusa, it's a different size also. But when it comes to the pump. When it comes to the veshet, there's two sizes. There's one size, it's mashu, whether it's for a hole or whether it's for juicing. But it's a small little hole. Now you take another pipe, take the breathing pipe, it's not a small hole. The trace is when it's a large hole, like this. So what about juicing? Maybe it's also big hole. No. It's right on the pashto, echazim, mashu, kana and a veshet, small little hole for a juicer. My timer or small little discoloration, red discoloration of venom, that's a juicer. My timer zero needs to tell you the other because the venom keeps on going into it and keep on moving and burning up the flesh and will create a problem with the tummy. 4 lines down, you also have Yisrael Bar Shmuel Bar Ma'azik Hamid Rav Nachman Yosef Karma. He said, "Drusa Shalom Yitzchak Abdika connected b'nei ma'ayin." A drusa, you have to check the bottom there. Let's see over here. Nakamol. Connected b'nei ma'ayin. This picture right over here. Okay. Rav Nachman Omar, kid, Moir Barav, you cap of Adachmo from a spoon fill the thighs. Now, what's typically a kaf is a kaf yad. In Hebrew, it's a kaf yad. It's this. It's like a spoon, but something else. My kaf, I eat on a kaf of the other. Tell me, so over here, for an animal, it would be a little different. It would mean the actual, here we go, the shoulder. So this would be kafah. So the Gemara, if you tell me that, and it goes all the way to his thighs, you have to check all that area. And is that it's identical to this that we just showed, the second that we just showed right over here. The same arrow, same amount. What you gain by saying calling something else? You say name right. So you know you're right. Tell them top of the meicha. I got this. So let's take a look at this here. First we thought it's from one thigh bone to the other, so you know, it finishes the name out. Now take a look at the arrow. It's going to grow up Neyman is in there. And he runs his nose. It's from the thigh bone, the rear thigh bone, all the way to the brain. That's also called a cap. He's talking about the brain, the top of the brain. Says he wants to solve the fear by Yosef. When Yosef came up to Israel, as continually a real and response to Yosef down. He bumped into a real and response, unbelievable. Real and response. And he's seeing the same. Yosef Shahabu, speak of Dikos to many lives. You chair the whole of the man like you saw before. Oh my Lord, he said, I was kid. Boy, Barav, I heard Rav and Bubba say something else. The top of Adati. Not the Bnei, but from the thigh all the way to the brain. All of the structure is Manu Rav and Manu Rav. Who in the world is Rav? Yeah, I was real time. From the rear thigh all the way to the brain. What did I say? I messed up? Okay. So he said, yeah, but it can't mean that because we just said Bnei. We said before it's the same thing as Bnei. The Iranian cap is the same. So we move the cap from the shoulder blade all the way to the brain. We make it different than Bnei. So that's why I translated it as that. Anyways, I'm going to stop here. I don't see this Rav that you're talking about. He literally didn't know who he was. He wasn't familiar with him. We're not alert. People keep on mentioning Allah is Rav. I don't even know who he is. All the Rebbe we haven't hears this. When the years later, the Oisei Talmud Yeshivas is Rebbe Yaakov, Rebbe Chia. You don't remember this Talmud that served the famous Rebbe Yehuda Anasi, and Rebbe Chia, the author of all the Brises. When he came, the Oisei Shalom Yeshivas was the Talmud Yeshiva. When that Talmud was in Yeshiva, I didn't see much about Uda. When that Talmud was sitting down in when we were learning, I had a stand. In other words, Rav is more kosher than me, says Rebbe. Als Bacher, I don't know today, but als Bacher, Rav, today in the Mir Yeshiva, if you're a kosher with Bacher, you know what they give you? Give you a dorm room. Yeah. Otherwise if they rent the dorm, you have a zero. Zero. I rent a zero. You have to go to shopping center outside. This, that, kosher Bacher. Get in the dorm. I don't know how many dorm rooms they used to have very few. If you're kosher, you get a seat, you get to sit. You go to the Rosh Hashanah, shit, close up, you know? Nah, you're outside over there. You guys, so you don't need to stand. That's it. You're upset. You don't know Rav. Uman Gevaru was unbelievable. He was a great man. Gevaru B'Torah. He was great in everything. He was Torah, but in both. Yeah, it doesn't change my mind. He says, "It's the Rav organization play." You're right. I remember. He has a great name. When we're going to mention him for the good, he said a thing in his name, Shmuto Cheya. If you find the trachea, the kana, dislodged, but it's also shafted, caution. Why? It's impossible for dislodged trachea to be shafted. It's dislodged. It's moving around over there. You want to go from married, you'll be active. What you do is you take this dislodged trachea, and you shaft it now. Again, a second time. And you compare the color. If the colors are the same, that means it's no good. Because that means the color that occurred after the shkita, which is the new cut that I just made, is identical to the first one. Yeah. What does the cut mean? What does the cut mean to you? It looks like it was cut with a knife. Somebody else cut it. No, you shafted it. First time you shafted it the first time. The question is, was it dislodged or not dislodged? Before you get it out, you what does it say? Does it say to look at the color? Or you're using the only one? It says, yeah. What does he say? Oh, she does say Atom Return. She says the Chatosh and then he says Atom Return. Okay? Right. Of course you have to check the cut. In the cut is his color. Okay, that's how I'm doing. I'm sticking to it. What does he say? Let's hear. Yeah, but I think it's obvious. I hear. The point is, you make another one, and you take a look at it. Somehow you'll see the difference. You want to compare it. The sheriff will tell you. Okay. If they're different, then you know that it's a good shechita. Why? Because your cut came after the shechita and it looks like this, and the first one looks different. There is a good shechita and it's connected. You didn't grab one. Simone, you probably did a great job. They helped me out a lot. So, there's a shmita. Dislodged completely out of place. Now let's see, maybe the next one will be the one. Yeah, no. What was this? Oh. But here he's literally in our shmita. He's holding onto the simon. You can see the simon in his hand. If you grab it, now there's no reason. So even if it's dislodged, you could still check. Before he says, "Oh, how are you going to shecht it if it's not attached? It's wiggling around in there. You're not going to get a good cut." No, but if he's holding on to it, he's going to get a good cut. It's not a right that it wasn't dislodged. Okay, next sugya. Zakal. So we learned in the Mishnah, the last thing in our Mishnah, the famous Mishnah of Eilu Treifos, there's a rule. After we say all 18 Treifos, there's a rule. What's the rule? If an animal gets some sort of injury that causes another animal, usually another animal to die from it, that'll create a treifos. Says Gemara Lasuyimai, what is this coming to include? Lasui Shev Shmaitza. To remind the Olam, Shev Shmaitza, the 7, that's the name of the famous Sefer, based on this, I guess. Brought on fire. I said it in Shir, and I said it again. I said in Shir that I only found once in all Shas. Since Shev Shmaitza is the elderly guy who started coming up. I forgot his name, Weiss. You show it in the guy. Looks like a Balabas, a real Balabas. He says, no, there's another place, and he tells me the daf. Okay, so maybe 14 knows this. But he's been doing this now. I say this, he says, no, there's another place, Chagigim Mandala. No, like that. The guy said, what's going on? No, he knows all shots. He's good, he knows shots. So I come to the show. Yeah. You see this, you know, 9. Yeah, he came out of Borough Park, fell down into the Ramat B'Chemesh. No, the second place, the second time. This was after that. That's not a chiddush now. This way, to see a guy showing him, like a real Balabas guy. Okay, so he's shot Shmaitzer twice. Okay, I guess I spelled it. Maybe it's spelled differently by other places. I don't know. Because when I did a search, I said yes. To remind others, Shot Shmaitzer written by the Tzois. And he wrote it, they say, when he was 13 years old. And he said over by his chassan, I don't know what age he was, but by his shogeg, he said every day, he said 1 shmaitzer. He gave 7 shmaitzer, shav shmaitzer. And every day, but it's based on his Gemara, I guess, of the 7 additional treifos. We're going to talk about some of them today. That when the Mishnah says there's 18 treifos, but in Zak Klal, I got to add another 7. There's really 25. The Yosef Rishbon Mochel Begid and Shayek Tav. Fascinating story here. The family of Yosef, the hunter, he was a hunter. To remind the Olam about the hunting, we had a Kana that he would hunt. He was such a good hunter, they would pick an arrow and shoot a bird out of the sky as it was flying. cut its juicy lemon, the board will fall down and it's checked, make sure it's not a juicer, that you put down, I mean, we call it juicer now. No. What is it called when you put pressure? Juicer. So why would you say juicer here? Oh, I'm confused now. The juicer that comes like this. So anyway, I hope I'm not serious. Shalom, maybe. No, Shalom is not. Yeah, I think. And juicer. Might be confusing everybody. Still is a fact. Maybe the little sound of it depends that it's because when you buy it, it's doing a good job. It's a great idea. Ask AI if they do that. Because every 5 minutes. Rosa, okay. Rosa, very good. Rosa. Oh, yes, excellent. Well, we excellent. Go for you did it. You don't understand, I was so frustrated with this guy. Let's see if I go in there. No, you're not. All right. So this is this. They were good. They had a good aim. I know a guy that his son had such a good aim. He went to the army. He's 4,000 troops. He had one of the top in the entire army. Now he's going for a special unit now. That guy was supposed to share with us. Unbelievable. So, but not on this level. He's still on this level. As the deer is running by, shoot him with an arrow. You hit him and you get on that. Now he can't run anymore. The sciatic nerve goes. You meet such an animal, run, grab him, he's looking away, and shut him. Yes or no? Well, it depends if you created a trait or not. That's not brought down in the Mishnah, it's not brought down in the Shemaitzah. It's not the 7, so what is it? Here it is. It's a picture okay. Here's the sciatic nerve. After the work of the shows with Anasha, we're not allowed to do Anasha. But in the Keith showed us exactly what it is. It's very obvious what it is. Video. Oh, that's not good. Wow. That's a beautiful video. That's Benny talking. Oh, I think we saved it. We have this. We have this in the freezer. We have it. I should have brought it. What's up with us? What you want? I don't think the fries like this. Does it big fries go in there? It's the small little ones that are. Not turn off the lights. The whole night, but it works. And he won't be able to fries. Okay. So something I did it in the Stiebel. What is it called? The lake. I grabbed my thing, put on top of the positive, turn off the lights, and then let's take it up. There you go. Okay. Such a thing called flag trap, whatever. So Gemara. What could be given in a shiva copy? They were first hit in the sciatic nerve, we did a nasha, and then they checked it. Also, Kameh, they were reading and saying, oh, and he passed it because the house about it. You can't add more than the Mishnah. It says 18. You can't add more. What they did is okay. You're not even going to. That one's going to die. So the one's going to just in a minute. Hey, Papa Barabba, same story. Another family. So, what?
So then he also you said Kappa.
It's a query.
Didn't say red Kappa.
Right, doesn't say about me.
How
was it?
Let's see Aleph over here.
Oh, what is it about?
Aleph is always about.
Tell me all about it. Tell me all about it.
It says Rav Papa man. It's Agos Abach, it sticks in it, you're right? So they just, they go into Agos Abach, they stick in automatically Agos Abach. Okay? The Bear Rav Papa, the Bear Rav Papa, the Bear Rav Papa Rabba, I'm saying it twice, once for the Hebrew to English. Also, Hunter.
Could it have gone any better?
They would hit the animal, the deer, let's say, in the kidney. And they have to make sure that the kidney on the other side doesn't touch the intestine. One less magic. So what it was, it smells like, it reminds me of the one that when I was a kid, the flies, and they had the yellow thing coming down from it. And the worst thing when you're walking in the wild, and you're squeezing your thumb, and that whole thing would be bad. It's not as bad as stepping on a blue drop of the mouse, but it's pretty bad. You know what I'm saying? I was going to read about the room, so it's the same thing. You hit it with it sounds strange, and you're shooting an animal in its kidney, and you eat it afterwards with the shkina. But you can't be about someone who will have something. Because he doesn't come back. But at the end of the day, it's going to die. So what's that happening? Immediately, you can't hear the sound of the right medicine, you will live. So, but obviously, you have to say that only applies to not the Mishnah. But the best thing is the Mishnah, let's say it has a heart. You can't give it medicine or give it a surgery and say, hey, this thing's going to live 5 years. Once the Mishnah says that's a trait for early generation. That's the Mishnah very similar to what we had the first Mishnah of our Torah, but they're reversed. The first Mishnah is Eilu Treifos. These are what causes an animal to be a treifos. And then this Mishnah says, Eilu Sheiros. I just want to point out there's a story. I said it a few times, I said it again. And I was supposed to look up the details today, but I didn't. There was a person that had a disease in his lungs, and the doctor said he's going to die. So they went, they were hungry. One Rav told him, I don't remember who it was, maybe Garizal or something. He said, listen, when you live, they go with the Rambam. You go with the Rambam, and the Rambam holds the halacha that what you have is a trait. You need to just pick yourself up and move to the stuff, because that's where the Chava moves. And the Beis Yosef Paskins, that what you have is not a trait.
As long as it worked out, right?
And the Shamayim, whatever the Doyle, whatever the place,
As long as it worked out.
Paskin, that it has an effect on the physical also. That's the story. Now the change the behavior. Once kosher an animal, mikvah hagar. So take the trachea, the tongue, and a little hole, and it's okay. As you said before. Kosher is the you have a slice that goes, as long as you have a little bit on both sides, you have a slice. But what's interesting that we learned is that the trachea, if the animal bends its neck, it's gonna it's going to schlep it and make the two pieces come together. So that's actually good. It's going to start healing. The problem is, if you do it, let's say it's sliced the other way, so every time it bends its neck, it keeps on popping open, so it'll never heal. How much do you need from this honey to be straight? Which means not Yisrael Tam. It's a corn called Yisrael Tam. If the skull is something with
Any-
a little crucial.
any
But don't worry about it. The membrane that surrounds the brain is not functional. You know, a piece of the listen, people live without pieces of skull. Little babies live without have a big hole
What do you do next
until the
Thursday?
skull fuses itself. They live without Nika Halil, even on Shalom Bahar. We know you base halal. Here's the picture. Oh, Bruce, let me show you the picture. Here, it's all in order. Here, a little bit of the skull is missing. Here's the heart. As long as the hole doesn't penetrate the skull.
Yeah, you were talking about that the other day.
Yeah, you were talking about that the other day. Mr. Shindro. Wow, everything's in order. He says, without the spinal cord is intact. But
All right.
the bone was broken.
Did you get to dance at all? You get to dance at all? There you go.
It's coach. Good luck, Hobbit. Liver with missing in the Stein is that. Right here.
But she got me
There's
another
picture.
Wait, you got called up to go up to the stage?
Stage?
Yeah, she knows me. I told y'all. I'm her day.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
Take a video of me giving shit.
Yeah, she
There
knows.
you go.
Yeah, she knows.
Here's the
I
piece.
know.
She knows me.
I know she knows you, but
Here,
that's
take a
another
video
level
of
when
it.
she
Sure.
feels comfortable enough to have
This is
you
the second time
go
you've
in front of the stage and dance. That's amazing.
It doesn't move. The sound of she goes, Paul, I love you very much, but unfortunately, most of the day I'm busy. Sure, now, getting the share here, turn around, come in. Second time today is 12:24 to be exact. So the
Dance with her when she does that.
Usually I don't get close to
She be
the
exactly.
anyway.
She be exactly. And then she was like, I love her.
So anyways, you see the now. As long as a piece of pizzazz,
Oh, that's super cool and very impressive.
I had a good time.
And you didn't feel any anxiety? You didn't feel in front of a bunch of people?
Oh,
No, because I'm used to her.
Good on you. Good on you. You're great.
Tell them I have a meeting. Very special meeting.
Good time. They love her.
1:32 o'clock. This is actually
Like,
beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. Yeah, we got a good.
excellent.
You're right, I did.
You know the whole thing. Like they be having manager, her manager, which is her sister. Oh my God, it's my mom. Her mom was there.
If I said some Prince songs, you think you know which one they play?
Oh, but it's
Yeah, the one that you said you sang. The one that you said you sang.
it's just showing that there's a hard delivery there.
I don't know.
Okay? Talking about still in Mishnah.
Okay.
This is basic choices. Shemit was not exact, beautiful. There's a picture. So as you can see, again, the food goes into the terrace, the terrace drops into the basic choices on the right, and it goes into the left. This is the left.
Is she on Spotify?
It's beautiful how it looks. It looks like the honeycomb, and this one looks like this.
Yeah.
Is she on Spotify?
If you look closely, there's a hole from one to the other where the food goes in. It goes in there. It makes another hole with the needle here. See the needle? Horse shape of this. That's the side to side.
Now, did she just sing, or did she sing and dance?
It's left, it's left. That's a shit of Yiddish.
I'm glad you had a good time.
Sorry,
And,
sorry.
did you have
Okay,
good food?
the food anyway. It has to go in from the basic steps. You know the whole. It's gefällt, yeah?
Were they good?
Nothing happened. Yeah, the motorcycle, it's not recommended, but
Okay.
it's not. What's the problem? Problem is if it
Very
has a
cool.
hole,
I'm glad you had a good time.
outer layer,
I'm glad you
six
get
from
to
the
rest
back,
tomorrow.
right? But boy,
I'm glad you get to rest
I'm
tomorrow.
Zihur, minus 6 Zihur. Not even, I don't know, it's better with an infection. Try to make an infection over there. I don't know, dude.
It's a crazy. You're a dancing machine.
Dancing,
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 dancing, dancing machine.
It's like an apple factory store. You know, it's like everything's white and clean and perfect. It's like, yeah, it's all in the right place. This way, this way, this way. And the fact that, imagine a piece of diapers that they have a hole in the fish that goes out. It's very dangerous. But over here now, we got food. So that I just showed you. I don't know if I showed you again. Wow, this is, I love how we did this. And I didn't show you yesterday. Take a look at this. Sometimes we do. These parts pop out. No? Oh, yeah, this is the thing. Big spin.
How long was the concert in total?
Good luck players.
How long was the total of the
The
concert?
kiddies go. So that's what I was saying. That he looked it up, and animals cannot survive. Somebody's telling that they found out, and science found out that torture animals can survive without kidneys. Okay? I hear it's not possible. Not Could it survive? Could it survive a few? Could it survive a year?
Okay. And how many people went?
Okay.
How many people went?
How
How many people were at this?
The blower
Like
was
like
worth.
100?
So they made a picture for that. I'm not
Okay.
gonna show it.
Okay. So still intimate,
No,
but
it's
big enough to
official.
still
We
intimate.
don't have to get into it. The womb that was removed. The Harus of the Shammai.
Excellent.
If the lung shriveled up because of something, an act of God, not a human being. What's that? What does that mean? It got scared. So they made a video for that. Let me see if I can find it there. Isn't it not biased? Two human beings came in to play us. This guy like this. It's cute.
They do good. They have a good time.
That's good. Glad you had a good time.
That's good.
Glad you had a good time.
How was your party? How was your
It
party?
went really well. It was an hour.
Oh,
And it wasn't
I
funny.
was playing this
And
guitar.
it wasn't funny.
I was like, oh,
Where there
yeah.
were participants,
He
people
also
there.
got scared when
So,
this
I don't
stuff
talk that much, like as opposed to if it's just a big interview or something. But we talked about transhumanism, which is like
Okay.
extending the
Everything's
normal
good.
life.
We're good.
And
It says
the normal
Gemara,
life.
Mishnah.
We had some people there. Nobody there was like, we have to. Nobody was like that. There were people who were like,
And,
if it's something that works, then maybe like they might want to try it. There were some people who were like, absolutely not. Some people were like, absolutely with that. And then they had some people who were like, you know, those people who kind of like live off grid. They like kind of have like a deep connection. So like, you know, like they live on like a big bunch of land. They live on like a big bunch of make their own clothes and food and stuff. There were some people like that. And that's cool. And, I respect that life a lot. I don't know if I could do it. It seems like a lot of work, but they were there, and it was like 8 people and a good, good eclectic group, a lot of different people. And then we're gonna do a part 2 in August. So that's always good when it's a good sign when it goes again. Or like the conversation they want to continue it as opposed to we're never doing that again. So I thought that was good, and I knew 2 of the people there. I done podcasts with them before, and they're really nice. They're like 2 of the nicest people. They are good. And then there were. But other people were nice too. Frankly, I haven't met anybody. That one lady was coming here, but like Everybody else is really nice.
This is how the geniuses in our place.
I don't want to say inquisitive, but like respectful. That's a big word, respect. And I think that's important. Be respectful of yourself, of others, and hopefully everything works out. Of others, but yeah, so it already published, which is good. But yeah, so it already published.
I love the colors. It's like more advertising. Like, oh, cool.
I have 4 podcasts that published. That's good.
Okay.
Next week I've got
They had a sugar display in New York anyway.
2 lined
Dead
up,
people.
and maybe some others that I've inquired on. So,
Yeah, Chicago. I saw pictures. It looked like that a little bit. You see their muscles, but they're human. They used to be human beings. Putting on a museum. Hey, this guy, that guy. It goes like this, and it looks like almost normal. They make them make muscles. They're going like this.
Nothing major this
I'm not
weekend.
making this up.
Nothing major this weekend. You never know something might be pop up. You never know something might
Yeah.
pop up. That's okay.
People are.
That's okay. I'm
No,
okay
that's more than mall.
to get a little bit of a break. There's some pressure.
Well,
Some pressure myself when I do that. You want to do well in everything. It takes stress a little bit.
I hope this thing's not picking up that time.
You want to make sure they don't cancel on you. You want to make sure they don't oversleep. You want to make sure you don't get stupid.
Is that a fly or what is that? Something very big. Okay.
Word, girl, absolutely. Everybody knows.
So, no, we're
Yeah.
over here.
I remember they were big in
So that's
third
cool, though.
grade, so maybe fifth grade, maybe sixth
Know
grade.
your
You said?
master said this animal that doesn't have skin, the way it says it's kosher for something it's possible. It's very beautiful. What is it? Yes.
I wanted one really badly. And
I just gotta tell you real quick. I told my
But eventually I got one
and they told me somebody was here last year. She said, "You said this last
fed
year."
that thing. I made sure it lived as
Tell
long
my
as
clippers I said that mom should feel bad.
Stuff that was so cool. Like the
And
future
every
of
2
pet
days I'm looking at the Alps.
would be like
Wow,
digital.
the Alps. It says in the Mishnah.
And people loved them. They kept them on their backpack. I remember it was a big thing for girls, but then some boys got into.
Snapshot that you're learning and you're looking at the
I think
Alps.
my parents kind of thought it
You're
would
looking at the
probably be too much
Alps
for
and
the
you're
child.
learning. You came to see the Alps.
They didn't really know
So
too
yeah,
much
that's
about it.
looking at the Alps.
I remember you could feed them and walk them,
My friends weren't learning at the same
and then
time.
they
So
died. Like they had like 3 modes. That was it. And then they could be reborn again. They come out of an egg or something.
you came to see the Alps.
But yeah, that was the ultimate. That was one of those
You're getting pinched.
holiday
We enjoy.
or whatever they want to call them, like the hot gifts of the year. They had like one time it was Tickle Me Elmo and Furbies and Tamagotchis.
These are the trophies.
Holly
When it comes to this Mishnah, it's
They had
not
what?
in the chairs, there's going to be other ones that are pushing.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. That was one thing. That was the thing. I remember that dog. Yeah. That was absolutely. Do you remember Pogs? Did they do Pogs? Where you remember Pogs?
Take a look over there.
Pogs, they were like these little circular things. You had like a slammer. It was like a game.
Why is it a trade? Think about it. What is it?
Everything goes through such a phase too. Like it's so popular for like 3 months, and then nobody does it. It's like what happened? I thought we were all on board with Tamagotchi. Oh,
guess
that's
what?
Did
Look at
you?
the Alpha is not one of them. You know where it is. In the list of shops you went to.
I remember that.
That was once a day.
Yeah.
They still got it. Now they still got it. They still got the
Number one on top.
They still got the Tamagotchi back out now.
But he says, hey,
Do they do more stuff now?
Yeah.
Do they do more stuff now?
Yes, sir. Yeah, you know, yes, sir. Yeah, you know, I just seen the new ones. I just seen the new ones. Stuff like that. I guess they had it next life, but the lady had it. She restarted it. Yeah.
I mean, you could do all that kind of stuff on a phone now, so all that better,
Yeah,
but
that's
it
what it
doesn't
was.
have the same
That's
nostalgia.
be good.
It's
Yeah,
like a
this-
little
Look at that,
keychain thing.
right over there. You see how it pops in there?
And
there's a little bit of that that's for the street.
Did you?
No, it's dropping out there. Dr. Travis, we told us Zach. It says the
Did you
18, but at
have
the
one?
end it says Zach.
Did you have
The
one?
Chazi, the Master, that's Zach.
Yeah.
Every Master, it seems like Jimmy. It makes sense that the
Oh,
the
okay.
Atma, the steam
Yeah, yeah,
coming
yeah.
out
Oh,
of the
okay.
socket
I
is
got you.
in
When you were like,
the
I was
general
working, I'm
rule
like,
of
I
trade.
got you.
I
got you. Like, you were working.
It's like something missing.
Yeah,
Like
I just say that on the weekend, I'm working it, but now
the Treyfel,
I'm working
how do the Treyfel, the Ramasa Chera,
I wonder what other things they have it do.
It's
I wonder
only
what other
these
things they have it
and not anything else. Shemilok Shamar Luke Share is that. Enough of we start from our mission. Basket is on our mission. Shemilok Shamar, so in other words, this one you say, this one's that. The other one mimics the Lashon. Why do you have to Lashon Because the two Mishnahs have to be symmetrical. But Shemilok Shamar Edu Share is that. How does it be? How do Travis is done as our cloud? And it says, these are the Travis and it's the cloud. That's the first Mishnah. The Chazan is our cloud. And I don't want to put a master in there. Why? It doesn't. It's not a hole. It's not broken. It's not missing. It's not completely taken out. Why is it not taken out? It's not completely taken out. It's still there.
No, I'm okay
Chairs.
with
That's
that.
why our Mishnah comes along and says the chairs. How many chairs? We're master tray.
Do the same thing a
Exact
week.
opposite. Really, the whole that the
If somebody wants to do it on a different day, that's okay. But as I say that, I always have to make sure to check my schedule. Yeah, so I don't have anything for Wednesday, it looks like. And then they got it for Wednesday. I've got just 2 scheduled right now, but I might have a couple more come up. So that's okay. 2 more hopeful good events that I have where people can go on YouTube and see what I do.
Outside of the socket, it's Trey Bravon, Cheiros, Kosh, why we can be Trey for the Rabbi says if the sinew, the what is it called in English, the tendon, the ligament, it's Trey for the others about you know, it's not if sig not chair. If it tears and snaps, the ligament is Kosh. Until it gets eaten up. From the corner, how much is missing? You don't know what it is, so your calculate is sure the dinar to the dinar. You take this coin from how do you say it in English? Kurdistan, something like that. You take a dinar coin, it's like this small pshita coin. Or we're starting to pshita the Bumidisa. You want to find it, go to Bumidisa. Omer B'chana Hasura, so B'chana, the money changer. So I wrote in my Gemara here to tell the Oilam about the money changer. I wrote it 7.5 years ago, so I got to say it again because this amazing tzaddik called Yoni Meisels, he goes how he watches our share every single day in the money change place that's on. I just found out, like later on, just this year that Ari Simon owns that money changer and works there for all these years. But 7.5 years ago, he made a siyama shots. He's been doing this for 15 years. What does he do? And everybody can learn from him. He sits there at the same place in the same job for years. And when you go to change money by him, you'll see him learning. He has his computer and he watches the shir. Watches other shir, I think maybe. But every time I go on, I hear my voice. He's there watching. He comes in, he speaks up his head, pause. How can I help you? No problem. He doesn't take a second. It changes your money. And you're done, you go, because the line keeps on going. But if you're done, it doesn't say watch and then it goes to this point. You go out. Finish shots. Taking advantage of your time. And that was 7.5 years ago, it says about Gemara. Then he made it. So you have to ask him. Somebody asked him, obviously, what's that? We're going to see it now. Says Rabbi Chana, listen to this. He's quoting the Gemara. In other words, this is like the Tana. It says, Elam Yinoy Adikoi Barnafka. One day, Barnafka, so that Pete Barnafka, the son of the smith, the guy that works with metal. Who's the son that works with metal? Gabriel. His father seems like was maybe a simpler person, a smith. Right? How do you call him? Not a smith. Smith, how do you call him? No, but with the word is smith, does it have a certain blacksmith? Maybe blacksmith. Yeah. But why do you know it could deny the Sharubay tree? He says, you haven't chose up at my shop. Why you want some money? Coins, I could, he could show the Talmidim how big is missing from the Kana. That makes it great. Well, why they make him come into the relation Kana? This is an amazing story. I try to stand up. But like Yoni Michael works for the Ari Simon. He doesn't own this chain. I wanted to stand up, do like this, like you do for a government. The Yoshua, the God done right to show. No, he was the greatest. Because Shaftani, he said, it's also for you to stand up for me. Omar Ali, shave, Bini shave, sit down. Ain't Bali noise you show Lamin 3 times that when you work for somebody, it shows Shasuki in the life. My voice, I think, is a big muscle for everybody that works for somebody else. It's unbelievable. If you work, you're an hourly person. It doesn't matter, even on a salary. You work for somebody who hires you to do something. So you say, a Golador came in, this Rebbe came in, that Rebbe, your Rebbe, whatever your, what Hasidus is. Think about your Rebbe, the Rebbe shows up, the Peg with the Rav, the Safra Rebbe, I don't care, whoever it is. I'm not going to go like this. Come on. No. It's awesome. Awesome. Why? Because you're taking 3 seconds to sit up. And to go on your phone and play on your phone and then look at WhatsApp and all the stuff that we do, on the cheshbon of the other guy, he's paying you. He's paying you to work. And when nobody's looking, you know, which is over there. 3 seconds to get up. Shake the new shake, you're not allowed to. Unbelievable. It says in the Gemara, I'm bring you a riot. That's not a riot. Kasha, but long. But nah. Call Bali to learn something. Man, you're talking about the Kippur. Let me show you real quick the Kippur. I don't know. So show it there. I did a beautiful video. If you didn't see it, you gotta see it. Get me. So now we're going to time, and all the workers get up and give them a lot of cover. Get up and give them cover. You know, stand up. You have to continue working. Now these guys look like they were bartending over there. Remember the store now? Okay. Fine. Point is, see the guy up there. B'shoyim, listen to this. The Bible is only the name B'shoyim, 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 they say to them, Achinu, Anshim, Mokim, Ploinim. What happened to B'shoyim? So one akuda that I want to point out here, it's unbelievable, it's human nature. If the whole Yerushalayim, they all got up for you, love it. They're not doing it for you. You got it for you, and you, and you, and you. Thousands of people are coming, and all thousands, everybody gets up and gives their own cover. You gotta feel so good to get some cover. You know, a little cover, even if no that everyone else is getting it. It feels geschmack. It's covered up in Duma. It's called covered up. It's fake. All covered is fake. But this is not obvious. Still gives a guy a little, tickle. Like, it's really good. It's good for me. It's up to you. The other guy. So, no, who was it? I think he comes from Levitz. He's walking in the Bismarck, and somebody said, Chaim Messer married the Kikasha. And he knew he was talking about the Brisker, or Chaim Brisker. He wasn't talking about him. He said, it felt a little good. Yes, I know he's not standing up for me. He's standing for everybody. The whole Tzfat is here, the whole area, the whole B'Shemesh is here. Everybody. So that's one Nakuda. Another Nakuda, beautiful Nakuda here. Very confident. Says Gemara, we're done with this. Just want to say this Nakuda. We stand up for the people bringing Bikurim. Because we want them to come again next year. And whatever the pshat is, either the pshat is Chacham have the right to be machmir in the chassim, or maybe the pshat is that every owner wants his employees to stand up for them. It's coming for him. Look how much it's beautiful, this mitzvah, when you do it. So another nekuda, I think is a very important nekuda, is this idea that when people come, you stand up for them, you give them the covers. I know a few cases, and I've heard the same story a number of times, but I'll tell you the story about my Chavrusa's grandfather. He wasn't, someone who didn't know how to read it, even, not all of them were good. And when he had to say Kaddish, and somebody walked over to the shirt, and it was a very nice thing. Very nice thing. Give him a siddur, said, let me help you out. It says it, and now you should say it. And he stood there and helped him out. And that gave him a feeling of belonging. And he kept on going to that church, and it came from him. And then he had the son, and then a grandson. He came, we made a class on tonight. So I'm going to be my Chavrusa as a big, big part of this year. Pushing me to start this year and everything. Maybe the whole shul is because of that one guy in the shul who came and made this, and gave chizuk to this guy. We have a shir in Ramat Chambers. I know the guys do a phenomenal job. You do even better. Give cover to the guests. Just whatever, like over here. Hey, Boyachim Shalom, Shalom Aleichem. When you look, we do it. I see it with my own eyes every day. They give me the Gemara, Shalom Aleichem, and the Arba. Befrat, it sticks out because when I come, Shalom Aleichem, what's your name, where you're from. Have a special guest table. Make the guys feel good. Make you feel good, obviously. So no, we could do it in our satellite locations. Extra work. I know of shuls. People say, I go to shul, nobody says Shalom Aleichem, nobody says Shabbos for me. They'll say that. I hear that all the time. Shul's like this, shul's like this. There's no reason. It takes 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Shalom Aleichem, nice smile. Keep on walking. The guy feels like $1 million. Right side. Oh, thank you so much. There's a guy, he's so good in the Hebrew show. I said yes or no. No, I didn't say yes. He uses a different word. But both sides have, I didn't say I did. I did. They should look there. You're holding by someone. But both sides have a wonderful
America's Scoreful, spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com. Sponsor at MDY.com.
Good morning, Rabbi. This is was notified live from Switzerland, from Zurich, Zurich. It's a wonderful thing for me to be here. As some of you might know, the Stefanskis come from Switzerland. My grandfather was born here in Switzerland, and it's a big space for me to be here. We had a very long delay in our flight, over an hour and a half, and now it's after 11:30 at night, and there's about 100 people in the room. It's unbelievable. It's very heartwarming. Switzerland, I see a bunch of people that do the shir here. I'll invite more of you to get into it, to see how Geshmak feeling is, how Geshmak the daf is. Tomorrow, we're going to make our way to Austria, which is also very special for me because my grandfather's wife happens to be my grandmother. So my father's father is from Switzerland. My father's mother is from Austria. So we're going to give shiur in Austria for the next weeks. Everyone is invited. Whoever wants to come up to the hotel over there, I don't know what it's called. Weather Village. St. Anton. Okay, smack the food, smack the program, whatever you want. You're invited over there. So, again, a shkoyach, I apologize for the delay. We didn't even go to the hotel. We're straight off of the plane, straight here. We're going to go to the hotel, take a shower, eat a little bit, nothing. Great. So the whole day we're traveling here just because brother was waiting to shkoyach for having patience. So my emails today, a little bit maybe. Let's see. It's hard for me to read. My name is Yitzchak Levy. I'll be 12 years old next week. Oh, thank you. I live in Dimona. I watch your daf yomish every day. I feel that it's changed my life for the better, says the 12-year-old. I'm grateful to the rabbi for his incredible privilege. I only signed on to the Rebbe's, let's say yesterday, but I already have completed 60 dapping together in the Rebbe's shir over the past 60 days. Every evening after I return from the Masmina program at our local toilet, I sit and eagerly wait for the 9 p.m. so I can take part of the Rebbe's fascinating shir. I asked my mother for my birthday wants to come to MD1 with Shemesh. If he wants your birthday present. This is Shemesh. This is unbelievable. I don't know. I'm going to say as if nobody knows anything, only a few people that watch this year. By the way, I thought I was going to come here, it's going to be about 8 to 10 people. They said they want to do it in somebody's living room. So I said, okay, devour it. There'll be a few people. The amount of people at 11:39, it's unbelievable. Mind-boggling. This is a satellite location you're not going to believe where. In Costa Rica. You ever heard of Costa Rica? So actually, we still have 35 locations that watch the show live with us. And it's unbelievable. Some locations have over 30 people. We had the other day 54 people in Beit Shai. It's a regular weekday. Come, they watch with the screen. So you guys are also welcome. Do something like that here. Since somebody spoke to me, one of the guys came to me, I don't remember, maybe he's in the room either. You? Oh, yeah, it was you. Yeah. So, Arva Vaisa, here we are. We're ready. If anybody's interested, what's your name? Jasmine. If anybody's interested in doing like a, because it's very geschmack when you do together. Some people know that in Switzerland, it's just so different. You guys, they're required in their house. No! No, we're not sure. We're supposed to be back tonight. The whole world is the same. I want to say, you start the Eli, I call him Eli and Arya, right? Arya, you guys are put together. Also, the refreshments by Yair Coleman on occasion of the Bar Mitzvah son Yoni. Yishkoyach to Eli. A lot of work went into this. Yishkoyach to the realm. For having us. Where's Yoni? Mazel tov. Beautiful. All right, what else do we have here? I'm just going to, you know what? I'm just going to jump into the sponsorships and jump into the dots so you can finish this off. The official edition of the Shas, except is sponsored by Zevin Yao Shalom, Herod by Ilan and Mary. I just heard today that they're coming to Austria. Shai Benar and Chevet Chabad Ito Bas Avraham. Daf Nun Gimel by Elchanan Pressman, also known as Pressman. Lili Nishmas Yaakov Shlomo Ben Yechiel, Nishmas Yechiel Bas Sechonon. It's out in dedicated memory of Rabbi Meir, Shmuel Berger, Chaim Tzvi, Doug Kron Bracha. The Baji Foundation, you guys can support him in the lines and all the groups support him in the Y. And now, that's how the movement of Gash is. I'll tell you the two better. The first say, if you look on the stream, you see that, you're able to see what I see? What do you see next to Anonymous? A cheetah. Why is there a cheetah there? So I said, this has to do with the safari. And I said in the beginning on Daf Beis and Chulin that I will say the story, but I didn't say the story. Today, Mil Shem will say the story. Today's share is going to have to do with the safari of mice and videos. If you don't like animals, you can go home now. It's Kishmat. But if you like animals, if you like this place up there, you might appreciate it. Shmuel and Omer Schuster to Piyat Tzlach and Nachas from our children. Anonymous for a complete refuah statement on Rishus Yom Kalei Bas Esther, Yoram Daniel Rosenfeld, Rios for Simcha, Anonymous, multi-sponsors in Nishmas, Yoram Tanetam and Mordechai said, took on a drop, a young guy in the Rabbi Church Rifka this week, he came to our shir a lot. Another sponsor for his Nishama, the Tzviz, Nishmas, Yoram Tanetam and Mordechai said, Akoyim to pay the bracha, by Ayisari refuah statement of the Mori Bas Bermir, Anonymous refuah statement for Rabbi Rucham, and Yehudis and Avram Yishai, and Slavic Goyer Amein. The Spanish share sponsors, so we have a bunch of them here. That's one of the places that just opened up in Costa Rica. The first three back from the Mexican satellite location. Mexico started, where else? I don't know, but we're starting now, basically going to start French. They're going to move on to Yiddish. Jacob Weinstock, Mazel Tov on the marriage of Rihanna to Ori, Austria, they build a high number of Israel. Anonymous, very sponsors of Nishmas, Beth, the Leib, and Shmachas Rubenstein, Chaim Levitin, Nishmas, with Chaim Yaakov Aryeh, and Rav Zev Dov, the Holy Rock, and Chaim Happen over Show. The NDY Art, Monk, the Shtema Mordechai Ben Esther, the Shayela Ben Yezel, Ben Ayela Esther. Okay, Rabbi, so here we go. We're having enough one base on base, like 18 lines from the bottom, Omar Avamrim, Omar Av Chizda. This is Daf Yomi, so if you don't know what's flying, you didn't learn a word in Chulin, it's okay. Okay, start right now. Every day is a new topic, every day is new. We have fascinating Chulin turned out to be an unbelievable Masechta, and this parak in particular, there's beautiful, manish, incredible stuff. We have a whole team, as you know, 6 artists that work full time, and they produce a lot of unbelievable stuff you're going to see today. We're discussing the concept called drusa. Drusa is when an animal scratches another animal. It pounces on it and it rips its skin with its paws, with its claws. It really says it has venom. It has a poison in its claws. Some want to say that the poison is bacteria. Today we call it bacteria. Once it cuts through the skin, it can kill the animal with bacteria. Some say it's not true. It's real venom. Yes, real venom. Today we don't know of any animals that have real venom. Whatever you want to say. But let's go with that it's bacteria. So the question, the Mishnah mentions three animals that have this bacteria. Four maybe. Two birds, a hawk and a gas, and two chayes, a wolf and a lion. What about larger animals? What about a smaller animal? What about a cat? What about a dog? Do they have venom? When they scratch another animal, does that animal die? What about another type of bird? What about an eagle? What about a vulture? That's today's subject. Omer of Amram, Omer of Chizda, Musas Katu. Katu, we know the cat. You have cats here in Switzerland all over the place also? Okay, good. Good animals. In Eretz Yisrael, this is an Israeli mongoose. They call that in Hebrew an Miniya. This, when I was in Kibbutz as a kid, I was in the Shitana there, and the Miniya made it into the chicken pen and killed a bunch of chickens, and there's a shaila of Suffolk Drusa of higher pen, of hundreds, thousands of chickens the whole night. Here we see the Miniya eating, actually catching something, they eat meat. Yes, they do have poison, they have venom, but only for smaller animals, very, very small sheep, the baby sheep and the baby goat, that's it. A large goat, large sheep, no. They put the venom, it won't do anything to it. This is Fulda poison. In Hebrew, Fulda is a rat, some call it a weasel. So smaller than a cat, that if an attack a bird, attacks a pigeon, a chicken, that causes it to be traced. That's a drusa. They say I have a problem with this system. Because it says that a cat puts venom inside, it's a problem. It says Jesus Katu, mates, in the meal. So now we have a different list. We have the cat, the meal is good, mates is a hawk. So this hawk is owned by someone that goes to shear in Eretz Yisrael, and he offered to bring it to the shear, and he offered that it should kill some sort of bird right in front of the whole shear. Like maybe that's a little much. And then he says, he calls up, he says, I can't come. I can't come because I found out that if I bring it to you and the police show up, it's 2 years in jail. He doesn't want to do it. It's illegal to have him in Eretz Yisrael. But he says it's not really his. He shows up to his house, he feeds him every day, he can hold him, it's not really his. Fine. This is actually the bird, his bird, or somebody's mashab, eating some sort of other bird. That's all. That's what the Mishnah talks about. Says the Gemara, says the Brayso, Drusa Katu nation real, Achikinokim lefalo avet. Drusa Nestle. There's no such thing when a cat or a hawk or a mongoose, they attack another animal, there's no venom. What can they do? They can make a hole that goes all the way to the kishkis, the iron. One small hole. In the iron, that makes a trade. But nothing to do with venom, nothing to do with the poison. The Rav said, a cat is like that. The Tizbira says the Gemara, Nes Legaris. Well, one of the three things is the hawk. And you tell me a hawk doesn't have venom? It's Mefurish in the Mishnah, but now we just said, hey, that's an hour Mishnah that men based 10 days ago. Beginning of Edu Trefus. It says that a hawk has venom. Holy gosh, the Eiffels come to go in the flame. It has venom towards a hawk has venom when it comes compared to a bird or killing a pigeon. But if it scratches a goat, it won't kill it. That's what it means, there's no venom. But that's why the kasha. Okay, you got out of that one. But what are you gonna do with the It says Mishpurus that a cat has venom. I mean, the price that says a cat doesn't have venom. The other guy trying to get down here, I'm telling you, he's doing some super interesting things that you never heard in your life. This is really, those are just really. So there's two ways to learn. The really says the same thing, but the shah is how it is the whole. Really, I mean, you start making sure that's it. When a cat is not scared, nobody's trying to take away his food, he doesn't inject venom. Not every time he catches something, he injects the venom. If you try to save your animal away from the cat, then stick him with venom. If it says there's venom in a cat, it's better that you're trying to save your animal. Trying to save the animal, the cat will put the poison in the animal. You're not trying to save no poison. But when nothing's going to see them, you saw. Ask the Gemara, murder the Gemara. Tell me that if you're not trying to catch it, then he's not going to put the venom. Oh, but I eat every day is the Havavir of Kahana. There's a chicken in a Kahana's house. There's no Kafubas yet. Can't try to catch it. One is grown up and ran into a room. The doctor got to the head and the door slammed in his face. The doctor was down to the Sikufa. And the cat, its paw started banging on the door, trying to get in. And when it did that, it started to ballet, they found, like, its paws on, they found 5 little drops of red. But the poison, try to put the poison. Now, if you hold that it's not real poison, like I'm trying to put, that's what the Gemara means. It's bacteria. So this is a very big problem. How does a bacteria? How do you put 5 pieces of bacteria in a wall? How do you see it? So you have to probably have to explain that. Like, how is bacteria? The bacteria is from rotten flesh from animals that he ate before inside his claws. And they could take the claws out, you know. And we had in our house one mice, a lot of mice today. I walked through, we live in Israel, and we have a house in Chicago. I came to a house in Chicago, and this giant cat, Shoshona from Gaza, started jumping on us. Tore my clothes, cut me a little bit because his claws were out. Turns out my son, the car, was I was looking start. The guy was about to get a dog now. So he got a cat, an expensive cat. It's F1, look into it. It's big. It's like a relative to a tiger. It's this big. I'm a sugar cat. And we didn't know what to do with it anyway. So we go to sleep. Because just because I made sure, they just come along and scratch me, tore my shirt. 1 o'clock in the morning, my 13, 14-year-old baby, I don't even know how old he was, flying to my room. Cat attacked me, I'm scratched, I'm bleeding. Hey, this is really good. It's just like, no, run to your room. So he looks to make sure that the cat's not there. And he runs into his room, closes his door, and runs into his bed. And then he feels something warm and squishy in his bed. Nice and shahar, the cat snuck in under his blanket. I'm a shooting a cat. But I learned that you look at their paw and it's nice, they catch you, doesn't prefer it. But what they want, the only way they want to go, it's like 5 razor blades come right out like that. That's how it is. Yeah, they can retract and cut. They got different. So on. So I don't know exactly how to explain it, but that's that's the best I can come up with. That they have in there, they have this rotten meat, and when you bang on the door, in anger, that some of the meat went out. Otherwise, it means venom, and we don't know about this venom. But, where? No, it's all about injecting through the claws. If the claws are in, then there's no problem. They don't need this. Let's see. I hear what you're saying. It's problematic, this bacteria. So it says the Gemara. So what's the most question? The most question is, you see that if you put the venom on the door, even though nobody's trying to help the chicken, so the Gemara, no. I tell us one down, I tell us a fair double. when you try to save yourself, when the chicken, the chutz of chicken is trying to run away from the cat, then the cat gets really mad. It's like a human being trying to save the chicken, and then the cat puts the venom. Rabbanon. So now, just pay attention over here, because over here, this Rabbanon, the Lord understands the Rabbanon hold that even if a cat is mad, there's no venom, there's no juice about a cat. That's this Rabbanon. The second, you say Rabbanon to the opposite. I just pointing it out. The Rabbanon that argue on Tanakh over here, they hold that a cat has zero venom. So if this is the hold, there is venom, you only have the Tanakh. One is mad. When a cat gets mad and tries to save something from him, he puts the venom in. Rabbanon Ziyad, yeah, of course he has venom, because you see it's on the door. What's on the door? It's the 5 dots on the door. It's venom, but it's not strong enough. It doesn't burn. Take it down, Brian. So now we're going to switch the wording a little bit, but the reading is going to stay the same. Rabbanon, as I pointed out, I'm going to say the opposite. Bryce goes like Ribi. Besides Ribi, I know yes, Jerusalem before he said ain't Jerusalem, but he said the same exact thing, just reverse words. Yes, Jerusalem, when he said yes, Matzina. Before he said ain't Jerusalem, it's ain't Matzina. It's the same thing. When does a cat have venom? When you try to save something from it. But the big nafkamina over here is Rabbanon. Rabbanon now. There'll be venom in every situation in the world. A cat always feels venom. But the one from Matzina means Jerusalem. Now the one asks the same question, same story. Right? And the brothers that will be that's wrong. Join us around your room. You hit the dash of our face, you close the door, and after the dash, you see two faces, and the cat starts bringing on the door, we start to have to put together, and there's 5 dots of blood. That's all that's going on. That's also fair down, and you try to save yourself. It's like you're trying to, like a human being saving the cat gets really mad and rejects the venom. So this is super interesting. We're going to learn, like, one shot of Rashi, that this happened in 3 different days. Let me just make sure that I'm showing you everything. Oh, no, here. I gotta show you this. Did we do this already? No, not yet. Okay. I don't know if I should show you this video. This is not first meeting on this video. This is too serious. No, this is, not serious.
No choice, I'm starving. I've got to get to the kitchen. Even if you save yourself, you can go and finish it. That says you do nothing, his claws are nothing. Are you talking about the document? Oh. Wow, how are you not scared? I just remembered that with the Akham, he's not dangerous anyway.
Okay, you love it. We are better than this. Something tomorrow. Boy, better Rav Kahana. Rav Kahana asked Rav. We actually saw the other day Rav Kahana and Rashi asked Rav. So here we have Rav Kahana asking Rav. Yes, Juice of Khatum or yes, Juice of Khatum? Does a cat have venom? Oh my leg. The Khumbi is juice. What are you asking me about a cat? Even something smaller than a cat has venom. Even a rat, a weasel has venom. A different day, Rav Kahana bumps into Rav and he asks him, yes, Juice of the Khuda or yes, Juice of Khuda? Interesting. Even though Rav already told him he's Juice about a Khuda, he asked him again. He thought something was funny about the way Rav answered it. So he says, all of a sudden, Rav says there's no juice, not by a Khuda and not by a cat. Then another day, Rav Kahana comes into Rav and he asks him, the Khatum and the Khuda, you have some juice? So he decided to ask both the cat and the weasel together. Yes, the Khartoum, yes, Rusa, the Khuda ain't Rusa. What is going on there? It's a riddle. Says more like Castle. Hold on, Alay, Africa, the Rusa, we're not saying that a weasel or rat has venom for birds, regarding birds, they can kill a bird. Hold on, Alay, Africa, ain't Rusa, when he said a cat doesn't have Rusa, but even rabbit, you're talking about a large sheep. A cat has venom for a baby sheep, not a large one. Hold on, Alay, Khartoum, yes, Rusa, the ain't Rusa, this doesn't look like it's the smaller ones, and here we have all three. We're going to take a look. Now, for a baby, a cat does have. So the Khuda weasel is for birds, right? Okay. So that's also your one shot. So what? A cat has venom for a baby goat, not for a large goat, and a Khuda has for a bird. Yeah, big enough community. No, it's a big checking. We're gonna see soon. Southern Jerusalem. What do? We see a whole story. There was a Southern Jerusalem. They threw it out. They killed the birds and they threw it into the river. That's a cautious. You're not gonna do something like that. You have to open up the whole animal and check if there's any venom anywhere, all throughout the whole. You know, it's now, you know how to do it. You ruined this Rashi. That was yesterday. Let's see. Here, Rashi on Beis and you need a chacham to check it. Rashi, even nowadays, because yes, we're not very good at it, but the Pasuk says every generation. But the halacha is not like Rashi, so we can't even check it. We don't even know how to check it. Yes, we check it. You can't today. You can't. So what process you can't? We don't know how. Talking about worry about Shine Oifos Meir. Let's say here's a Geshmaka vulture eating a bull, a buffalo. Does a vulture have venom or not? Yes, in Jerusa and in Jerusa. And actually, I think that's how I'm maybe less where in Jerusa. Every bird, all these the predatory birds, they have venom. But I'm not in Jerusa, makes bird like that. So why does it need to say only a hawk? Jerusa makes, so I'll tell you why they should talk about a hawk. Because Jerusa makes, look at what I say. The hawk is always has more venom than a regular bird. They're both southern together. Either the hawk could kill with his venom a bird the same size as him, but another bird can only kill something that's smaller than him. The next shot is no. We're gonna go take it up one step. Big down and just set it to the ground. A hawk could kill even a very large turkey, even a smaller turkey. But another bird could only kill the same size. Big down and just set it to the ground. And around time in the of Shimi Barashi, hey, Bruce in the shore. What about a fox? Do they have foxes here in Switzerland? Okay, so a fox is interesting. The fox, what do you think? A fox is larger than a cat or smaller than a cat? Smaller than a cat? I thought it's larger, but it says in the sentence that it seems like they're small. Okay, so it doesn't matter. Here's a fox. Fox with some.
What up, pleasure? A pleasure.
So this is a pretty
nice size. Dude, how you living, pimp? Dude, how you living, pimp? Dude, how you living, big dog? How you living, big dog? That's great to hear. Where's your boy? That's great to hear. Where's your boy? Yeah.
There's a story of Jerusalem, and they brought the Chacham. Yes, Jerusalem. There is a Jerusalem by a fact.
What up, man?
You mixed up the story.
What
It
up,
wasn't a
man?
fact.
She said that she thinks Raphael.
All right.
But where's Fakir? He
Should
said
we
there is
masturbate
a
on
Jerusalem.
Sunday? Should we masturbate on Sunday?
For
You never know. I mean, the question is not necessarily inappropriate. It's a physical act. Where's your boy? Where's your boy? Yeah, let's tell him about it. Yeah, let's tell him about it. No, call him. No, call him. Please.
And all of a sudden I saw a wolf.
Whenever he's in here, I ask him to call you. Whenever he's in here, I ask him to call
The
you.
boy that screamed, you know, you have that over here in Switzerland? The kid that screamed wolf?
Yep.
I screamed wolf.
Yep.
So nobody wants to know.
Because why else is she going to spend some 2 or 3 hours of her life watching some shitty ass movie that you like, that may or may not be an amazing movie, if she doesn't like you?
This big. If she doesn't like you. I was doing 100 miles an hour. In my mind, I saw wolf.
Now, here's my question. Did you call Riser?
Did
you call Riser?
Okay. But that's what happened over here.
Okay.
Here.
We're going to wait 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Did he pick up? 1 second.
Only 3 people?
I'm calling.
Yeah, fuck that. Get his ass in here. Yeah, fuck that. Get his ass in here.
The whole world.
Oh, then he's definitely here.
Maybe he doesn't do it.
I agree with you. I was on his ass the other day about stuff. I was like, dude, I gave him a challenge. I was like, I give Nigerians a challenge every day, and they get it done. And he's like, I'll get it done by the end of the month. It's like, dog. I need him to move faster.
You see this? So the entire time, like, oh, I see. It turns out it's a rock. And he makes a short stop.
Did he
It's
pick
just
up?
a piece of wood that looks like an
Did he
elephant,
pick up?
you know. Okay, anyway.
Why don't you think he picked up?
Omar about it.
Why don't you think he picked up?
There's a
Why don't you think he picked up, big dog?
Why don't you think he picked up, big dog? Not the back. La Fuki Regal Deloy, no back leg. Hey, Jerusalem, it's only
Riser. Dude, I just asked you a question. Why don't you think he picked up?
Why don't you think he picked up? When I was in Morocco 2 weeks ago,
No, that's all that motherfucker does.
and it scratched me and it started bleeding. And everybody got nervous and get rabies and this and that. It's not so partial. I don't know if he has venom or not. We're not talking about it quite. But it's one of the things.
I love him a lot.
Yeah, they might have rabies with people, but not.
It's difficult to light a fire under his ass. He can't anything done. It's always got to be on his time. Which I understand. He's got to do his own thing. I'm not forcing him. But
Oh, he's going behind me.
he certainly is not the go-getter that I'd like him to be. But that's okay. Everybody does their own thing. My question to you is this: are you ready to lose? My question to you is this: are you ready to lose? You're gonna lose. I know it. Riser knows it. Miranda Cosgrove knows it. Did you know Sherry O'Terry knows it? Did you know Sherry O'Terry knows it? You don't even know who Sherry O'Terry is. You don't even know who Sherry O'Terry is. Dude doesn't even know who Sherry O'Terry is. Here, I'm gonna send him an invite, and we'll see if he gets the message. Is he gonna be a little douche? It goes Riser, sending. What are the odds that he comes? What are the odds that he plays? 7%. I think those are good odds. Hey, did you know Australia made it to the second round? Are you
It's all
proud of them?
mikvah. Yeah, it's the season to go to the mikvah every day. When do you
Did you know Canada made it to the second round?
When you know Canada made it to the second round?
Here, I went to Glass yesterday. Where the fuck is Rising?
Yeah, because the Mishnah says when you come out of the mikvah. When
Garbage.
does the venom go
Alright, I'm gonna send
into
you
the
a video.
body of an animal?
I don't know. I don't know.
When he puts the claw in, or when he takes the claw out?
France, usually they're dominant.
He takes the claw out. It's like, when you think that it goes in, no, when he pulls it out.
Alright, I
So
sent you an invite.
the claw,
Are you ready to see one of the best shots I
I
hit in this game?
Interesting game. See?
Now, are you watching this?
They did something.
Dude, are you watching
Maybe
this?
it's just a picture.
Dude, are you watching this shot? That's such a good shot. Some people may consider it one of the greatest shots in the history of the game. Now you need an even better shot. That's a devastatingly bad shot. I'm going to tell you
I
why.
like the soil over there.
Because
Sometimes I go to another city and
it's
they're
going in the water. Or
funny
you have
joke,
a very difficult shot.
That's like, it's all the time ready.
In difficulty, I give your shot
What time did the Swiss
an
do
8.
Do they have a bedtime?
You're going to hit the
government
tree,
says you have to go to sleep
the
at a certain
roof
time.
right
You
here.
get air conditioner,
I'm telling every zoo. Oh, dude.
or they get up
That
and
was
fly.
so almost
So it's
perfect.
That's
That was
wow,
beautiful.
wow, it's unbelievable.
I can't believe it went through so smoothly. Too bad you, my friend, are down one hole in water. I'm going to show dominance. Hit that fucking tree.
Now, the same about the Dorish or the Sierra, we would think that when it went into the bag,
There's a chance I could make it in 2.
it was then in from Mashmallah, Bahadeh, the Shalom, Shadi Sierra. No, it's when he comes out.
I don't
heard there's
think
a
I
kid here
can.
in the finish of famous Seftas. Mendy, who's Mendy?
No.
Mendy, get over here. Get over here, Mendy.
That's not good. That's not good at all. Let's see it. I'm waiting for it. 9 out of 10. Incorrect on that. I mean, you need to make this shot. Your entire career relies upon it.
How many seconds is that?
You just tied one of the
It's only 16,000.
This is one of the best shots you've ever seen. Son. No, it wasn't. It could have gone in the green part. It could have gone in the green part. I've never been good at this second shot. That was not good.
How old are you? 15. And you speak English?
Are you proud of that shot?
Come back. Good news is it's unbelievable. Okay. Oh, so I have a video here. The badge is this. The voice.
Hit my ball, hit my ball, hit my ball, hit my
The
ball.
voice I updated the story.
Yeah,
You guys in the back.
that was good.
Listen. We go on a yearly trip. You can get it. MDY goes on an official trip. It's a shape of appreciation trip. You get a harder felt. MDY, you take them on a trip. This year we went to Morocco.
Oh,
The year before we
dude.
went on a safari.
Dude, that was devastating.
Serengeti.
That was a devastating miss. And I made it with that chicken away. And now you're done. You're not touching me on this hole. Oh no, that was devastating.
So it's very hard to see a kill.
I took the shot
In
too
fact,
quickly.
people that went this far 30, 40 times, Mendy about 130 times never saw one.
That was devastating. Oh, hit the wall.
Our driver was
Short,
in the
short,
safari
short,
that
short.
year for 60 days.
Short, devastating.
Straight, 60 drives and everything. Hasn't seen a kill. So I told him, you're not going to see it. You see it on National Geographic, you see it on TV, maybe, because the guy sits there for months and months and he chops it. Where are they? It's usually at
You
night.
one of the best shots in your career.
But if you want to see a leopard, you want to see a cheetah, the kids are also the number one kill to see is a cheetah kill. It's very hard to see cheetah kills because you can't even see a cheetah. Forget a
Wow,
cheetah.
what a great shot. That was one of the greatest shots that you've ever seen in your entire life.
Lion is very hard, but you can see them because they're very. There's a lot of lions, a lot of this. Fine. We saw lions, we saw leopards. We didn't see. We got to see
That
a
was not
cheetah.
good. Dude, you did not do a good job there.
Feet away. You did not do a good job there.
Dude, you got spanked in this
150 meters
round.
away.
You got spanked in this round.
Absolutely.
Binocular,
I
we
hate
saw the
this.
head sticking out. Okay. Kids are on the way home.
Dude, you've seen me do well on every single hole.
Every
Except
single
this
one.
one.
You didn't see
Except this one.
I'm so bad at this
Zero.
one.
I'm so bad.
No way that's a big shot.
No,
I don't even care what you're trying to do.
Almost getting to the
That's garbage.
And
Terrible
the guy
shot.
in the Jeep said, if we get to see a
0 to
kill
10, that's a 0. Did you watch Tim Dillon on the Joe Rogan Experience? Yes or no? Wait.
That's why you see this guy right over here.
You don't know who Tim Dillon is? He's like arguably the funniest comedian in all of comedy.
Okay, whatever. I showed it to you before.
You don't know who Tim Dillon is?
This guy.
You don't know who Tim Dillon is?
No.
Some man he's never met.
He made Henry Wilson.
How much? 20, 30,000 dollars.
Tim Dillon is this chubby Long Island comic who is gay, but you never know he was gay except for the fact that he talks about sucking his feet. But he looks like a fatty character. He's so funny. And he's like the one comedian, besides for maybe Shane Gillis, who doesn't really hear Joe Rogan. Like all the other comedians, especially Paul Hinchcliffe and everybody else, they all fucking hear Joe Rogan so much. And they want to get on his good side, and they want to make sure that they do really well at the Comedy Mothership and stuff. And Tim Dillon has this hilarious story where he's like, have you ever been inside the green room of the Comedy Mothership? It's literally like the most judgmental place you've ever been in your entire life. Like, you could be from anywhere. You could be from London, and they're like, so where are you from? And you'll be like, oh, I'm from London. You're like, oh, London, well, la-di-da. Well, guess what? Welcome to Austin. You're going to love it. And you're like, oh, okay, yeah, I mean, it's okay. And they're like, no, you don't understand. You're going to love it. You're going to absolutely love it. And they're like, okay, well, I mean, I don't know if I love it that much. They're like, no, you don't understand. You're going to love it. And he tells this story about the opener that he has from New York, who was not as experienced as he is, and so he's like, yes, I brought my opener from New York City, and he performs on the Comedy Mothership, at the Comedy Mothership, and he wasn't having a good stand-up session, and all of a sudden I'm watching him from the balcony, and I can tell he's not having the best sight of his life. It's just unfortunate. It's not going his way. And I have this feeling in the back of my head, like somebody's watching me. And I turn around and it's Joe Rogan. And he's like, he's bombing Tim. And Tim's like, I know he's bombing. I know he's just having an off night or whatever. I know he's bombing. He's like, and Joe's like, he can't bomb. He's going to perform here. He can't bomb. And Tim is like, I know he can't. I understand that. I don't know what's going on. This isn't how he normally is. And Joe's like, well, he's not, he can't bomb. It's like something that he absolutely just cannot do. And are you serious? And Joe's like, I know, Joe. I know. So he gets his opener and tells her to get off the stage. The opener's like, hey, I know it didn't go smoothly. Like, it could have gone better. Tim's like, oh, it went absolutely terrible. You need to leave. And the opener's like, well, what do you mean? I mean, let me just get my stuff out of the green room. And the opener's like, no, you don't understand. Tim's like, no, you don't understand. You need to get the fuck out of here right now. You're gonna have Navy SEALs who are chasing you down because you bombed here. You're not allowed to embarrass me like this. You need to go right now. And the opener's like, okay, well, you know, like 6th Street seems kind of dangerous. Like, I don't know if I should just be going right on the street. And Tim's like, no, you don't understand. I don't care where you go, but you just cannot be here because Joe Rogan thinks that you are. Anyway, Tim Dillon's really fucking funny. If you have, I would say if there's one comedian, in my opinion, really, of all the comedians in the world right now, there is a world where Dave Chappelle's number 1, Shane Gillis is number 2, and Tim Dillon is number 3. I'm not saying I necessarily believe that, but if you told me that, I would actually say that's a pretty good list. I've never seen Tim Dillon do stand-up live, though, and I've never seen Shane Gillis do stand-up live. I haven't seen their specials, but I can tell you that their interviews are hilarious, and they're some of the best podcasters in the game. Well, not of all time, but in the United States, yeah, he was at one time. Not just that, he was the biggest person on television for like 8 straight years. He was. I haven't seen Jerry Seinfeld do stand-up. Yeah, I haven't seen Jerry Seinfeld do stand-up or heard one of his specials in almost 20 years. So, it's hard for me to say he still has it. There was a period of time where after Seinfeld, where he didn't tour or anything for a while. But then he came back. Once he had kids, he started doing stand-up comedy again. I'm not saying it's not funny, but as somebody like could just be like, wow, that is so true. I could do it with Seinfeld, but Tim Dillon and Shane Gillis, at least for life.
It's kind of Seinfeld's probably kind of
yeah, he's cool. You know that. Come on, you know that. You know that. Yeah, oh, for sure. I don't even really know. That's definitely true. Dude, how did I miss that shot? They didn't start all of these things. I would say Adam Sandler was a comedic actor because he was on the Cosby Show and he was on television shows before Saturday Night Live. And then he did Saturday Night Live. And frankly, on Saturday Night Live, he wasn't the funniest person on there. He wasn't really even the top, like,
so that's that picture that I showed you before.
5 funniest people on Saturday Night Live, even in his prime. There were a lot of really funny people on Saturday Night Live. But in my opinion, he was there during some of the strongest Saturday Night Live bits, or times when they had Saturday Night Live. They had, when he was there, Chris Farley, David Spade, they had
they went like this in one line. Like it makes sense. That was like
Tim
they were
Meadows.
like that. But if you find one here,
They
one here, one over
have
there, then
Chris
it wasn't
Rock.
like all that. Itma.
They have.
Chris Rock.
Oh, Zoot. Good job. We're gonna leave it at that.
Oh, good job. We're gonna leave it at that.
I'm good.
Now, a Suffolk. Why? So we gotta find
Is
It's still the biggest show on Saturdays in the United States. But oh yeah, in terms of who they get,
Oh yeah. In terms of who
they'll
they
get
get,
everybody big.
they'll get everybody big.
I mean, the people who have been on it
The people who
are
what if you don't know if it was a dog
like
or a
Elon
cat
Musk
or
is
a
done.
Hey, Macau, say the
You name it,
doesn't have any.
everybody's
You name
basically
it.
done.
Oh, Chelsea, you take something like
The only people who I think haven't done it are like I don't think Tom Cruise has ever done it.
I don't think Tom Cruise has ever did it. Done it.
That we also have a video.
But I mean, they had like
But I mean, they
Prince
have
on there. They
Prince on
had
there.
Michael
They
Jackson
had
never did it.
Michael Jackson.
He was too big. But they had Britney.
Spears.
Yeah, but they had Britney Spears in her heyday.
Yeah, but they had Britney Spears in her heyday.
They had Christina
You guys know
Aguilera.
why I'm here, right?
Britney Spears hosted though.
Britney Spears hosted.
They asked me to join the peace process. What?
They had I don't know, like Sydney Sweeney.
Yeah.
Sydney Sweeney was on there.
Sydney Sweeney.
That was metal Thursday. We saw 1,000 wildebeest and a giant lion just walked right through them.
I'm gonna look this up.
I'm
Who
gonna
are the
look this
biggest
up.
celebrities not to do so?
And just put them
Like that's the list that you need, not the ones who have.
Like that's the list that you need, not the ones who have.
Biggest celebrities to never do Saturday
Biggest
Night Live.
celebrities to never do Saturday Night Live.
All right, here we go, big dog.
Right, here we go.
Denzel Washington, Leonardo DiCaprio, Beyonce, and Julia Roberts are among the most prominent stars who have never hosted the Saturday Night Live. But the thing is, they're like another level. They're really, really big. Despite their massive global fame, those actors and musicians have not taken to the role of host, with some never appearing on the show at all. So some people have, but they weren't on the show. They didn't host it. Angelina Jolie, Meryl Streep, Tom Cruise, Mark Hamill, and some like Sacha Baron Cohen have made brief appearances or monologue spots. They've not committed to a full hosting job. But everybody else has done it. Several celebrities have explicitly turned it down.
Just a way to say, Ask Mark if the internet went down for a second.
Kevin Hart, Lisa Kudrow, and Jim Carrey auditioned for parts but were not hired. Though Carey and Hart have since hosted multiple times. But aside from that list that I just said, Denzel Washington, Leonardo DiCaprio, Beyonce, Julia Roberts, Angelina Jolie, Meryl Streep, Tom Cruise, Mark Hamill, Sacha Baron Cohen, well, he did, like everybody else has done it. Will Ferrell's done it, Tom Green's done it. Yeah. Do you know who Natalie Imbruglia is, Zoot?
Do you know who Natalie Imbruglia is?
Then we saw the mother, and we decided we're big scientists. And we decided the mother.
Dude, do you know who Natalie Imbruglia is?
Do you know who Natalie Imbruglia
They
is?
chased the lions away. And that's what I want to show
Dude.
you. You can see that a buffalo could chase a lion away. And then they made a circle, and they went around where the body was. Went around and around. There was the a levaya. We watched the levaya for a buffalo. So keep looking top line. Keep looking the Yuka Shasi, the Yuka character on when the lion is quiet and they make noise. I have a lot of personal thoughts to the President of the United States. I'm not going to say anything, but sometimes certain individuals they scream a lot. If you don't listen to me, in 2 days from now, you're not going to have a country left. In a week from now. In a week from now, if you don't listen to me, and then, okay, you can have everything. I'll give you $300 billion. This will save them. So sometimes but those who make a lot of damage, they don't speak at all. That's what the Gemara is saying over here. The lion, when he's quiet, it might be an indication that he made a lot of trouble. He killed a bunch of these bulls. They're making noise. He's killing them. He's actually scared. That's why I showed the video of him running away. Sometimes he's running away from the bull. Says the Gemara,
You fucking left.
the law is like
Like
Shmuel.
you douche.
We have a doubt
Like
in the
you
Drusa.
fucking
We have to be
douche.
concerned.
Fuck
Hold on,
you.
Rashi.
Zoot
What sponsor? We
literally
don't have
is
time now.
the
Hold on, Rashi. That made my
worst
eyes around my.
communicator.
What about Rav who says that we're not concerned about a Drusa?
Who's the best communicator? Grant.
The best.
Interesting that tomorrow's daf, which is going to say, who's Rav? Who's this person Rav? He means it seriously. You never heard of him. And we're going to explain to him. He's God, the whole thing.
Yeah.
I didn't hear of it. Koloimai, what it really means is Spherically, I don't believe in Rav Shita. But he's saying Mahodabay Rav, the Shmuel Rav retracted. He says, no. I hold like Shmuel. We have to be concerned.
Joe Rogan podcast, chicken oot.
Joe Rogan podcast, chicken huge.
There's a story. But all
Joe Rogan podcast, chicken oot.
Joe Rogan podcast, chicken huge.
Day by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
So he didn't want to pass him. Shadrin will come in the Shmuel. So why didn't he want to pass him? So you see that he retracted.
Dream by day. Joe Rogan podcast by night.
Joe Rogan podcast
All day.
Very interesting.
Joe Rogan podcast, chicken oot.
He didn't say it straight. He took them, choked them
Joe
to death,
Rogan podcast.
and threw them in
Check
the
it
water.
out.
podcast.
Do you really think that Tim Dillon could be the top 3 funniest comedians in the money? Check it out. Check it out.
Check it out.
Some animal came and scratched one, maybe not. It's a suffix.
Joe Rogan podcast. Check it out.
So what do you tell me? He retracted it? So it's real?
Joe
If he took it
Rogan
back and he said
podcast.
it's also, it's also.
Check
Why is
it
it
out.
not Pascal? Go to school.
Good fucking yawn. That's one of the best yawns in the history of yawns.
Maybe they didn't just don't want to pass him. It was a small city. Now I don't want to pass him. That's the more side question. Why didn't he choke it? He didn't walk up an hour, throw it alive into the water. No, that's not good. The fire can stop it. They'll fly away, and then somebody's going to catch them. And the Jew. Oh, maybe that's why. I never plugged it in. Okay, let's just finish up. I'll close eyes. Where's my... you already get it? I forgot to plug in. That's the problem. It's my problem. The internet here is good, but when it's not plugged in, it doesn't stop as well. No, it's in that drum pocket, small pocket. Open up that zipper, yeah. But it's not the first time you call in the store, for sure. No, there, maybe in the pocket behind it. Yeah. A lot of them, yeah. Does these outlets work in there? On this side. Come around. Say the before the comes out. That's why. Oh yeah. My fault. The whole thing came back to life. Mark, he's clapping. Man, the internet is working. Wow, what a sheer to have not work. No, okay, fine. No work. Let's just go back to the Savior. We're almost done. So why sometimes the other issue? So says, why did you have to check it? We're finally going to run away from the river. We're seriously famous. So wait 12 months and see if it's a trait or not. Also, this is if you have a lot of birds that are walking around in your house, some of them are summer traders. So eventually you're going to shut one, and by mistake you're going to eat it. Who's beating the guy? It's a sell dog guy. Also, he's going to sell. What does the guy do? He's going to sell back to the Jew, and it's going to be a summer trade. So why do you have to throw it into the river? Check it, throw it in the garbage can.
Look at this athleticism, folks. This is really unprecedented footwork.
He wanted to show that this is Mamashah. This is the fact we're allowed to do that. However, a story. There was a goose, a duck, the Havabe Rav Ashi that came. That was at Rav Ashi's place. All the went between the knees, between the wood. His neck was full of blood. Yeah. So, we didn't know. Why is he bleeding? Did a cat attack him or did the wood attack him? Rav Ashi, the tree attacked his neck. Rav Ashi, didn't we just say something Kalba, something Shunra, in our Kalba? We don't know if it's a dog attacked him or a cat. Let's go with the Shunra, let's say a dog attacked him. Afanami, Savitali, Savitshunra. When you have a suffix, you don't know if the piece of wood gave him a cut or a cat. Let's go with the Shunra, Makanya, Machia, the Boisa. Have a wonderful day. Yishper for coming. Beautiful.
Somebody was telling me they went to Bucky's and the soccer teams were at Bucky's for the first time and they just won themselves. Of course, imagine that's your first experience as you have American walk course. Your first time was across the ocean. It's one of the most American places, as you've said, exists. You have this gas station. It's also like part of the station. And all kinds of other shit that you can eat. Yeah, this guy, dude, elevation. This is a gas station. God, what do you see how big they are? Yeah, gas station, 24 million views. That's hilarious. It's really alien in your culture to have a place like that where you can provide.
Good morning, Rob. Boys. I think people think I'm in Austria. I've never seen a room like this. Shalom Aleichem. What's your name? From? Whose volume is on? Shalom Aleichem. Is that those are your suitcases outside? Your cousin. He's leaving or coming? No, who came with the suitcases? I want to say Shalom Aleichem to the guest. Oh, Shalom Aleichem. Where are you guys coming from? You just came now. You're in yeshiva. So you came with the. You plan on sleeping here or stay? Shalom Aleichem. What's your name? Shalom Aleichem. And you also from Detroit? Shalom Aleichem. What's your name? Shalom Aleichem. Daniel. Shalom Aleichem. No. She was fucking getting up at 7 o'clock in the morning, 6:30. Come on. Talk about you guys. Listen, without you guys, it'd be like literally 20 people in the room. Oh, yeah. To remind the Oilam, because Nachman Tzatz didn't see this, we have Shabbos is Achdus. We took the entire hotel, the Royal Hotel on Yam HaMelech, Be'ezer Hashem. It's going to be a beautiful MDY Shabbos, save the day. There's a Shtita, what?
What happened?
No, this is the covered Rosh Hashanah.
Frozen?
Right there. Oh, no, after Austria, there's another trip. Don't worry about it. Shrita by Ron Weisfish in
What are you talking about?
Manchester.
What are you talking
I
about?
went to this week. I fell.
What are you
The bathroom hit my head. It was good. I wanted to set the concept. Being a good comment, I asked them already. They did that. They did it. I mentioned your name. I wonder who it was. Let me just show you the picture of him. There he is, sitting there in the hospital trying to set it. It's the blood. Wow. You can actually see the blood that came out of his head. I didn't even notice that. That's a lot of blood. Wow. But here he is doing the doc. Wow. That's dedication.
Take the muscle relaxer.
You
have nothing.
I started watching the shear at 7:10. I got interrupted after 40 minutes. But this is how
Take
you have
half
changed
of
my
it.
life. Every day,
You got all day today to sleep.
routine. I
You got
got
all
my
day to
shoulders
sleep.
days down.
Minutes to clear. Take a quarter of it.
Put 5 staples away. I told them I had a few minutes to go. The shear is such a thing.
Then take half
Put
of
in the
it.
staples while you learn.
Then take half of it.
Now it's like the whole Skylar, who was that surgery? Fucking, somebody, the stapler.
Do it. And then we'll be in bed.
Stapler.
Sleep all day today. You don't have to go to work.
No, it's a shot.
You don't have any expenses to pay now for tomorrow. You don't have a hair appointment. You don't have a nail appointment. You don't have a dermatologist. You don't have anything. But the whole day to relax. The whole day you can relax.
Okay. Anyways,
I mean from sun up to sundown. You can rest that leg again.
Yes, you know, my wife complained. My wife complained that I'm fixated by the doctor
3:23 where you are.
Welcome to the club. Baruch Hashem, a few weeks ago, my friend's wife complained to me that ever since I introduced him to Shiurim, it has taken over his life. How's your wife? Over here, there's too much going on. This right over here, because it's disturbing. How does your wife handle this? Finally, I've used the word, no, this is not true. Called to biggest shikayach on all your team's efforts to return to the masses. Menachem Roner, Sanhedrin, Daf, the Beis, the shikayach. Here he is, Shlema. Thank you. Wow.
You'll sleep till 10.
The secret behind it,
And you'll be resting
there's a
your leg
lot
a
of
few
people
days.
doing this at Torah. Unfortunately, Noam's not here. He's not feeling well. Is he better? I don't know if he's going to make it on the trip or not. The secret behind the morning Rabbi says, the eyes actually the recognition that we are never finished. Before the eye comes, it's just good morning Rabbi side. GMR, which is Gemara.
You already woke up at, you already woke in the middle of the night and having trouble sleeping.
It's happening now, and there's like comedians even from now, like things that just now.
I'm watching.
That base, this one started that base.
There you go. Just put it in your mouth. Down the hatch.
Says, I'm not done. The Yid is never done. Returning to the Gemara is an inherent step to getting to that base, which is an aleph with a padal and a kuda associated with chachma. When we call
did it.
we're drawing down the flow of wisdom from Hashem to open our mind with the perception of wisdom that comes from the Am. What better plea to reveal soif, ain't soif, than Aleph Samach, Eli Stefanski. You worry about saying, much love means linger. Those of us who wanted to go to
I can't go to bed till I go to sleep.
really appreciated this. Those are not a little less. Official edition of the one shots, Masechta, Zeviyahu Shalom, Perek, Ilan, and Mary, David Davici. Initially, Shaya, Ben Aaron, Yechab, Betava, Ito, Basa, Avraham. Daf, Nun Beis, Dov, Eisenberger, Talmud of Chassid. Oh! Now I stop. Dov, Eisenberger, your Talmud of Chassid. The other one, I think in the Gemara it says, with regard to my father, Gershon Eisenberger, Tzaddik, Nonov, and my grandfather, your Talmud of Chassid. You can darshan it both ways. Your Talmud of Chassid is father, which makes sense. But over here, Dov Eisenberger, your Talmud of Chassid. I think it's talking to gratitude to my father, Gershon Eisenberger, Tzaddik, Nonov, and my role model. Maybe he's also probably Talmud of Chassid, his father. Okay, I'm still with David Salomon, dedicated to himself, dedicated memory of Bornberg, those who want to drop the Foundation, Gratitude, Sworn for the Lions, and all the supportive anonymous and stuff. Who's the guy's reason? Thank you, Chief Benny. Shmuel and Oliver Schuster, that's looking up for one. Anonymous, for completely full name, anonymous, to lay by Sester. Yeah, but Daniel Roosevelt, Bruce Simcha. Anonymous, the English Masion Tanetam, Ben Mordechai Zev, Akkoyin, Zechron of Bracha. The Tzvi's, the English Masion Tanetam, Ben Mordechai Zev, Akkoyin, Zechron of Bracha. Still in the Shiva. Monthly sponsors, Are You Side of the Full Shlema of Imori Baruch Ben Miriam, Anonymous, Full Shlema for Rufin Ben Yehudis and Avram Shayef and Slava the Lawyer of May. Weekly sponsors, the Spanish Year sponsors, in honor of the Spanish Year sponsors, in honor of the first three bought from the Mexican satellite location, Shmuel Yuda Abramchik, Coach Yado, Enoy Greenberg, and by Yaakov Weinstein, Mazel Tov on the marriage of Rihanna to Turi Osru. May they build a Baitam and Yisrael. Anonymous, in honor of Reuben Elio ben Zoira, the Refuah Shleima Horev Amei, Yomen Akmati, first years out of our mother Rivka Bat Yehuda dedicated her life completely to her family. And they are Refuah Shleima Mordechai ben Esther. It was Ayela Daniel Zev Ben Ayela Esther. Rabbi Isai, here we go. Daf Nun Aleph, 50 daf. We're holding like 14 lines from the bottom. Omar Meimar, 13 lines from the bottom. Omar Meimar Mishmei Rabdim in our dog. When an animal falls, you have to check the entire but what do the guys do? They tell food. The whole digestive system, thank you. In Hebrew, I can't remember the words in Hebrew, I have to say it in English. In English, in Hebrew, it's Merzer. That all I need to do now is start a shir in Yiddish. That would be like check the entire digestive system, the whole intestine. Start from the entire length of the spine and all the ribs. You gotta check to make sure there's no internal damage. The animal falls, 10 seconds, but be concerned that this. What about the trachea and the esophagus, the colon, the veshet? The animal fell. We have to be concerned that maybe it popped out of place. In the philo, you don't have to worry about it. They are in good shape. They're very strong. They withstand a fall. That's not the issue. Yes, it's like in a human beings that fall, what breaks? Their ribs, their ribs. You never really hear that the guy's esophagus popped out of place. You know what I'm saying? The esophagus is pretty good. For me, this is one of the most interesting Gemaras I've seen in a long time. Because now we're going to discuss when a bird falls on a certain material. Now, the idea is, and the Gemara says all the way at the end, that there's two types of falls. All of you, especially the guys over 70, know what parkour is and how to jump off of roofs and in parks and jump over fences. And there's a way to jump off a two-story building. You know, you jump and you like, what's the word I'm looking for? Get up for a second, show us. Get over here. So you're probably better than a lot of us. You absorb. That's the word I was looking for. Is that the word you really want? You try to absorb the fall. Now, if you can absorb the fall in a better way, like, let's say parachuters, not the guys that do it for fun, but the guys in the army, they don't give them something that you just fall out of the plane, right? You fall fast. But when you land, you don't want to land on your 2 feet because you break your legs. So you like roll, I don't know what, different things. If you were to jump off a two-story building, but on an angle, it'd be a lot better. Let's say you hit a wall that has an angle to it, it'll be a lot better. It'll absorb the fall a lot more than if you fall straight on a piece of concrete. That's the whole sugi here. That's the end of the day. Anything that is slippery and that it's not going to give a jump like that. In yeshiva, a guy thought he could jump. He thought he could jump out of a two-story building. He jumped and he broke both of his legs. I said the story and said, everybody had a friend that tried it and it wasn't very successful. Before it became a thing, you know. The guys tried it like straight from, let's Why try one floor? Let me try 2 floors. 1 floor is garden. Fine. But what's the hell? Why do I say it's one of the most interesting suggestions? The Gemara gives 27 examples of different things that a bird could fall on. And to me, I was surprised that one of them is not from Rekis. Like, once you go through sand and cotton and 27, like why do I need so many? I don't understand. I don't get it. Well, that's how it's so it's easy, it flies. You just have to understand what these things are. I don't know all these 27. You'll help me out a little bit. And we're gonna go back to it. Rabbi Yehuda ben Shmuel. Most of us, some of us are scared of water. Most of us try to dive into the water once in a while, and you do a little bit of a belly flop. Ooh, wow, does it hurt? So what if a bird with its wings tied fell onto the water? I guess these are all things that happen. These are common materials that birds fall on. Interesting. So as long as it can swim 1 bird's length, so you showed that he's not in the food. Doesn't have crushed organs. He's able to move. We're going to see later on if an animal steps up, if an animal walks, they're all signs that he's okay. He doesn't have any internal damage. And this is only a bird who was able to swim from downstream upstream against the flow of the water upwards. But if he swam from up down, that's nothing. That's not a raya. He's floating and he happened to make his way downstream. Big deal. And if the water is it's just staying, it's not going anywhere. Less than that. But what's interesting is that Rashi says in this case that even if you went upstream, even if you went down, but I thought it's timing. It's that. It's staying. So the way he talks about it, he says the water is moving slightly, and he doesn't have to prove himself that he went upstream because it's barely moving. So for a bird, it's nothing. Let's say you have a leaf, so a piece of floating wood on the water. So now you know the speed of the water. But he's Vikatme, he swam quicker than the wood. So he's going downstream. We said he has to swim upstream. But look at the detail, the amount of detail. It's crazy. So he really has to prove himself by swimming upstream. But he can also prove himself swimming downstream if he's quicker than the floating things on the water. Floating, they're going 5 miles an hour. He's going 10 miles an hour. So obviously you see that he's capable. Okay. Here's a view of this is a real story. He's not made up. He's not AI. I guess in Colorado, wherever it is, if a bear comes into your front yard, you have an issue. So like they shoot him with a gun or something. I'm assuming, and then they try to catch him. So that's a dream of Matiach. Is this Matiach? If it's taught, and the bird fell into broken. I love the end. This like happens every day. Look at the truck. Danger, live beer. Like they have this ready. This is the nice Chol Yoy. Okay. Nice little circle. I don't know why it's like a tube. Could have been like a back. No, it's comfortable for me. Okay. Shmak. If it's taught, like these guys, as you saw, the professionals, there was a little bit of a stomach in that blanket. It gave it a little bit of absorb. So, Chashina means you have to be concerned that it's broken bones. Yeah, if it's not tall, no Chashina. If it's folded up, no Chashina. Has a nice cushion. Is the Mikarve Kitri Chashina? If the net that you're catching with it has these knots that are close together, so now you have to be concerned that you got broken bones on these knots. If the knots are further apart, you don't have to worry. I guess these are all things that they used to do back in the day. Kitna, the cotton, David, Betune, Kashinon, it's a bunch of bundles, it's very tough. The Haigisa, like Kashinon. So we have a nice video over here. The Haigisa. Like I explained before, if the bird falls directly This is not a good video because his wings are flapping. You know, without flapping wings, he falls on the pinnacle, on the spitz of the bale. Then it will destroy his bone. But if it's on the side, so it moves a little bit, it's a little bit of a slant, it absorbs more of the impact, and then we don't have to worry about his bones and everything breaking. He falls on the slant part, blood pressure. Yisuri also, we're talking about reeds, Kashina, on the very top. So if you're concerned, kidney dying and up it. If you have cotton that's pounded and combed, no Kashina, it's soft. Dying lit off it, it just pounded, but it wasn't the comb, so it's not that soft. Kashina, David Bizri, if small bundles, Kim the Ikebe, Kidri, Kashina, and small bundles have you tie together, so it's not, except you're concerned about the knot breaking bones. Dr. Kashina, if it's like the stuff that comes out of the cotton, the doctor Kashina, it's finer stuff, it's soft. Navra, Kashina, it's the what? No, it isn't. Doctor Kashina, the doctor Kashina. Oh, I just realized in Chicago when I was giving the Laney class that I had over there, so I did some and they have a very special place in Chicago. The Warner family, giant building that they help Rabbeim after hours, and tons of Rabbeim and lawyers come there, and they have machines and they do all this, arts and crafts. So they have artists over there. They help Rabbeim draw. So I went there and said, I have a shir. So the guy over there, he did something called Dikta. Something like that. Like instead of Dikta, he made it Dikta. And that was our logo. Because I was teaching us a Dikta, like the Moran and oil, how to. So I'm just Dikta here. That's the word. Dikta. Just Navashino. Like if it's very fine, Navashino. Navra. Those little strings on a palm tree. Kashina, they're too tough to fall on. Kata, Kashina, but if you split them, then they're softer. Kitma, Kashina. This is super interesting. Sifted ash. You have ash, sifted. You have to know. It's tough. You don't sift the ash, so it can absorb the fall. It's soft. We're going on. We're not even there. We're at number 6 feet. Thin sand is not a concern. It's soft. If it's heavier, it's thicker, then it can break bones. In other words, don't think that, you fell on sand. Sometimes sand is not very geschmack to fall on. Avaz Crawford, Hashinon, in Bnei Brak, I remember they had a truck over here. They put the whole pile of sand to make so kids would actually jump out a very high, like a 3rd story, fall into the sand because it's so that's called out. And I thought, right now, that's outside. But the kids play it. They're like a little bit more adopted in this generation. I'm talking about kids going to the building. What are you doing there? Falling in. I'm good. Okay. Avaz Crawford Hashinon. Tivna. Volvic Bizga Hashinon. Straw. Made a bale out of straw, so now it's a tough little, it's a batch. Loivet Bizga, but if you just have a whole pile of straw, Loivet Hashinon saw. Heat. David holds him in Nayah Hashinon. Wheat and everything that's similar to wheat, like how do you say she's going in rye, Rashi, rye. Sorry, hold them in Nayah Hashinon. Again, anything that's similar to barley and everything that's similar, wheat, everything, they're tough. Polyminate kidney eyes, all types of, I say kidney eyes, beans. Hey, by machine suge for they're softer. Ladarman rubia, fenugreek. Here. Hilda. Chimtze, by machine suge for peas. No, this is type of, I guess, afuna. Is soft. Chimtze, yes, boy, machine suge for The arbus that we eat on Shem Zocher, those are tough. Whoever goes to Shem Zocher knows, those are tough. Hummus, they can crush your bone. Finally, after 27. Well, in the middle, so here's the rule. So meat is the mashri, anything that's slippery, so it absorbs more of the fall ink. But you don't have to be concerned about Rizgavar, not mashri. But if it doesn't slide, yes, but true Rizgavar, if it has Rizgavar. Well, you gotta call your Mardi Gamaisa. Some of you are gonna be bored, especially those who heard it last night. It's one of my favorites. Classic. Lived in Kensington, they had places on 4th Street. Just went by that house, I knocked on the door, but they weren't home. My father decided, if I was grown, if he went to the mikveh every day, he decided he needs to build a mikveh in his house. So we had no clue. He called like $60,000 for the mikveh, and we were just build it ourselves. So what do you do? Step number one is break the basement floor. So you break the basement floor and start digging. Start digging and working with the mice start coming out. You would see them running around in the dirt. It was crazy. So we had a magif of mice in our house. Mamish magif is pretty gross. So no rats, nice little mice. So running around. And we were putting traps everywhere around the house, including my bedroom had a glue trap. One day, I'm waking up for davening for, I think I was just my blooming. Wake up, first thing I do is I look over the wall and I see a mouse trapped. Trapped on the glue. I don't have patience for these guys. I roll over and go back to sleep. I don't know how much longer later. Must have been before 2 o'clock in the afternoon for sure. I wake up. I come out of bed, and as I put my feet on the floor, I feel something gooey and mushy on the bottom of my foot. And I look down and I see a crushed mouse. But the problem is that my foot is on the glue trap. And I can't get the glue trap off. And there's a dead mouse on my foot. Anybody that had the experience to touch a mouse, probably remember you in this room. That's not a great experience, especially if you're a little bit of an innocent. If the guy next to me is moving his foot over and it bothers me, well, imagine a mouse in the bottom of your foot. How you doing? How you doing, Charlie? Anyway, so I was able to pull and yank. I got it off eventually. And then I like rubbed my foot on the floor in the carpet for like, I don't know how long. I thought maybe I had a shemets of mouse on me. I was tummy there where I was saying, there's not a sheret mace on the bottom of the foot. Fine. But Baruch Hashem, that gave me a brilliant idea. Why? Years later, I was already married, living in England, and one morning I hear like one of those machines that breaks concrete. That's what it sounded like. And I come outside and I see a woodpecker looking at my window. It's a beautiful bird, very rare, even in England. The next day, same thing. Non-stop, like crazy. But repeat, hello. It's 1 o'clock. I'm still trying to sleep. What's wrong with you? This is before the afternoon, not 1 o'clock in the morning. In the afternoon, Navi. Yeah. Well, I wanted for the mice. I got to show the island what it looks like over here. This is what a woodpecker looks like. Look at the damage it can cause. That's a real house. That's not what it sounds like. I'm serious. And you're sitting, you're like sleeping right there. Next to it. It's not about. And then I remember the mouse. What do you think I did? So I go and I buy a glue trap. I take a ladder, and I climb up, and I look where he made the hole, and I put it right below where he's making the hole. Next day, there's no noise. I come there, I see like part of woodpecker feather on the glue trap, and that was it. He never came back again. So if anybody had, why am I telling you this, Maisa? Pigeons, they do. They sell the stuff. They sell it. I have it. It works. It works. They have a spray they put down, and they still. You want a pigeon with the glue? You want to deal with it? You did it. It's a great idea. The spray, but the spray stays forever. It makes it hard. Yeah. So says the Gemara like this. Here, check this out. It's unbelievable. I didn't invent this. This is in the time of the Gemara. This trick. I probably got it from here. If you put down glue on a trap and a bird's wing sticks to it and it falls down, is that risky environment? If the woodpecker falls from the second floor down, is that his organs break? We have to be concerned. Remember the whole thing. How many wings get stuck? Because let's say only one wing gets stuck, he has another wing that could lessen the impact. We're talking about impact. It's all about impact. On the same bale of hay, sometimes it breaks and it doesn't. It's on the side. So here, all you need to do is flap your wing a little bit. Maybe you lessen the impact. Okay. You see, Manon, it says one wing doesn't work really. It really doesn't. Okay, so let's see. Real double. Debug. Debug. Oh, it reminds me of the debug in the time of Palestine. We'll talk about it later. Rav Ashi Shari. Tamimar also. If a bird falls down on a glue trap, he's stuck, his wings are stuck. He is also according to Amemar. Rav Ashi is not a problem. If the problem is one wing gets stuck, the other wing is like the mouse. How does the mouse make it to my bed? Because only two of its feet got stuck on the glue trap. The other two were off, and it kept on moving until he got to my bed. One wing is not the end of the world. If Shari, he has one wing to lessen the impact. You please. The Machlokes is two wings. And also, how is he going to stop his fall? And the Shari on our and all things. So what's the other? What's the other tzad to say that it's okay? So let's say this is a wing, and the wing is stuck in the glue. But you still have the rest of the wing. They can move. It's not the whole wing is stuck. The ends of it are stuck on the glue, but from where the bone, the wing attaches itself to the body, it can still move a little bit. That moving lessens the impact. Some learn it, the trade out of the two wings stuck to the blue trapper. He agrees that it's also, he has no way out of this. He's just like a human being falling over a 5-story building. You can't flap anything. Flap your hands. It's going to help you. Keep leaving the chadda. But the reason I like is in one wing. He could fly a little bit with one wing, and therefore lessens the impact. And the one who says that it's also, it's recent environment, it's broken bones. Give them a highly multi-bark. I don't know exactly how it works, but I could assume a bird flies with two wings, and when one doesn't work, then the other one also doesn't fly. It's not a thing. By now, the multi-bark, the other one is not doing much at all. Not like in our video that it has like a nice descent down. The office of the Tregapi also. The halacha is when there are two wings stuck to the glue trap, the animal has broken bone. The Chad Gapa Shari, no, it is in fact a lessening of the impact when there's one wing attached. There's a mercy. Rashi here, it's good to remember this Rashi for all shots. He says like this: in our days, what do we do in Rashi's days, in the times of Rishonim? Forget about in 2026. Talking about how many years ago they lived? 700? Rashi? How many years ago? 1,000 years. Yeah, 1,000 years. Okay, 1,000 years ago it says. In the Alam's Dois it says that anytime you have a problem with the Fulo, Shpura, Drusa, all these halachas, the Miskashi Rudiko that a shofet could open it up, a rough should look inside. That's in the earlier generations, 1,200 years ago. 2,000 years ago. We don't know what we're doing. Says the Hachdolos can't rely. We don't know this stuff. Says Rashi, I don't agree with this. Every generation, it makes a lot of sense. Every generation has its own Rabbanim. So what? We're in a Shvacher, Madrega, but God gave us the ability in every generation. But what do we listen to? When I cook, we say, every generation has the Yom. You should bring all the best guys. Unfortunately, I know you're all excited about this, but Shulchan Aruch doesn't pass like Rashi. It passes like Lav's Doyles. But in our generation, we're not beginning this stuff. Okay. But we don't know exactly what we're looking for. If you're looking for broken ribs and broken spine, you're right. What about different internal? You need more of an MRI for testing and all that stuff. Yeah, you're talking about. Huh? All right, that's ready. There's a new Madrega, tons with Torah. Bring psukim from Avodim, comparing it to birds, Gival. So now we have a whole sugya about ribs. Lucky us, we have crazy artists who made this a lot more enjoyable for us. Not much understandable. Oh, you know how much a rib cost at my daughter's wedding? That was 7 years ago. Each rib for. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's a type of rib. Yes. Just as the caterer, because I cater what my company catered it. As the caterer, it's dead, but it's more for it. Then each lamb chop is $11. No? It's $11. But that's car, but that prices went up since then. So how many did you have? You can still taste it. You can still taste it. How many did you have? The mice, how many? It was the nice amount. Listen, you come from Israel, and you're still hungry. Try for food on the flight. So it says in the Mishnah, if most of its ribs were broken. Now, how many ribs need a break? What's roiv? So an animal actually has 26 ribs. So roiv would be 14. Maybe. But that's not the roiv. Roiv is 12. Why? Because we don't care about two of the ribs on each side. We don't care about the two red ones. Why don't we care about the two red ones? According to one shot, okay, we're just going simple, make it easy, Rashi. These two, they don't have marrow. They're without bone marrow. So they're not, they look like everything else, but they're not. So we're left with 11. All the white ones. So what's the majority of 11? 6. Now, you don't have to have 6 on each side. As long as you have 12 total broken ribs, you can put all of them on one side, all 11 on one side, and one on the other side. That's 12. You can do 6 and 6. You can do it any way you want, as long as 12 are broken from all of them. What part of the rib? See, the rib goes all the way around. So it needs to be the upper part. Great. Let's see inside. Rib slice. 6 mikan v'sheish mikan, 6 on the other side. 11 on one side, 1 on the other side. Here, take a look over here. 11. They break on the upper part. You see, there's even a purple line over there. From that line, let's call it, that's the halfway, from that line up, that's where it has to break. That's where the ribeye is. Up. V'simano, ribeye. Okay, great. We're talking about not the red guys, we're talking about the ones, the large ones that have marrow. Omar Ula says, exactly Omar, exactly said, Nekru, Rosh Sadefad, there's a difference between breaking and uprooting detached completely. More of the pictures here. Here's a cell that's attached. They fit nicely into a ball, into a socket. It's a ball and socket. And if it pops out, that's worse than breaking, because now it has zero support. At least what? So if nekar, all you need is 6. A total of 6 on one side. Shtabru is less severe. If they break, then you need a total of 12, not 6. Yeah, why not? Like you said before, I think so. I think what he means with Tzadefan means that the majority of 11. I don't think it means Dafka one side. Yeah. Says Gemara, Rabbi Omar, Bein Nekru, Bein Shtabru, Berosh, doesn't. No. Says Rabbi Yochanan, doesn't matter if they were uprooted, tapped out completely, broken. You need majority 12 broken or uprooted. Omar Rav. And here we start a beautiful sugya. So step 1 in the sugya is Rav. Rav says something very simple. One uprooted rib, but with the vertebrae, this animal's a dollar. Great. 1. Omarav, Nekar Tzela B'Chuyim, something like this. Maybe not this. Let's call it this. The whole vertebrae is gone over here. I'll actually remove a little bit more from this over here. What? Well, it has right. It has a spine issue, exactly. Spine is not a spine, not a spinal cord, but a spine issue. If one vertebrae is completely missing with one, you're saying if it's missing, then who cares about this? Well, as we're going to see in the Gemara, is once the vertebrae is gone, then the ribs are gone also. Even if the ribs are in place, they're worthless to me. They're not giving any support at all. They only give support because they're attached to the main vertebrae. Once you remove the vertebrae out, and these guys are standing there like this, they're a bunch of they're standing in mid-air. They do nothing. That's what the Gemara is going to say, sir. Okay, so Rav, what does Rav say? He says 1 plus the chulya, the vertebrae, there's a spine issue, it's a treifa automatically. I'm relay Rav Hanavar, Abbas, and Rav, so the two Talmidim ask Rav, what if you have 2 Nekra Sela Mikan, the Tela Mikan, from both sides, and they're opposing each other, they're twins, they're on the same vertebrae, but on both sides, the chulya kayemes, but you, Rav, we wouldn't ask you about 2 because you said 1 is no good. But 1 with the spine, with the whole vertebrae. I'm saying the vertebrae is in place, but 2 ribs popped out of their sockets, they're gone. What's the halach? So he gave his mouth. Oh, he said to them, what you're just describing is an animal that's sliced in half. I'm not going to show you the whole thing, just to remind you what gistra is. When you have an animal that's sliced in half, it's treif. Not only is it treif, it's an avela. No. Stop you right in time. Anyway. Okay. Okay. Well, no, we don't agree on opinion. Oh, I'm the other way. Yeah, I'm the other way. Yeah. Okay. So basically, he said when it's missing ribs from the pair. We call them a pair. What are we going to call them? The two ribs together from both sides. They meet in the middle. When they're both gone, because think about it, the animal has a bunch of few inches with no rib, and the whole body's going to twist and turn. It's not a stable animal. It's a gistra. Ask the Gemara, Barak, I'm a gistra, Kalmar. It's a beautiful sugi. You just have to hold cup over here. Rav, when he says that the vertebrae is gone, isn't that a gistra? He says one vertebrae is gone with one rib. But guess what? If there's no vertebrae, then both ribs are worthless. So it's also a gistra. His case of one vertebrae missing actually means two ribs are missing as well. Automatically, the two ribs don't mean anything. Even if they're there and they didn't move, they're not there. I love it. No. So we're a typical classic. Gemara, we're going to try to wiggle our way out of it until we're stuck. And then we're going to come out with a shot. Keep going around, say that below you. Maybe Rav meant that the rib is missing, but the vertebrae is in place. That's impossible, but say that the chulya kama. He says in Mefurish that the vertebrae is missing. So don't try to tell me that the vertebrae is in place. Okay. But what I could try to do is, I'll say that the chatzi chulya. And that's what I'm going to stay with. That's everybody's happy with that. Rav didn't mean literally that the whole entire vertebrae went missing. Man, to say that part of the vertebrae is missing. Listen here, like this. So what does this help me? This helps me that it's not a gistra, it's not an animal split in half. It has some support on the other side. It's intact. This part of the chulya is broken. Okay, if that's the case. Obviously, if they're asking, if Rav says that a half vertebrae is missing, a half vertebrae and one rib is missing, what does Rav say? Treif, gone. So Talmidim would never ask him, and what about two? Yeah, if one is no good, so two is also treif. So what do they ask? Why do they ask two? They're saying that the vertebrae is intact. What happens if two ribs are missing and the vertebrae is 100% in good shape? What's that law? That he tells them gistra kamritu. That's considered a split animal. As the Gemara, how could that be? How will you tell me that if two ribs are missing, that's called an animal that's split in half? We just read it. Zaka says, if you're talking about this case that they popped out of place, it's not two that makes a trade. You need Roy. Yeah, Roy. You need a lot more. You need at least 6. Listen, not 2. 4. Says Gemara. When do you need a row? When they are lined up nicely, these ribs are missing. You need 6 missing ribs because they're not on opposite sides. But when you have a pair, that's terrible. Even 2 is worse than 6, or worse than 5, I should say. 5 missing, they're in order. 5. See, you're missing a bunch of ribs. And you have 2 ribs that are opposite each other. They're a pair. That's a terrible thing. That's what Rav Kahana Rav Azmi were talking about. That's a different pitch. That's the Gemara. But that's also not a good shot. Well, Rabbi Yochanan says 12 are missing. Where do you think you're going? You think you're going to Austria or something? Oh, okay. Rabbi said, just to remind the Olam, in case you weren't here last night, or this is the first time you're watching the share, so Be'ezer Hashem are flying to Austria today for 2 weeks. There will be another share today in Hebrew on Daf Nun Gimel at 12:15. Be'ezer Hashem. And from there, Hopefully we're over by 1:15 because I got to go to the airport at 1:30. So what? And tonight, Beis Hashem, Shir in Zurich. Zurich, we don't know the place yet. Some shul somewhere or someone's house. I don't know. Approximately 10:30. So if you're in Switzerland, I'd love to meet you and get to know you and see you at a live shir in Switzerland. The following day, she was going to be in Austria, which is interesting. Maybe I'll save it for tonight. But my grandfather, the Stefanskis, come from Switzerland, so that's tonight. My grandmother comes from Austria. That's tomorrow. Yeah. Fisher from Austria. That's my grandmother. That's all the Stefanski side. Yeah. That's why I'm such a yuppie. I'm like a Swiss Austrian. Get your feet in the thing, man. Okay, what's up, Gemara? That's why I'm always on time. Also, all Shirim are on time. How you doing? Don't smile when I say I'm on time. No, it's 6:10. It's 1 hour difference. No, I'm going to give Shir earlier. I'm going to give Shir the night before. Record it. What's the difference? It's on the screen. You won't know if it's live or not. Okay. Listen to this. Let me show it to you over here, and you'll see how beautiful this is. Rabbi Yochanan says that 12 ribs are missing, 6 from each side. Even if you do 6 from each side, you can have one overlapping because it's 11 on each side. If you take 6 out of 11 on the bottom and 6 out of 11 on the top, that's right. He says you need at least 12 broken. One of them is going to be overlapping. So what in the world are Rav Kahana and Rav Asi adding to the question? Rabbi Yochanan says you need 12 ribs missing, so they ask, well, what if they're overlapping? What if they're facing each other? Rabbi Yochanan spoke about a case that that 2 are facing each other. There's no other way. It doesn't matter if you put all 11 on the bottom and 1 on the top. It's going to be overlapping. The one on top is going to be overlapping. Very simple, no? The math is beautiful. You need to have 6 on each side. It's impossible that you don't have a situation where one is against facing the other. So what was the question that Rav Kahana Rav Asi had? Says Gemara Hassan, Bukhla B'lei Asisa. Also, Bukhla B'Asisa, first of all, the words. This is pestle and mortar, right? Yeah, like this. You put the. So this is the socket, and this is the ball, and it goes in like that. So one case is Rav Kahana and Rav Asi were asking when the socket and the ball both broke. Everything broke. Which is, you should be asking yourself, that makes no sense, because that's what Rav was talking about. We already established, Rav, the Rebbe spoke about 1 rib broken, with a little bit that popped off the vertebrae. So then why would Rav Kahana and Rav Asi ask about a question of two ribs with a broken or missing vertebrae? That's the Gemara's discussion. But he says, the Rebbe was talking about that the ribs popped out nicely like this. So that's why you need 12. Rav Kahana and Rav Asi, we're talking about this case. 2 of them that broke the vertebrae. See, there's a piece of vertebrae on the rib. That's what they were asking. So 2 is worse than 12. Because the broken rib, broken chulya. Asking the Bari, okay, I need the Rav. Rav didn't really speak about a complete missing chulya place, but it doesn't matter. He says, even in a situation where part of the vertebrae broke off, one is straight. So why are you asking about the same exact case? 2? Says Gemara. The Rav. They asked the question because they had no idea. There's no idea that Rav said that one is a problem. Again, one is Rav said one rib missing, but the vertebrae broke off with it. Treif. They come along and they ask Rav, the Rebbe, Rebbe, what about two ribs that have they broke off a piece of the chulya? I already said that one is no good when it has a broken vertebrae. So certainly two is no good. He wants to know, they never heard that he said that Allah. That's what they asked him. Now you have to ask yourself, time out. If you were a Talmud and you were asking your Rebbe a question about a missing rib with a broken vertebrae, would you ask him, Rebbe, what's the Allah about one? Or you jump and say, what's the Allah about three broken ribs? Which one would you do? One. You start off slow. You ask one. So why would they jump? They never heard anything about ribs with broken vertebrae. So they asked him about two. What are they asking about one? Makes a lot more sense. Rebbe, one rib with a broken vertebrae, is that treif or not? No, they didn't ask him that. They said, Rebbe, two ribs with two broken. Why would they ask him that? So the Gemara says, we'll say about that. Listen to this. It's a nice question. It's a riddle. Here's the riddle. You have one question to ask your Rebbe. The Rav is very, very busy. The whole generation is this. With Yashiv, just imagine 100 people in line. You can't drive him crazy. You have to answer one question in now. Think before you ask the proper question. You want to know all halachas. So if you ask him about one vertebrae that's broken with the one vertebrae with the wrist, and he answers you it's kosher, you'll never know what about two. And if he says treif, then you will know. He says treif, so certainly two. Great. But what if he says it's kosher? And I only have one question. It's a riddle. It's one of those riddles. The guy's in the room and you don't know and you have to ask. You have one? What if he asks about two, then I can figure it out. How? If he says it's kosher, then 1, 2, 3, 4, they're all kosher. But if he says it's treif, then I know two is treif. But how do I know one is treif? I will know one is treif because the way he answers it. If he's annoyed at me, he says two is treif. That means, of course, one, because one is also treif. So what do you ask me about two? So he says it with a little bit of anger in his voice. You have to read the body language, not just the words that come out of his mouth. Say, Rebbe, is two ribs missing with the vertebrae broken off? Is that kosher or not? He says, it's treif. Meaning, one is treif. Of course, two is treif. But that's only if that's why if you have one question to ask, you have to ask about two. It's a ribble. Very nice. He'll be very proud of you. He'll be very proud of you. It's a riddle. A ribble. Very nice. Very nice. Vertigo from the ribble. That's what you say. They got a lot of stuff. We need to get it. Yeah, all throughout Shas. Throughout Shas with the Rav, you always read. That's how they work. I don't come and ask like a show. Yeah, but that's the whole Gemara. The whole Shas is like that. So the Gemara. But the boy related to the Rav. Let's just say it inside. So ask the Gemara, why don't he ask the question of Rav's case? What's Rav's case? One rib, one missing vertebrae. So they said, there's only 4 more lines in the sugya, then we're going to very easy stuff. They said, we're going to ask one question, and we're going to have 2 answers from that. We would ask, what's the law about one rib missing with a vertebrae missing? We told us this is treif, great. Then I'll offer there. Everything else is treif. But the problem is, Yom Elam Sheir, if he says one rib that's broken off with the vertebrae is kosher, and there's a big chance to say that, just also the respect they have for him. It's like we're not on his level. We talk with complete fear. If he says that it's kosher, I won't know what to do with two. And I have to ask another question. I can't do that. He Hashanami as the Gemara, but it doesn't make sense what he's saying. Hashanami, the Gemara in entirety, they ask him about two. That's great. Yom Elam Sheir, it's kosher. So one is kosher, two is certainly. If two is kosher, one is certainly kosher, and everything else is kosher. What happens if he says two is treif, which we know is treif, I got the fucking Bible. I won't know. What about one? Maybe one is kosher. One broken one. Sorry, you have to read his body language. You have to read his word, how he says it. The treifa. He'd be very mad and he'd say, what do you ask me a question about two? One straight. Of course two is straight. He wouldn't say it like that. He'd say, two is straight. But that didn't work. That trick didn't work. There's no body language. But Rav said, answers. But what? No, he says, no. If you look, think about what Rav said. Even the Kamar, he did. He said it. He was annoyed at them. He said, what you're saying, that's a case of gistera. He said it like, oh, it's gistera. Like, what do you asking? That's an animal broken in half. That's think about it. That was a little bit of more than a treif. He could have said treif. He didn't say treif. He said, oh, it's a gistera. Means one is treif. What do you ask me? About two. Two is animal's cut in half. Next year, boys, here we go. If you remember in the Mishnah that Membeis, I can't believe it. It's already 10 days ago. We're still in this parak. I don't know how to fight this parak. It says in the Mishnah there's 18 treifas. Ask the Gemara if there's more than 18, and that's where we introduced the word shashmaitza. There's another 7. So now we're going to talk about 3 out of the 7, and who said that? Halacha Shmuel. Shmuel is the one that mentioned the shashmaitza. It says it, or part of it. Omar Rashila, Omar Masa, Omar Shmuel. Says Shmuel. Here's 3 of them. There's another 3 treifas that are not mentioned in the Mishnah. Nekro Tzeila Mikara. If a rib was uprooted from the root, Mamish Lai, yes, uprooted. Or a skull that was bashed in, somebody took a bat, whacked it on the head, and most of it, 51% of the skull is broken. The Gemara is going to describe what part of the skull is 51%. And the stomach, the bottom part of the animal. Right. Here, just hear this. You see, this is the basar chavis right. That red, that's the meat that covers. Let's just, for argument's sake, that covers. It's the outside meat, but it covers the intestines. Okay. So says the Gemara. Treifa. These 3 are treifa. Zekir Tzela Mikar treifa. You tell me one rib popped out of its socket. It's treifa. Remino Gafir Mezon Beis. Kama Kisar B'Shidra. We have this sugya when you have a dead person in a room. It's the time of the whole room. What if you have just a skull or just a spine? Also, the spine, the whole spine. But what if the spine is missing 2 vertebrae? That it gives tuma, gives red to the entire rib. The spine also gives tuma. But if you have 2 vertebrae missing, there's no tuma in the rib. So who's more machmir here? Hisham is more machmir. Why? They say that the tumah, the red, keeps on spreading and spreading unless you remove a lot. If you remove a little, just 1 vertebrae, it continues to spread. So there will be tumah in this room up until a point where you take 2 vertebrae out, or you started with 2 vertebrae less, I should say. I can find the more machmir. The family trait for Shmuel again. Shmuel says that this same machlokes, we had this, remember 10 days ago. This same machlokes applies to trait. In other words, if you have an animal that's missing 1 vertebrae, you can eat it. It's not a trait. If it's missing 2 vertebrae, then it becomes a trait. All of a sudden, in the case of trait, the same bishama, who are machmir by tumah, they're mekel by because you can eat it up until you have 2 full vertebrae missing. I'm wondering, what do you see from here? If you don't have vertebrae, you don't have a vertebrae, you don't have ribs. So you need at least 1 whole vertebrae missing, which means 2 ribs missing, according to the text. And according to Shama, you need 2 vertebrae, which is 4 ribs missing. How are you telling me one rib missing is a trait? when in fact the minimum is 2 ribs missing. Says Gemara, often saleable. Kuya, awesome Kuya Taylor. There's a big difference. We're talking about ribs missing without the vertebrae versus a vertebrae missing without ribs. How's that possible? I can hear that you have ribs missing without a vertebrae. Where they popped out? Now, how do you have a vertebrae missing without ribs? If the vertebrae is missing, then the ribs are missing. No, Bishili Kafle. It's at the end of the spine. The end of the spine here, like something like this. Once the ribs are, they stop the ribs, and then you have all these bones right over here. These guys. Those are vertebrae without ribs. Why is this not mentioned in the list of things that Bishamai say it's a good? What? You can eat an animal, it's not treif, up until more vertebrae are missing than Bishalel. So that's a bigger kula. Says the Gemara. Very good Bishamai for me say, another Rav. You're right, it is a kula, but this whole sugya of missing vertebrae was said by the Tumasaya, and that's why over there, that sugya, it's a chumrah. You're right. If you flip it, it becomes a kula in the halachas of treifa. But it wasn't said in the halachas of treifa. Shmuel is the one that made the comparison from the halachas of tuma to the halachas of treifa. But it was said in the halachas of treifa in tuma, and therefore it turns out the Bishamai are the mafmir in that case. The Bishamai, the chumrah, two very good things about chumras and kulas. So Rav Shimon, what? Yeah. Rav Sheinberg, he said he claims he's saying a lot of different things. I don't think anybody's going to listen to this one, but it's just it's an idea. He said that don't be machmir on the cheshbon of yeshiva. So he said, la'alacha, to wash your hands after you go to the bathroom, you only have to wash once per hand. So when you're using more water in the yeshiva on the yeshiva's account, because they pay for the water bill, don't be machmir and wash your hands 3 times on each hand. That's your chumrah that you do at home, not in my suit. And a bunker didn't believe that he said that. Watch, you got water, so you waited until the Shiner went to the bathroom or something, and then he jumped in and he started washing his hands. And he got a message from him. He said, another interesting answer was that some guy went to the Shiner and said, look, when my wife makes chicken soup, I have to, at the table, the kids, they don't eat the pure meat off the bone, so I take the bone out and the skin. It's a little bit of butter. So should we take that stuff out before Shabbos? Is it to die for the chumrah of butter? So he said, but who's going to end up doing it? You or your wife? And that was the end of the conversation. So in other words, don't be a big machmir. Don't bring chumrah into the house that have to do with your wife doing the work, and you're sitting there, I'm a big tzaddik, I'm not. So the Gemara, because God should have the turn of the Daf, Adar Global, the official non-profit sponsor of the CDY League. Encore Healthcare as a sponsor for all Fly Yisrael. Oh, it's an hour already? 8:12. Okay. Yeah, what are we going to do here? We got to do a little bit more. You have a skull that was crushed mostly. I don't know. What does it mean? Real quickly, Roiv Goiva means you make a line by the eyes and you measure upwards. 51% of that blue line, the arrow, that's Roiv Goiva. Or Roiv Goiva means you take a measuring tape and you do the circumference around the entire head, and 51% of that, I don't know if it's the height or the width, so to speak, taken. And if you have a roiv cut from that meat on the bottom of the stomach, that's a treifa. So here's a picture. This is a tear, a majority tear in that meat. and here's most of it missing. It went missing. Which one does it mean? Missing? 51% missing or 51% tear? Says Gemara, officially, when it's not on the Torah, I can prove it. Now, let's go back. You remember who's the one that said the Shef Shmaitza? Shmuel is the one that said Shef Shmaitza. So let me bring a rally. Then what? You also have to recall from 2 days ago, we had 7 pshatim, what a keres pnimi means, and then we know what a chitzoni means. The keres pnimi, we had 7 pshatim. One a tefach closest to the keres, where the hair started, one said the entire keres, all of the thing. So one of the pshatim was, it's not keres pnimi shenikva, shenikra, it says over here, it ripped. There's a little puncture in the pnimi, but the outer one was completely was torn. It doesn't say mutal. That was our question. Is it removed or torn? Over here it says torn. Now let me prove to you that it's talking about our case. Now it's in Eretz Yisrael. What's keres pnimi? One of the 7 pshatim is the entire keres. So keres pnimi is the entire keres. What does keres chitzoni mean? It's not even referring to the keres. Again, what's keres? When an animal eats, it goes into a pouch called a keres. The first stomach. The second stomach is based on Pisces, third, Emerson, fourth, Keda. This keres, maybe means the entire keres. So, it's chitzoni. It's not even referring to the keres. It's referring to the meat that's on the outside of the keres. Oh, and that meat, it says Oishanikra, it's torn. So what's the raya? It's not that it's removed, it's a raya to this, that it's this case right over here, and not this. Because it says it's torn. So Gemara, wait a minute, there's 7 pshatim over there. Who said this pshat? Shmuel or somebody else? Guess what? Shmuel says his own pshat. We're trying to prove one of the Shef Shmaitzes. In the Shef Shmaitzes, is it a rip or the missing? Or it's a rip because somebody else said a pshat in keres hachitzo means this. It doesn't fit, it doesn't go with Shmuel. Trying to figure out Shmuel. Okay, Shmuel is the one that said a place doesn't have any wool, like the little lumps over there. We got to do this little sugi and then we'll finish. What does it say? Says Rab. It says in the Mishnah that a wolf and a lion, Jesus a lion, but a wolf has venom in its nails. Some learn pshat, it means bacteria. Some learn literally it has venom in its nails. Says Rab, when it comes to a larger animal, the behemoth and a zevelamala. Talking about, let's say, a cow. So any animal larger than a zev, according to most Rishonim, the Rosh argues, but according to a lot of Rishonim, it means what's up? Larger than a wolf, a hyena, a leopard, a bear, certainly a lion for sure, even the Russian beast, because that's an Englishman. All these have venom. I'm sorry. When it comes to birds, anything larger than a hawk. Here's a hawk. I heard they have them here in the church, they have them here in Yisrael. We have pictures of guys, I don't want to say who, somebody's going to bring the hawk to share. Today? It's going to be beautiful. It's actually even offered for it to feed it, to give it a live mouse and grab it. And then he says, no. That's 2 years in jail. 2 years in jail. Where he lives, he has it. They have it in the Mossad or something. You grab it. If you go to jail, 2 years, it's not worth it. But I said, it is worth it. No, you didn't want it. So, in Chicago, once in a while, I tell you, they're unbelievable flyers. If pigeons, birds just walking around in your backyard, they come out of nowhere, in between branches, switch down and just grab it. And they take it, put it down in the backyard in front of everybody, and they start eating it while it's alive. What are you talking about? They start pecking at it, and they control the screen, moving around, doesn't matter. And then when it's done, the place is a mess. There's feathers everywhere. They just sits there, minds his own business, and then the bird is scared to come to your backyard for a while, and then forget, and then he comes again. Fine. Something in Mark. So it says, from a wolf and up. It's coming to exclude a cat. And he knows Bruce is eight. This is foolish, only a wolf and up. Yeah, a cat is much smaller than a wolf. But he didn't hold the mash alone. Maybe no. It means also there's a but that's a nami though. That a wolf is capable of inserting venom and inflicting a trait on a larger animal. So in other words, and not a cat, but not Rabbi Doimer, it's not true. That a wolf is in a smaller animal, and a larger animal is and the larger one not a wolf. Only a larger predator like a lion. If you name a Rabbi Doimer is not coming to explain the Mishnah, but he's arguing. Rabbi Mandalan says Rabbi Yehuda came to explain. Says Gemara, support if he said that it's coming to explain. I hold it's not coming to explain. I argue on Rabbi Yehuda. I say that Rabbi Yehuda comes to argue. So I said, it's coming to exclude a cat. That a cat cannot inflict damage to a sheep and a goat. That sort of thing. The same the reason why I mentioned wolf is wolf. It's famous. Wolf actually do kill sheep, not so much cats. I don't think a cat is also something that can inflict damage to sheep. So much no. Only a wolf enough to damage your boy side. Have a wonderful day.
Spreading terror throughout the world. Sponsor a shift today. NBA mysteries.
March of 2026, and the aim is to study GMT packs and EMT entities and attempt to communicate with them. So, one of the things that he said. Charting out different entities that you experience, and there's a bunch of different ones that you experience. One of them I've seen multiple times is jesters. Interested in these bizarre-looking psychedelic jesters. I wonder if they were the original jesters. I wonder if, like, the reason why jesters dress the way they do was dangling things off their heads, because this is what you experience in a psychedelic state. You're trying to recreate it. But what they've done, what I've done, is mock me. Make me realize that I take myself seriously. Like, a lot of times there's like fractals, how they all give me the finger like this. And I was like, and it was and I said, I don't know how to take myself too seriously. I will say that. That's it. It's like there's little corrections of your psyche that take place through these experiences. It's very weird. I'm scared to do it. I'm scared I'll go in and all these fractals are Janie Dance. Yeah, it's all Janie Dance. No, I don't know. I find it fascinating. Well, it is. It's definitely fascinating. Chase used to just the podcast. He did it somewhere in the United States where they did 75 hours of experience. it's so fascinating because we are having all these conversations with aliens, entities, and demons and this. I think it's gonna, yeah, I think what these psychedelic things allow you to do is experiencing things. You're experiencing things that are already there, that have been there all the time. You just lack the ability to see them all the time. You're tuning into it pharmacologically. They're changing the chemistry of your brain, and it's not an alien chemical. It's not an alien. DMT is produced by the human body. It's produced in the brain. It's produced in the liver. It's very poorly understood. There's been some work done on it. One of the big ones was Rick Strassman, who wrote a book called DMT, the Spirit Molecule. And he did this, it was really kind of cool. He had an FDA study that he got. This is all like a government-approved study on psychedelics. What do the guys want to find out how bad they're going? So he told them they want to study the DMT. Yes, it's this book like this. It's amazing. And like doing that and then studying the Cochrane Research Foundation, they're studying where DMT is coming from. So the thought was that it's coming from the pineal gland. The pineal gland is like literally a third eye. Now they think it's coming from the whole brain, but they don't really. The human body produces, that's the most important thing. So the human body produces this, the most potent of all psychedelic chemicals that transports you to another world. How weird is it that the body produces a gateway to some of the places? Now, whether it's perceived or hallucination, the experience is the same. So you can get hung up all the time. You're just seeing things that are there. These are visions. And you're just seeing maybe what you're doing is experiencing something that's real. You're doing what it might not be something that you can put on a scale. It might not be something that you can measure, but it doesn't mean something real. And I think we are very arrogant in our assumptions that we have understanding of all that exists, of all that we know, bacteria, molecules, cells, mitochondria, and subatomic particles. Just the reality that we observe is so fucking bizarre. The idea that we know what's real and what's not real. Oh, it's just a hallucination. This is a reality. You're going to work. You get yourself a donut. You go to work. You get yourself a donut. No, I have a feeling that what that experience is you being able to see something that exists. A lot of people are very hopeful. It wasn't one per se, but it's like, we're on the edge of disclosure. We're on the edge of discovery. It's going to start telling us things about extraterrestrials and like extraterrestrials. The previous ones that got going around was that they want to get those pastors to talk to them without disclosure, because disclosure is going to disrupt fabric of society so greatly. The question was, what were they going to tell them? And so what I have been hearing from people that supposedly know things like UFOs was that they were told that religion was created by aliens to keep people alive. They viewed it as a product of accelerated evolution. They needed some sort of origin story, some sort of made sense, moral ethics, guidelines of thought, and some authorship. So that these aliens are created that. It's like Trump say that in a press conference. These things to say that. Yeah, I got to talk to the president to get on there and go, guys, listen, just, we don't know what's going on. The streets are closed, they're open, their clothes are open, who gives a fuck anymore? Anyway, there is no God. We're all created by aliens, and we were told a bunch of lies about aliens. Good luck, keep going to work. Markets out. Streets open, markets out. Straight to the streets open. It's the God story that you've been told. It's formulated in a way where your tribal primate brain accept and understand, right? And there's probably a true story to all of it. If you go back far enough, you've got the actual events that they were trying to lay out. There's too much of stuff to say. I don't think it's just totally irrelevant. Do you think they didn't tell people that because they thought it would be too disruptive? Well, here's the thing. There's a lot of stuff that wasn't talking about where you talked about a series of stories, especially if it's the Old Testament. It's a series of stories. And some of these stories aren't in the Bible. They were part of the It's all about how Andrews came down and hated the daughters of man and chose them as wives and then created this race of beings called the Nephilim, and giants that ruled the earth like a disease. The Bible, they talk about the Nephilim in the Bible. They talk about the Nephilim. It's referenced in the Bible. The book of Enoch, the stories that are in the book of Enoch, fucking bananas. They completely bananas. And the only reason why it's not in the Bible is because rabbis decided that it didn't homage the Torah, the Talmud, I forget which one. They decided like this contradicts some of these stories that are in other religious texts, so we're gonna keep that one out. Interesting. It was a collection of these things that's all together with these rabbis. Exactly. With these rabbis. I mean, who are all these people who wrote these things down? You know, I have this bit where I read out, you know, Ezekiel, this will read out various points, and then there's also parts of Talmud. Profound experience, and other things we're talking about process. It's very fucking right. But this whole thing is a bunch of people's interpretations of stories written down, passed down generation to generation, raised down generation, largely intact. Once it was sort of an original piece. So like they found the book of Isaiah in the Dead Sea Scrolls, and it's identical to the book of Isaiah that's 1,000 years newer. So that was older than the book of Isaiah that they had by 1,000 years. The oldest one they ever found. So once they got these stories down, they wrote them over and over and over again. And like priests would learn to do that, monks would learn to do that with their religious texts, rewrite things over and over again as part of the practice. And some of those, some training part of the company, they know something, many things that they're not going to tell people because it would be disturbing. Just some stories on Jimmy Carter. A story about Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter, I believe in 1969, he had some sort of a very strange UFO experience that was very real. It was very bizarre. Saw something. Now, part of his thing was once he gets into office, he was the story is that he was briefed. They explained to him something, basically reality of the UFO experience and what it was. And he was crying. And he wept over it. So what could that mean? Like, what would that mean? Well, he was kind of saying that he was, and this Habitat for Humanity, I never understood. I thought it was, I think he was a genuinely good person. Of course he was. That was talented. Yeah, he never enriched himself. Also, if you read books about him, he was kind of he was into the peanut stuff, right? He was a peanut farmer or something. Yeah. You know, he was nobody gets to him, but yeah, he was sweet. Sweetest. One of the sweetest. He was still the president. So all these 2 months is just the men and black people. The depths of Reed Crop or Cheyenne or wherever the hell they are. What they could be doing is covering up years of lying to Congress and misappropriation of funds for all these black ops programs, and the way they can get out of jail is because they go and tell the government, oh yeah, by the way, I'm not Congress for 50 years. There's no solid verifiable evidence that Jimmy Carter brought here. He's not being an arc. He's an arc. The Carter Chronicles UFO story is based on second or third-hand anecdotes. It's my favorite, but it's not confirmed by Carter himself or primary official sources. I think it's true. About his 1969 sighting, Carter described seeing a strange light, but did not mention crying or being emotionally shattered by it. I don't think that's what they're saying. They're saying he was emotionally shattered by the disclosure. So you just got to go around now. Richard Gold was by far one of the best guys to read about UFOs and UAPs. Very balanced guy, and he's a very evidence-based guy. He includes lots of crazy stories, but he never goes along with them. Yeah, Richard Gold's really good. He's got a bunch of books. So I don't know. It's his podcast. He's the Jake Walker guy. He's the guy that said that they actually had to move a UFO, right, with a helicopter. Yes. I haven't talked to him. I was just watching it, but it's it's too long. These UFO guys, it's all 3 or 4 hours. Like, it's not.
Jesse Michaels is one very in-depth ones with these guys.
Yeah.
The good thing about that is if someone's like really full of shit after a couple hours, you try to say you see tendencies that maybe they're tendencies they exaggerate or they make things up or they age stuff out or whatever it is. But something's going on, right? There's something that people keep seeing. There's no radar information. There's no video. It doesn't make any sense.
You ever find out whose drones were? We never found all over the bases, pictures, and all like that.
Yeah, it was crazy. I mean, people were scared to fly.
People say it's a domestic. It's domestic. That's what I've heard.
But then, you know, could be China. Could be China flexing and pulling their dick out and saying, hey, check out what we got on from us. There's a lot of things that those things were doing that we don't know that they can do. One of the things, like, they were flying for hours at a time. So what's the fuel source? It's not batteries. Down, U.S. pilot reported seeing Iranian drones swarm with jellyfish formation. Well, they're probably getting drones from totally jumping out right now. So the highest end of the high-end government drones that we don't know about, that we know is for those multiple drones interconnected and moving as one. Smaller drones below the bigger drones like Grace. One of the sources familiar with the pilot service account told CNN real alien shit. Another source told CNN the pilot started witnessing a live field of drones in the air. Holy shit. When did this happen? So 13 hours ago, this F1 F-15 went down. How nuts is that? They got taken out by alien drones in April. So he ejected from the aircraft. Iranian drones hovering in the air, moving his drone in a formation that resembled jellyfish.
So there is a chance that there's a large chance and it's all these countries that are you know, have these black projects, they have these secret defense projects, and they're saying that it's extraterrestrial.
I think if I was running an undercover operation for as many years as these people probably have been years, and with Eric Weinstein thinks he thinks it's like a separate branch of physics, he thinks there's a bunch of physicists.
So where do they get to?
Oh, this is those guys. This is how they got taken out. This is how they got taken out. This is right. Yeah. Right. That's what they said. Yeah. So the heartbeat thing was the thing that they said they were able to locate this guy's heartbeat, his very unique heartbeat in the mountains where he's hiding. And everybody was like, well, that's bullshit. Right. I don't know. And it's based on some sort of quantum something. What is it called? White House. Did you see that today? Yes, sir. What's the joke about Canada? What's the joke about Canada? I think they have drones that move like UFOs. I think for sure. But where are they getting this technology? I don't know. I think it's possible extraterrestrials are giving us technology. It is possible. So in his recent White House was a huge posting today. Just trolling it on fire. Stay tuned. Here's the guy. Look how much they're trolling. A lot of most committed people I've ever encountered. I've never encountered people who are so committed to anything. Sure. I mean, you keep people 10 years in going, trust the plan, it's coming. It's unbelievable how dedicated they are and the plan, and that it's still morphing and going in different directions. Data centers are actually prisons for people with the vaccines, data centers. I mean, they're still going. And that level of commitment is what America's about. It's about that. It's about not giving up. Don't give up. You're too deep in to give up. My advice to anyone in that movement, stay in it. Because there's nothing good on the outside. Reality is not good. they said that somehow or another they were able to detect this guy's heartbeat, right? Unique heartbeat. I think it was like, was it 70 or 700 miles? Secret never before used CIA tool that helps find internet things. And if your heart is beating, so this is it. Long range quantum magnetometry to find the electromagnetic signal of a human heartbeat that pairs the data with artificial intelligence software to isolate the signature from background noise. And so what's the range of this stuff? Because they were saying 40 miles. But then they say the range is up to like 70 miles, something along those lines. So how long have they had this? Is it real? Well, this is the thing. It's like, is it real? So this thing was the New York Post, and I think it was from someone released this as a statement. Like, what did they do to say they did it? The confirmation. So here's the other thing. If that technology does exist, right, and they just made that up to cover for technology that does exist, so maybe there's technology that does exist, like some sort of large-scale satellite imagery of the Earth that gets down to trees, they can find anybody anywhere, they can just find out where the plane is, scan the area, and there he is. Okay, we don't want to say we have this, right? Let's say we have quantum heart rate magnetometry. We can find Ghislaine Maxwell in New Hampshire. She was in New Hampshire. Yeah, where is whatever. Well, it could be that technology just recently got invented. That's also possible. That's a weird thing, and my heart goes out to her. But that's the crazy thing. I think they looked at family members and said, is she back? I think she's back to work. And isn't she back to work? What did you say? There's a break in the story. No, no, I just said that. Well, you're not going to get ransom Dan. Well, that's a horrible ransom note. There's also someone posted a note saying that she died on one money. It's a ransom note that says she died. What if she died? Just give us. What if we're sorry she died? Just give us what you want. It's not a specific amount of money. It's just give what you feel is. It's like church. Give what you can. We're sorry she passed away. Give what you can. We're not going to say a specific amount of money. So the note said days after the disappearance. Most this is not indicated she had died, but obtained no request for payment indicated she had died. 3 people familiar with the matter said the existence of the note was known. Specific contents had not been previously disclosed. So it's just the contents were disclosed that they knew that she was dead. It seems like it's an insight. It seems like there's so much about that. I mean, I hate to get back there. Was there a request for money? What was the first request? Let's find out what it was. It's a horrible thing. It seems like it's a inside job. Someone certainly. Ask AI. Ask AI. Can't do it. Put it back in. How much did they ask for? I bet 10 million. 10 million? For mom? 5? 5? That's a lot. Multi-million-dollar payments. Cryptocurrency mostly Bitcoin amounts range from $4 to $6 million. Once said deaths, sometimes resonating or else consequences. This is insane, but think about it. I guess it could be. It could be, but there was some concern. There's concern. Something with the Sorry, maybe something else. You start going like, all right, to sit down with you and dinner with you, it doesn't mean that I would necessarily be able to know like if these guys were legit or not. But the fact that they wouldn't even meet for a dinner tells me that something was up. Also, a friend of mine who's working at a company that's producing film shows, long form shows for YouTube creators, told me that a lot of your money is coming from Democrat super PACs because they've won a captive audience TV program called not only Democrat super PACs, but like super PACs are associated with certain issues, things like that. So what you're going to start doing is like getting behind content and funding longer form things on social media platforms and things like YouTube or whatever, and then those companies that are kind of in the background of this saying, oh yeah, an audience of 5 or 10 million people watching this, it's the kid can put those plans on it and whatever. So I mean, this is kind of, I think, the future is going to be many things like this. You can do it through something like crypto. You can hide your identity like a nose and it's a company. You can make company design entirely just for influence. It's very questionable. You have the intelligence world, you have the crypto world, which you have a world of international crime syndicates, and you all want to live in that world. I'm not saying people that are into crypto are inherently suspect in any way. Obviously not. But there is a lot of funneling going on with intelligence stuff. It's like unclear. Whenever there's the amount of money that you can make in crypto is fucking bananas. It doesn't make any sense, right? So whenever there's money in drugs, right? Because like Ray Contra, yeah, there's money in anything. They find a way to get money in it. I think what concerns people partially about this administration is some of the crypto station type people are concerned with some of the coins and some of the crypto bitcoins. That one I love. But the rest, I worry. No, but I think it's a fair concern. It's a fair concern. It's not equal, but it's like should it be? Is it? It should be. It should be for sure. There's some freedom to you being able to take your own coin, you being able to value your money, I guess. But it's also a way that you can loan money, and it's also a way you can pay people off for stuff and do people into spending their money. You know what I mean? Like I think a lot of people, yeah, that poor girl, they got her. They got her. I hope she did well on that. I bet she didn't. Really? Probably not. In terms of what she could be doing. Sad, right? Because as soon as they get mad at you for something like that, well, she did the wrong thing, and it's sad. I also, 22 or something. I also don't know if she was going to be Meryl Streep, but he was some good cash me outside. The romance more money than anything. It's true. But I think it could have gone on longer than in whatever society. That just hit me. It just like hit my brain. It just makes more sense than anything. It's true. I was listening to the White House UFC card, yeah, and the backup. Yeah, at the moment when that guy said Michelle Obama was a man. Yeah, well, it's just the greatest thing for if you're deep hardcore. I don't even mean the American first principles. I just mean like you're along for the ride. You're for the part. There's a lot of MAGA people I'm friends with that are deep. They're not political. They're along for the part. They like the party. They want fun. Florida, it's 4 p.m. Drunk. You know what I mean? You're in for the fun. It makes it fun. They have like boat shows and regattas where like a bunch of boats will go out and just like when they're watching that UFC event in their house in St. Augustine or Tampa or fucking West Palm, whatever it is, and that guy stands up because Michelle Obama is her man. It's the combination of things that you're not going to beat that. It's hard to beat that. There were houses that cheered. There were houses that cheered 100%. How many do you think? Over the whole country. It was audible in Florida. Florida, I know for sure, was audible. For sure, people cheered, and it was like, listen, like outside bars. Yeah, it was a party. The fights were good. You know, it's like, to me, it's like, there's this, every cultural thing has a moment where it just explodes, and it's over after that. You know, it's like Hunter Thompson has a famous quote about it. also it's a really good fight, right? So yeah, there's one problem there. She's winning. Yeah, and he says crazy stuff. Well, they probably, in retrospect, yeah, if they wanted to avoid this, yeah, we shouldn't have had him fight on the White House lawn. Sure, because if he said that in the T-Mobile Arena or in Madison Square Garden, outrageous. Sure, but not that big a deal. It's not. Yeah. Here's what should have happened afterwards. Michelle Obama should have made an Undertaker-like entrance. Let's go. And all of a sudden the lights go, oh, I told you. And then the light goes on the balcony. Michelle Obama comes on a cord and she flies over. If Michelle Obama had made an Undertaker-like entrance and got on the stage and then body slammed, like, can you imagine? Unbelievable. The country just exists for ratings now anyway. It's all it exists for. It's just that's what we're doing anymore. That would have been unbelievable. Here it is. Yes. She's in the ceiling the entire time. Michelle Obama comes down. You see Trump starts doing his dance. He's doing his Trump dance. Michelle Obama comes down. She's got a cape. It would have been unbelievable. And she would have been president next. She would have been president next with no election. Vance is going to stand up to that. She should have descended from the rafters in a cape, fought that guy, choreographed, body slam. It's fine. And then she does an uppercut, and then he's on a cord, and he sails out. Unbelievable. Missed opportunity. Because why not? Why not have some fun? Why not have a little fun? They could do it. If she's smart, she hears this, and she's on her phone with her people. Don't sue him. You were going to sue him, they could have been sued. It's like, that's what's happening with suing all the time in this country. Do something fun. Too much suing. There is this moment where just like it was wild. It's such an amazing spectacle. It's hard to tell. It was pretty amazing. That's what I look at it. Tons of entertainment. Of course, it was also the only UFC card in the history of the where every fight was this was this is senior prom. Everyone's gonna go to college next year, and this is it. This is society. It's a moment after senior prom, or some party you have senior, summer, so you're looking around, boyfriend, you'll hire a drug, you're looking around, and if you're smart, most people that a lot of them have this stuff. This is never gonna be like this again. This will never be like this again. We'll never be able to get together on the White House lawn and do a cross and watch your scene and call Michelle Obama on the band. It started when he walked down the escalator, went through a lot of things. The guy almost got shot. Who knows who did it? No one knows. No one seems to care. Whatever, fine, moving on. But he's gone through many iterations. He's been out. He's been in. It's the most interesting story, really, in recent human history. And this is the part of it. That is wild because we're not going to win the area. We're not going to win the area. It's very clear that it's very difficult to imagine a scenario where we can come out with one of the signs of victory. So instead of that, it's this. How is that? That's where he was told, do you want it honestly done? Do you know you can charge it if you want it? Truly, and I'm being very serious. If you want an honest investigation, put Israel in charge. Joe, if you want it done right, how to do it? That's all I'm saying. Just how to do it. Just how to do it. I would just think they should look at the Charlie Kirk assassination as well. I would trust their conclusions. How do they do it? That would be my thought. Just a fun thought. There's a lot of people think it was a hoax. That it was a setup. As I've said on my show, just tell us how you did it, because that's fun too. It's fun.
It's a video you make shot during Trump rally in Russia sued the United States. 2 men were wounded in the shooting. They're suing James Copenhaver and David Dutch for shot for attempted assassination of Trump. Their attorneys filed federal lawsuits against the United States for their life-altering physical and emotional injuries, claiming those injuries were the direct result of negligence on the part of the United States Secret Service. Dutch was shot in the stomach while Copenhaver was shot twice.
Yeah, he's suing every end of this country, but there's an argument. I totally get. Remember that woman Kim Cheadle who was in charge, and then they moved her back to the bunker. She was in charge of the Secret Service. Kim Cheadle, right? That's right. She was like the Cheney's assistant.
Too slow to get
They shot the guy there. Beautiful. The whole thing was the slow that they were on. If it's a fake assassination attempt, I don't care how it was done. So does the rest of America. Produce a special for Barry Weiss to interview Donald Trump about how they fake the assassination attempt. Put it on CBS, where she's doing it. She's taking over CNN now. So I think. And she's now isolated herself in the 6th floor of CBS, where she can no longer see the staff and they cannot approach her. And that's true. That is correct. And she's guarded by guards. Yes. This is in the news. She's in a bunker like Cheney the PI during 9/11, except it's Barry Weiss and CNN, surrounded by guards, and no one can. It's like a zone. She's in a militarized zone. She's in a very bunker in the house area. This is real. She's unbelievable. By the way, I like her more now. She hates me. That's sad. Well, I've said things, but here's the thing. I like her more now than she started hating you after your hilarious impression. She's turned on me. She turned on me a while ago. Turned on you. She texted me and was like, "You're part of the world in which people are anti-Semitic." And I'm like, "What am I? What am I doing?" And she's like, "You're part of this thing." And I was like, "Well, it's like, why am I? What does this deal with my association?" I don't like this. I don't think this is awesome. It's like you're part of a cultural space of anti-Semitism. And I'm like, so because I am all these different people. Because the thing that she hated and the thing that she crusaded against is this whole idea that like she is applying the same principles that she's supposedly applying, which is like if you're willing to have a conversation with somebody, they will endorse everyone in their views. Or if you question something like Israel, you hate Israel, or you hate Jewish people, which is insane. And that was, I thought she was the one who was like, we should have nuance on the transition. What happened to that? What happened to being able to question gender ideology and all these things? Why aren't we? Where's the nuance? Why are we holding space for nuance?
CBS News boss Barry Weiss poised to oversee CNN editorial operations. Yeah, I saw that.
She's living her best life, and people would say this is what she was meant to do. When someone steps into their truth, I support them, and she has stepped into her truth. It's exactly where she should be, in a bunker guarded by the military, while she systematically destroys CBS. She's stepping into her truth. This is what she was doing. She was put there to destroy it. She was obviously put there to destroy it. She wasn't put there to make it work. You put there to just destroy it. And she's doing it.
Do you think they understood the amount of pushback was going to get?
I don't think they got. I think they said, listen, let's just put her right there and see what happens. Because who cares? Like, it's like these legacy media institutions are dying. They're not turning around. No one's going back to watching news. And they know that. These are billionaires, not idiots. You know, listen to that dumb. They said, let's have a little fun while this thing goes.
She took the helm of the struggling organization's last month with a mandate to shake it up. Following David Nelson led Skydance takeover of CBS parent company Paramount in 2024, Paramount Skydance bought Weiss online outlet The Free Press for a cool $150 million as she became editor-in-chief of CBS News. It's a lot of money for The Free Press.
Well, no, because if you look at the podcast ratings, it was huge. She was number 2. So that's why. No, she would get 7,000 YouTube views. And it seems high. It certainly seems like a lot. But, when you take into account her cultural impact, it's interesting because, when it came to her, pushing against woke ideology that affected the New York Times, she seemed reasonable. And there's this very famous clip of her talking to Brian Stelter. She talks about the world gone crazy. Remember that? The world gone mad? Yes. Where she's very brilliantly lays out why this is what you're saying. When people are saying that silence is violence, and not actual violence is violence, the world's gone mad. And she lays these all out. It's so brilliant. Well, there's got to be room for nuance. Like October 7th was horrible. Nuance is not good. We all know this. However, you also cannot look at what's going on the last few years and think that Israel is not number one perpetrating. You can call it a genocide. People can call it anything they want. It doesn't matter. It's a campaign of mass murder where a lot of people have died, civilians have died, any children have died, people that are innocent have died, and they're starting to do something similar in Syria and Lebanon. And they're now talking about Turkey. By the way, Turkey also Turkey's a NATO fucking country. So the idea that any criticism of Netanyahu, Israel, or our relationship with Israel is an insane thing. It's the exact thing that she fought against in race and gender. She fought against that Manichaean putting evil black and white. She fought against it, and she was right. She was correct to say we should be able to have conversations about when is it appropriate for a child to be exposed to certain ideas, and when should they be able to make a determination about how they want to live their life. Like, when is it appropriate for people to call, to designate between a protest and a legitimate riot, and the silence is violence, and all of that stuff. She had really pretty logical opinions on all that stuff. But when it came to that one issue, she seems very incapable of understanding the nuance or gray area or complexity regarding this particular issue. She is all in. And that's fine. That's her choice. And I get it. It's so obvious when Mark Levin goes, the president's great, because we're going through Iran, because the president's great, he's the greatest leader of all time. And then he goes, well, this didn't work out like we thought, we're going to make a deal, and we're going to try to, and then Mark Levin goes, this is a failure, this is a blunder, this is a strategic thing, and it's like, for who? It's for us. It's not a failure for Billy. It's clearly a failure for us, but it seems like the bigger failure would be for Israel that wants Iran to do whatever because they have aspirations regionally, locally, certainly regionally. So, is it a failure for them? And that's a fair question. And I think it's like, you've got to be able to have that conversation without being tarred and feathered as someone who's like a conspiracy mongering anti-Semite, which is like there's a group of people that are, but a lot of people just want sanity. And this is not safe. And just like we're talking about the banks, of course, that shit dealt with this rules that these guys nobody understands blowback. Like the CIA term blowback, when you like go to a country, kill everyone, and they go, you like us, right? They go, no, not really. We killed your mother, but we're sorry, but you want the ball, we're gonna go to war. They go, no, I'm gonna bomb you, I'm trying to kill you. This is blowback. There's blowback when you shut down conversations and show people you're gonna pay them or kill them. That's your way to do it. If you pay people a lot of money or kill them, they're gonna talk. If you limit that, they're going to get angrier and blowback is really intense. I mean, that's entirely accurate. CBS News, oh, come on. That's the thing. I have a beef with her. I like her. I like that she's in a bunker. I will go on to that show. I'm there. The things that I thought was hilarious, there was some fake stories that they're going to bring me on for 60 minutes. Everyone keeps saying that. I And she's got that dope bull, whatever his name is, in Evening News, crying like a psychopath. Who's that? He's the guy who does the CBS Evening News, and his first episode, he's in Miami, and he's crying. Can you get that up? It's unbelievable. It's the anchor of the news. And he's crying because he's talking about his family and how he's in Miami. It's unbelievable. This is the guy who was selected to put the CBS Evening News to be the anchor of the CBS Evening News. And like he does this thing where he's in Miami and they take him out of the chair because he wants to shaking it up. Barry's shaking it up, so he's sitting at a desk doing the thing. And they bring him to Miami to like visit his childhood places. And he starts sobbing in I forget, it was like a restaurant or something. Jamie, he's crying in like a restaurant, or he gets like choked up, and he's deeply uncomfortable, and it's really weird. And he starts talking about how he had a hard childhood. It's like unbelievable. Embarrassing first days, CBS Evening News Sabbath Quest staff. It's state TV. Conversation with one of his handlers during an ad break. Pete Hexet say during this interview with Tony, how do you say his name? We did it at Barry's request, and because CBS News did something right on this, I wish you had him crying. I wish you had him in that restaurant. So this Marco, he's in Miami, and talks about Miami. I mean, yeah, this is psychotic. So he just keeps crying. Maybe that's his thing. You know, like George Hamilton, he's tan all the time. He's crying. He's talking about. Yeah, look at this. Look at this. This is the anchor of the CBS. So he's being interviewed. Yeah, listen to the interview. Why South Florida and Miami? Makes me emotional. It's so funny. It's the way of my childhood, right? Florida is where my grandmother here, my father, my mother, aunts and uncles, and cousins, and it's where I would have spent all of my childhood left. Because my father got from his business, like, he got it now, but he was a drug dealer. He was a drug dealer, went to jail. It's kind of a ha-ha thing that we say now, but the reason for it was he's the head of the CBS Evening News. He's the anchor of the CBS Evening News. This is what drives him so crazy with the world, how fake everything is. That's the guy. That's the best guy for the job. This is cool. When I brought Lucy Whitney Houston before, she's good. I can't sing like that. Who cares if she smokes crack? She deserves it. You watch this, and it drives you insane. You go, this guy's crying. His father's a drug dealer. This is who's the best guy for the job. He's gonna have to report on death, like murder, war, famine, whatever So I like doing a bunch of other things. I disagree with this, that the news organization was I don't know what his exact views were. Yeah, let's find out. I don't know what they were, but Barry chairs the meetings there and chairs the goes on and embarrasses herself and now the calls and stuff is the that she's talking about. So here it is. Following his criticism, Senator Barry Weiss, 60 Minutes of Cigarettes, Milton at a staff meeting. He was fired by CBS News. What did he say? CBS fired Penley. Milton wrote a cover letter, which was taken from the New York Times. It stated as follows: "Your intimidates the future of the show has come through loud and clear. I have heard you, therefore, writing on behalf of CBS News, to inform you that CBS is terminated for cause of death immediately." Next day, Weiss said, "I'm only interested in working in the newsroom. This builds on trusted mutual respect." Pelly accused the new CBS leadership of instructing him to insert falsehoods into a story, into assertions that were not verified. Instructions he says he ignored. The collapse of values he thought was become table. The leadership at 60 Minutes is no longer recognizable. Principles either here or beyond. And so honestly as well, what exactly they meant by the falsehoods in the political story and also assertions that were verified assertions. Here it is. It says, the story CBS intervened on is a report on the 2026 protests in Minnesota. Also, CBS asked was to describe the protester Renee Good as driving her car toward the officer who killed her, which Pelly said contradicts video evidence of the event. That's correct. It seemed to me that the lady was trying to turn the car away from him, but he didn't rush up against the guy, which is enough for him to decide. Well, I know, but it was not. She was trying to run the car. But however, that guy had been dragged by a car very recently, so he's probably filled with PTSD. Almost a short dive. I think he got dragged on 300 yards. I think it's fair to ask him 300 feet. It's also fair to ask him what is the media? Like, what is the media like? Right. All due respect to Barry Weiss, but like, so it was a heavily inflated praise. She told YouTube channel, whatever. It's clearly, there's clearly a political agenda. It's billionaires that own all these companies, and we're asked to believe that like she's the most qualified for the job because she's never been in the newsroom. We have the rank, she's an op-ed, columnist, an opinion writer, and stuff like that. Great. She made a lot of sense. We said it before. And then she appoints and hires this guy who's crying. In Miami, and it's that. And it's like, that guy. I think it's fair to ask, like, do we have any trust left in these institutions? Do we have any trust left? Like, people who drug their own evening and say not being asked to serve things in this is an animal. Not alone, just not alone. Like, driving the car toward the officer. That's not, it's just not technically correct, right? It seems like she was steering away. Why would they want you to say something that's not correct? You can just see it in the video. Like, if you were running a newsroom, the last thing you want to do is contradict something that's obviously verifiable. So, now, for what reason would you sacrifice your credibility? Because that's essentially what it's doing here. It's such a short-term play. Yes, I'll tell you exactly why. Because their main demographic, a 70-year-olds who have children on the couch. They're not verifying this. They're not having this online savvy. They're not looking at cataracts. And it allows them to dismiss it as justifiable. Yeah, I don't think they're as motivated to do that. Because she's an attack for Trump, because Trump promised more than promised, but whatever. He's useful in the sense that he's going to go to the top of their street. He's going to sue, or he's going to bring Harvard College to heal for whatever the hell they did. And, she believes that, and again, a lot of this is just connected to her view that, Israel's interests are always 100% wasn't like it was an openly discussed thing. It wasn't until I started realizing, first of all, it was APAC. It was the weirdness of the New York City of mayoral race. Yeah, of course. Very weird. Where they were all like, we're not visiting Israel. What? Well, this was a direct opposition to the stated goal of the Trump administration, which is to pair the United States and to make it free, to elevate and to focus on the United States and to not go to Eastern wars, which was a huge, very popular thing because platform and to not waste money and saddle ourselves with debt and wire ourselves these unwinnable wars. And there was such a gaslighting campaign. The Secretary of State came out here and well, Israel's going to attack many, many of our bases. We're going to be vulnerable, so we have to join. And then he went, no, I didn't mean that. I didn't really mean that. And we're partners. We both think it's a great idea. And there was tremendous pressure on him to do this. And, it hasn't worked. And it's clearly not in the interest of the United States to be in a Middle Eastern war. The Jewish people don't believe in this. Lots of, people from all walks of life don't believe it, but there's an ideological group of people that donate a lot of money and that are incredibly powerful, and they are really pushing this. They're pushing troops and they're pushing nukes and they're pushing or not, there's a lot of crazy bombing campaigns. They're pushing troops on the ground. They don't care what it takes. Iran has to be either completely destroyed or it's just got to be a chaos zone. Just like the mutual ambitions of Israel, they can't exist. So, I mean, again, it's not an entirely conspiratorial because I don't think the victim stuff either is a bunch of people in America being like, I can't get ahead because Jewish people are successful. I think that's a stupid road to go down. That's a victim road. I hate it. I hate it when gay people do it or any group of people. I hate when they dredge themselves protecting. I think when you become victim of autonomy over your life, it's insane. I think there's a fair question to ask about what is, what is the motive of certain massive big donors? Is the massive big donor strength and prosperity of America? Or is it the strength and prosperity of Israel? That's a fair question. It's a fair question. And what about the rest of the world? Like, how much are we holding ourselves to launch or the rest of ourselves indescribably worse PR heavy? And, people cannot justify, you've got to be a very ideological person to justify just, southern Lebanon, Gaza, Iran, perhaps Turkey. This is starting to feel like this is like a friend thing. This is like a friend making excuses for a certain amount of time. And then your wife eventually goes, they're not allowed to. They can't go. They have a problem. They've fucked up all life. I know they're fun. I know they share values. I know they enjoy each other. Know each other for a long time. Here's the deal. They're not really in the house and they can't be around the kids. Because, that's what it's coming out to. What's even worse than that? The guy that drives me crazy is the negotiators. Kill all the negotiators. They have to stop killing the negotiators. Stop Lebanon. Is this Iran going to work? It's going to work because Iran, stop bombing Lebanon. I think we're at odds now. We're in the last 2 years. We are now. The last 2 years, we're at odds with Israel for the first time. Trump is really at odds with them. He's had enough. I think he's starting to understand that his legacy, understand all the things he did. If he doesn't find an extra chaos with his forward. I think on the other side, and that's it. Fans, again, for all the disagreements I might have with fans about certain things, he is one of the only people in that administration who does push against the continuation of this war, which is why a lot of those conservative donors try to destroy him. I don't think it's guys that look at and 100% not just in my world, I have like no completely autonomous persons that they can do the things for. Yeah, but I think the job is you turn the heat up enough where maybe everyone's going to do 10 horrible things they do too. So I think it's certainly the job for anyone who looks at this stuff to look at it and go, what is going on? What is happening? I will say, for all the tech things that I find, things like what? I do think that, to his credit, he's the only one in there. And you can tell, it's not that I have some inside knowledge. The only attack he's being attacked by the people who want the war using. And he knows his political ambitions will be completely destroyed by a continuation of this war. So, I look at all these people not as human beings, even though they are human beings, but I look at them as like running the show, running the country. So, it's hard to know their hearts or heads or how they feel from one day to the next. It's very difficult. I think he wasn't the big guy. He's calculated and ambitious, but he also isn't one being attacked by people who want the war to continue. Tucker Carlson, again, I agree with Tucker, disagree with Tucker. The attacks on him are insane. The attacks on Megyn Kelly are wild because of this issue. It's not myriad of issues. It's this issue. And it's weird. It's weird because it's so transparent. It's so transparent. The whole world is seeing it play out, and it's the amount of gaslighting you have to keep pumping. It's not sustainable. To say that this was not interesting, this was America's interest, you have to jump around logically so much. This is also justification. Justification is wrong. Captures that saying. They're doing the best they can. Look at the drone footage. Fly over there. That's the best you can do. That's crazy. I think that's good. Except that was an amazing. So yeah, it's like it looks like the damage was just spread out over 2 years. It's children being killed. It's mothers being killed. And by the way, October 7th was I should have to keep doing that. You should have to do that, but it's also October 7th. So the labels, right? So those are the people that were anti-Thomas. Those are not the people that were also killed by probably they trained people by their houses and it's a bad situation. It's also like, why did it take so long to respond? This is another very interesting, very important question. Because there's a lot of people that say this is the size of New Jersey and the security failures are pretty wild and there hasn't been a real investigation into it. And then Gallows kind of prevented that and they kind of made it illegal to watch that in Israel. Like people were like writing about that and going, what the hell's going on? Like, well, there was, they made a law, they closed this out about things like this in Israel during wartime. They have an election. It's October 7th. Hasn't had an election. Right. Ukraine hasn't had an election. Nobody's had an election. So if we're living in a country, the leader of a country just wants to be in a war forever, there is no democracy. There's really no democracy. That says that Netanyahu said he wants to maintain a war. He said, right. And then he turned out, and then a nice chubby intern showed up. So, I mean, that's the thing, you don't have elections, you don't have people looking into things, and by the way, that's not the only thing that they should look into everything. Where are the underdogs? What happened? No, why can't we know anything? Why can't we know anything? Release it, we're all adults, release it, let's see what happens. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure no one did anything naughty. No one did anything naughty.
first time I met you was 2018. Because it was open for the trial to yeah. Then I met you in 2019. Then I met you next one 6 years ago, 7 years ago. They were cracks that were breaking that almost invisible. Like you couldn't see them. Now you have like signals opening into reality. Those people exactly and you see, like, this Tulsi Gabbard, this press release that she did this. Yeah, Holly's where she's talking about how she swore did all that. We're getting information. We're getting information to let us know that the entire system has been hopelessly corrupted for a very long time. And if you don't survive, you can't survive for way $40 trillion. That's close, right? It was a 30 dollar. No one thinks that's going to be paid back. Yes, that's going to be right. So we have China. Like, no one thinks that's going to be paid back. The dollar as a world reserve currency seems to have world reserve this is what's discussed. How does the system survive this level of information? People are not going to. Do you think that this whole race to AI, this having context of race that's going on right now, the future of whatever the United States is kind of depends on us getting there first. Right? I think part if we don't get there first, then it's probably over. If you really thought about it, like if Joshua was there first, and you really thought about it, control of resources, everything's shut off, whatever, if it's weaponized. My worry is that in the guise of fighting a China country. So I would take the government a lot more seriously if they were potentially a big way. Like seeing a politician merge all these different government databases. So your health data and your criminal justice data and your tax data and your merchants and who's doing that balance. And then they go, well, China's going to credit score. What the hell is that? What the hell is this? Why? So Vance comes out and he goes, I'm worried about a credit score. It's like, okay, hey buddy, me too. What the hell is this? So it's a little bit of gaslighting in that sense too. They're like, if China gets all this stuff, they're all going to be, news. And you go, okay. So it's almost like China will enslave you. Let us do it first. Everyone's going to do their best behavior. That's right. Everyone's going to do their best behavior. Watching them hurt that vote. Everyone's going to do their best behavior. This is what these people are looking at from people like that. They don't have any interest in owning a house, farming the land, or starting a business, or any interest in that. It does not serve them all. It did for a while, but their economic projection is that that's not going to be possible. So what they're going to do, building bunkers, they're working on wealth, and they're heavily invested in gold. One of the reasons I think that we have to strengthen Iran is all this UAE money comes from Hollywood, these startups, and they're selling the AI. AI money's coming from the UAE. And they're on basis people of Europe, those countries getting attacked because of this war. They're a huge financier of American startups and some AI startups. So, like, one thing that I wonder about all of this is just how much this just does seem now to be a high-level chess game about the future and what is and isn't possible. The only thing that makes me personally happy is that Jared Kushner and Donald Trump just won an that gives me really excited to see the other side. Really excited to see the Prime Minister's house, the President's house, just start lighting houses on fire. And that's coming, by the way. They just didn't know that. That's coming. People starting to light things on fire is coming. That's coming. I'm not calling for it. I'm not saying it's for it. But it's coming. Because voting's become fake. No one cares. So you know, people are like, friends. It's fake. It's fake. It's so obvious. It's fake. Yes, it's fake. It's all fake. So the only, not the only fake. It's bad. The fire is real.
right, they had like the concept of the stupid wall. I like that way. This is where people are going to start realizing that all this technology just makes sense. This idea that you have to be bad and all the laws and charity and the honor just go by them. That's what's happening. But maybe it's fine. No, they're not making you feel differently. I don't know. I've had invites to deal, and I've said no because I think, you probably sit me down and go, listen to me, you fat fuck, you're going to shut your mouth. And I'd sit there and I go, I think it's an idea. You think when I invite someone who's, this is the guy who's dressed up as Christy Montauk's dressed up. Absolutely. If somebody said to me, a few people will survive, and it's just going to be you and these people, and everybody else is going to die. It's tough. How fun would it be, though? Is it fun? Is it fun if the whole world dies? And I'm just sitting and having dinner with J.D. Vance's wife. Is that the fun with Peter Thiel? Shot and changes. Is that what we want? I don't know. Probably not. What's the best case scenario? Best case scenario is a new era of like thinking and soulfulness and spirituality and healthy attachment to technology and religion and people's a sense of morality, togetherness, love for community that's not enforced by governments, corporations, and armies. I'm not betting on that. That would be. Well, there's a problem, right? Yeah, there's that. It's no one sides. Clear sides. We're moving in a very weird direction of uncertainty. But humans today are way better at being people, way kinder and nicer, despite all our problems, than we have ever been. Yeah. Society is generally, at least for society, treated safer than it's ever been in the past. Yeah. And it's also, there's more opportunity to do things that we need because of technology. It's ever existed knowledge. So it's not worse, but it's not moving in the best direction possible. Like if you had to choose between living today and moving now, or living in 1976 in San Francisco, you'd fuck yourself up. Shitty breaks, with these fucking people who don't know anything because they have the internet. Fuck that. You're better off living today. The communication goes to Janice Joplin, smoked weed at a movie for 50 cents, and then you go to a park and fuck and then die. And it might not be as bad as one thinks. And who knows? I didn't live during that time, so I'm sure there was a lot of influence. Get stabbed, but in New York was more culturally interesting when there was crime. I'm against there being crime because New York couldn't have existed. It can't be 1983 in New York. Now, Times Square right now is TGI Fridays. Sure used to be chaos. But it can't be chaos. But again, in that city, do you get the wrong state gang? Well, that's not like, probably not. Probably not. No, you need some chaos. Sure. You don't get chaos. You don't get chaos from TGI Fridays. That kind of chaos. But I do think that there's a time for certain things, and this is inertia that makes certain things work. And like, it would be crazy to think about New York in the 80s today. Like, no one's built for that life. No one's built for that. No one's even built for that. Like, one of the reasons wars don't work anymore is they're not built for it. We used to be built for war. We used to be built for war. They're built to, like, just like, yeah, I mean, somebody calls me, like, just go die. There's like a petition on the door, and it's like, war here, war. People are built for that. Nobody's built for that now. People file complaints. city. It's a city where people talk about chicken salad. It's a city where people are awake. It's just a different city. It's Pilates and it's all great. It's fine. It's shiny. It's not what it was. It's just not what it was. It doesn't have that same magic. Nothing does it like that. Nothing really does. What's that guy's name? Ken Griffin. Yeah, that guy was yeah, he was more of a billionaire guy. It's all yeah, we're gonna take it. It's all fake. It's all fake. He's Trump. He's smart. He's sharp. He's good looking. He's this whole crap. It's like a billionaire guy. It's Palm Beach. A house worth $1 billion. You're not gonna do anything to Ken Griffin. You're a city employee. The mayor is fake. Like it's like you raise taxes. Maybe if you can get it done, you can. Maybe if you can get it, you'll get dirtier. Crime will go up. It's kind of whatever. It's just not, you know, it's not, it's gorgeous. It's a corporation. Guys like him, it's a Bernie Sanders, he's the version of the socialist cat. He's a bunch of military industrial complex job. Sweetheart of a man, but it's not that good. 30 years, millions, has 3 roles. The Clinton sandbag him because they working for God only knows who, the Goldman Sachs and the devil. And he goes and says Hillary's great, they're all great, it's all great, the system's fine, it's fine. He's a sandbag, like twice. And he doesn't burn it to the ground, he doesn't burn it to the ground, so he's the dad's version of the socialist you get. Everybody's like a socialist, but I'm saying like, that's clearly, this is just socialist mind to play games. Something, this is something really people and actually a bunch of lesbians, and I think I would hold him because he shot something. I think he does. And I like him. Shout out to him. Shout out to him. But I think, you know, Sanders is doing what he has to do. Please let the Democrats get these people. I think the donors want Rubio. Rubio's kind of more because he's not Vance is more isolationist than Vance is, and I think Vance is more league with the tech people. I think Rubio, the central banking cartels, intergenerational pools of capital, intergenerational war industry, it might be it's like the war industry, it might be Rubio, like the whole different fiefdoms of the super rich. I think tech guys are so different too. Not that they don't get involved in war, of course they do, but it's not a hunky-dory, you know, it's not a banking empire for years and centuries, and like, you know, it's decades are here, and you're like, what is this? Here, you know, what is this? That's what the tech people, by the way, what they have other ways to make money. So I do think that's broken the nation. I don't think Rubio has used it. I think more people than Rubio have used it. But I've watched Rubio recently, and I don't think Rubio these days, I can't take it seriously. I don't know why. Trump again suggests a Vance Rubio 2028 presidential debate for House Rubio wins. So this will probably be those two. Do you think that people are going to want to buy into the Republican Party? I think it'll be Democratic. What do you think? I think it's somebody who I think somebody who I don't think it's Newsom. I don't think it's AOC. I think it's somebody that comes from the red state. Democrat governor, purple state. They already had governor. They paid him boring. I think a boring person's going to come in and just be like, hey, I'm the president. Just reasonable. The show's over. Show them all this show's over. And then they have here's something because Trump's a drug and you've got to detox from that. This whole last decade has been a drug. It's been the craziest decade. I remember sitting with you in election night. I remember being you and Alex sitting down. I remember all these things. Watching this crazy part. I remember when Trump was shot. I remember, you know, tragically Trump was shot. All of these things that happened that are just so crazy. And now it seems so far away. And like they're so far in the past. They like this guy, John Ossoff. He's got that face. Like Tallarico neck is a little too small. Yeah, that's just kind of true. More square jaw. Conservative Georgia radio host. Georgia endorses John Ossoff for U.S. Senator. They just have to go, hey, everybody, remember health care? Don't you want that? Is he Republican? He's a Democrat. He's a Democrat. He's going off as a Republican in the same with his Spencer Pratt. So I'm actually a Democrat. Worked as a national security staffer. Yeah, he's just me. I'm the man whose ears it's fake kids, boy. You don't know what it is. How much more evidence does anyone need? Sorry. Glad you're out there. I'm glad that you have me here. Podcast rules. It's such a great escape. It's so beautiful because it's just the way you're able to combine reality with humor. It's very rare. Thank you, I appreciate it. I seriously say it's very unusual. It's very insightful, political commentary, and social commentary mixed in with hilarious takes on things. That's very nice. I'll keep doing it until I'm ready to jail. Appreciate it. Good job, bro. Say my name, Joe Rogan Podcast. My name all day. This one is for a horse I have on Maverick was the tower and then one reserved at the future. And they give you a bell buckle if you want. Bell buckle, expensive. So guys like you that understand horses, if you saw someone with one of those, you know exactly what that is right away. Oh yeah, and then you're the horse. Wow. I think you would fight. I guess probably similar. Yeah. But that's not like one of the things in 2020 fucked up, so that's the same. It's also interesting to me how there's these different sort of categories of interests that people have. That, one person might not know anything. I don't know anything about horses. But you're like fucking balls deep, and fucking everything about it. It's crazy. It's such an interesting pool of knowledge. The people who are really into horses, they start explaining, it's not as simple as, that's a horse and that's a horse too. There's genetic lines and there's certain tendencies that certain horses actually pass on to their offspring. It's crazy stuff. There's a stallion, and I really like it. I've got a number of horses by the stallion. His name's Sucks. And there's just incredibly balanced, no feeling, very, very just mix it all. But they see dead people, they see ghosts. So like, once every 3 months, for no reason, this thing's gonna fucking check out. And I can check out just decide it's not safe here. We're going back to the bar. It's not safe here. Or we're going through it. So I'm going to just listen to the wow. You never know when it's gonna happen. And these children have this as well. Whoa! Just all as well. And that's that's a big part. That's like if you have a Corvette that decides to drive home. Yeah, that's like a Corvette. Most of the time you can go to the store. Most of the time you can gas with it. That seems so crazy. And the horse sees these ghosts. I don't know what to see. So kind of. There's a lot of them gas with them. So, yeah, why? So, well, there's a gene typically if you see a horse with a white face and the white goes with like eyes, typically that horse is dead. Wow. And so they can't hear, but they can feel the vibrations. So hear like that or the vibrations. So I can set all these horses off. Just anything pounding on the ground, it might be something chasing from. Yeah. Wow. sort of an advantage where they can sort of tune out distractions. Imagine if a voice is out there. Yes. 100%. Yes, crowd is screaming and yelling. It's not going to bother them. They start stomping their feet. I was going to show this one horse alive from fans around the match. And all these guys are cheering for this Italian rider. And they're all beating on the side of them. My horse check. My horse check. There's a famous pool player. His name is Shane Van Vogt. He's one of the greatest pool players of all time. Not the greatest. And he's deaf. And he has hearing aids. And when he plays the shut them off, he can't see some of those guys. He goes into this world just of balls and geometry. Just a mess. Just horrifying person. Because the fact that he's got that extra sense shut off, like the hearing sense shut it off. It's not just that, he's also sensitive. He practices 10 hours a day. He's a full time. He's won the US Open. It was the hardest tournament to play. He's won it 5 times. He's just absolutely one of the guys in history goes for 25 times. History goes for 25 times. Yeah, but then when you go levels to the game, like you start getting up professional players. It's a totally different. Just watching it, you realize like, oh my god, they're just hitting the ball way too hard. And I don't know what I'm doing. My angle's way fucked up. But this guy's playing that thing, which is just hitting straight. It's the control of the ball. It's just like they're part of the stick is part of their body. The stick and the ball are all connected in space and time, and they know where that ball's going. It's nuts to watch. See, this guy's an uphill ball, it'll travel. It's a 9-foot tail, it'll travel all the way around this 12-foot distance. You're going to go in a 2-inch spot, and you just go full feet. It's great, and then you do that in depth to the great. You got cheers, just still in the zone. Yeah, just hyper focused. Autism players too. You have that. Oh yeah, just a touch of autism. Anybody's good at anything. Anybody's good at anything, either ADHD or autism. They're trying to give me medicine for ADHD. Did they? How old were you when they tried to give it to you? Oh, well, they did give it to me when I was a kid. They really, they're really nice. Where they go lobotomized, right? So I stopped taking it just because I'm not using it. My parents were fucking just letting me around. My neighbor's kid, they gave it to him on the way to California. It was such a bummer. He was just walking kid. And they gave it to him also in his flat. Yeah. And I was like, oh. The lady was like, oh, he's on medication now. He's hyperactive. I'm like, oh my god. It's not my kid, not my place. I'm not saying nothing. I just go to work, single bed. And there's somebody to put. So I was just so confused. I kept thinking, if somebody did that to me when I was a kid, for sure I'm taking on drugs. If my parents knew about those options, they could shut me the fuck up. If I had the wrong parents, my parents would have done. If I had the wrong parents, 100% I had all the treats. That was get lots of dopamine is a superpower. If you understand it, it's a superpower. Yeah. If you can find something you love, people say, how in the world can you find strength? It's not that hard. Once I know what it is, I can sit, you can sit me around 1,000 people. It's a different form of strength because if somebody wants you to pay attention to the history of Pop-Tarts or history of something in there, yeah, something in there. Yeah, that's the superpower. The superpower is you find something you love and focus on it. But the way our education system is designed is so ass backwards. You take kids that are so energetic, they have so much life, and you just squeeze it out of them. Just sit still, stay, listen to boring shit. All day they just fighting this desire to scream and just run out the building and do something fun. Essentially what we call modern public education system now been modern as a means to create workers. Yeah. starting school so early for kids is the earlier you can start, the more you can get them to do whatever you want them to do. The more you can get them to pledge allegiance, get really excited about this, that, and the other thing. Including all the trans stuff that you see in school, pride stuff. Teachers are working with preschool kids, talking about sexuality and gender. Like, you're fucking 6. Like, they don't know what you're talking. Like, why are you even talking to them about that? Because you can bully, you can program those thoughts into their mind that this is a good cause. And it can be anything. It can be your religion, it can be your political ideology, it can be Christian, Muslim, whatever. If you get kids young enough, talk them into doing almost anything. That's why they have child suicide bombers. You're not trying to get guys in their 40s with a family and strap a vest on. They're trying to get kids.
And, you know, what'll really make a couple of rules is if you look at, because all these things are funded, all these nonprofits and NGOs, from the word touch, you look at where the money comes from, and you're this whole thing, and it's been coming for 40, 50 years. These places, Qatar, obviously Russia, China, all these are enemies. They're going to be donating money to all of these groups to divide, to just eat away from the inside.
Russia's been doing it since the 70s, 60s. Yeah. And Yuri Bezmenov, I'm sure anybody who has it, please watch it. It's Yuri Bezmenov, and it's in 1984. This guy's essentially describing what America is going to essentially he's dead on. Just dead on. Dead on with the communism, the Marxism, the stuff in the universities, just completely poison their mind. Push out any ideas of patriotism being a virtue, all the hate for America that you have, all the division, all of it engineered. It's wild.
Just look at the benefits. Yeah, that's so simple.
Yeah,
Just look and see the benefits.
well, that has a lot in this country as well, unfortunately. There's a lot of people that are involved in division, and they can prop it up. They can work an angle. We're with you. This is a big part of the problem, getting the whole idea of nonprofits. Because nonprofits, in theory, are awesome. It's a great thing that people are willing to donate their money. Like wealthy people doing well say, you know what, I think my money could be best suited to helping out people. It's one of those amazing notions about people when they can be charitable. They don't have to be. They do it because they want to. They really want to help.
It's really going wrong. The majority of the money is going to overhead and employees. Think about this. If I create a company to go solve for homeless people,
Yes.
and all of these NGOs and all of this, and the problem's getting worse. It's not getting better. The problem's getting worse. But if I form an NGO, that's my cause. If I solve the problem, exactly the money. There's no reason to get it. So they don't create things so incentives and disaster to the world. Make the world worse, make it longer, make it bigger, look how big the problem is.
So I was doing a breakdown of the people that work in the homeless industry, I say, air quotes, in California, because that's really what it is. They spend $24 million on homeless problem, and no one can account for it. And they tried to get an accountant of it. They tried to do an audit of it. So vetoed it. Like, why would you want to know? Let's stop all that nonsense and build this fucking train track to nowhere that's never been built.
Everything they do sucks. How would that stupid fucking highway to make sure the mountain lions are safe?
It's like over $100 million.
And they have them, by the way, that's not a new concept. They have those throughout the West. And they don't go shit.
They don't cost them much money at all. They fix it. They do it great.
It's just,
They're done in a couple months.
pour some cement, put some sod down, plant some grass, wait out. But there's that. We're going to a state that doesn't use that.
It is as goofy as it gets, and then you think it's as goofy as it gets, and then you hear that Portland just okay. So this is going to be on the ballot in November. It got that votes to be on the ballot in November, and this is something. Oh man, it's under the guise of stop animal cruelty. Who says no stop animal cruelty? I certainly want to stop animal cruelty and stop animal cruelty. So what does it mean? It means no fishing, no ranching, no agriculture, no animals that get harmed in any way, no killing chickens for Kentucky Fried Chicken, nothing. No animals die. And it's fucking Oregon is voting on this in November. Voting on this. No fishing. No fishing. What are you saying? Are you fucking high? So they'll let you go ranching. Ranching. You can't ranch. You're gonna kill cattle. What are you crazy? That's illegal in Oregon. That's illegal. And here's that's let's just say let's just outlaw. Let's just say ranching. Let's just say ranching. Let's just say there's 91 million cattle. There's natural. So what will we do? You just leave them alone. Let nature take its course. Let nature give it the rest. There's no nature to take its course. It's 91 million cattle. And I can promise you this: if you outlaw them, I can promise you this: taking care of them, I'm going to then they're the water in the highway. Yeah. And then the bulls are out. Yeah. So you keep the bulls contained. No. So now the bulls are going to kill people. Okay, you can make more cattle. Yeah, and make more cattle. Yeah, so now we have 9 million cattle in 3 decades. And all your fences, bulls are going to smash your fences. The bull's going to eat your grass. The bull's going to stomp your dog. The bull's going to stomp your dog. But it's not supposed to be logical. It's all just a vibe. It's like, it's not even a well thought out one. The problem is you don't have to be well thought out. You just have to appeal to certain sensibilities. And then also, like, oh, that would be good. Stop animal cruelty. And then probably SSRIs anyway. It'll pass. According to your title, one guy got 135,000 signatures passed that bill. I wonder how many of our homeless people moved to Portland from Denver, from Southern California. Do we have a photo of this dude? I want to see how this goes. He's a vegan. Oh, that's weird. I would have never guessed. Oh, substitute teacher. He's getting center here. What else? That's all I'm saying. Well, they shouldn't. It's a crazy idea. Yeah. Substitute teacher, vegan. Competitions organized. It's to have a system where we're not killing or hurting animals anymore. I like how he said a system. What are you talking about? What does that mean? What's a system? You're talking about nature? What's a system? You're talking about nature? Like, and they're going to kill each other. Stupid. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Is it someone on the list we will know when a mountain lion gets into a pen of sheep and tears them apart? Sheep. You're taking the chance of eating another guinea pig and we're better if you want one. Yeah, really good bet. Solid bet. Jesus, you said they're going to Midland, Texas. Yeah, you got this channel. Take some medication. Just fucking have some time. There he is. There we go. Hey, fella. Yeah. It's, there's a lot of silly people in the world, and, you know, we're talking about young people. If you get young people indoctrinated early enough, I think these silly ideas make sense. Which is one of the reasons why you said that Kevin Costner moment on your show when he explained to that vegan show that such a good one. He explained to the vegan they have to be before you care. Yeah. And what the actual, what life gets killed when you're just talking about farming, just food, just farm the field. Stores organisms. Yeah, that's right on those roads. You're in that system. And then there's the bees. Like, the amount of bees that die Okay for you? He said, yeah. There was a time in Mediterranean where they were with the cowboys and they were stripping them. And it's one of the first domesticated plants where people realize people were seeing it through the animals were wandering out. Squirrels are like this snack tree. They're okay for this one. They're okay for this one. So they started cutting down. So they started cutting down for the squirrels. Oh, interesting. So that's originally that's. This episode is brought to you by Wild Pastures. Here's the deal, folks. Wild Pastures delivers 100% grass-fed and finished beef, pasture-raised meat and chicken, even wild-caught seafood, even right into your door. I love the ribeyes. Just an excellent cut of meat I had last week. It's great stuff. It's high-quality meat from animals that are raised the way nature intended. Outdoors, on lush green pastures, no cages, no crates, no feed bins. Wild Pastures only works with small, family-run, regenerative farms here in the USA. So you're supporting American farmers and the land itself because regenerative farming restores soil, improves ecosystems, soil, protects biodiversity. What's more, Wild Pastures nutrient-dense, zero-junk, high-quality meat is around 25 to 40% less than you pay for the same quality in store. Right now, you can save even more with 20% off every Wild Pastures box and free shipping for life, plus $15 off your first box at wildpastures.com/rover. That's wildpastures.com/rover. Wild Rose in water-intensive crop meats maintain 200 gallons of water per minute. That's so crazy. Oh my God. Here's my dude. Right, so words matter. Misuse them in our society. It's just right. So just all these things that we're called milk. Right. And I'm just determined to call it almond juice. Because that's what it fucking is. It's not even almond juice. It's not a tea. Almond juice. We're taking almost pulverized variety of water, essentially leaching out the flavor of the almonds and adding extra shit to the sugar. Sugar's in there. Holy shit! Yeah, man, that's why it tastes good. My doctor told me that I had oxalates in my diet and my blood test. He said your oxalates are kind of high. So are you eating almonds? And I said, yeah, I eat almonds all the time. So yeah, I cut back. Because that's where it's from. Really? Yeah. Find out how much oxalates are in almonds. I just listened to it. And also, it's a lot of like that free flour stuff. You buy a lot of that stuff. It's like almond flour a lot of times. Right? Almonds are high oxalate food. Eating them can raise oxalate levels that circulate, get filtered by the kidneys and appear in urine, which may increase kidney stone risk in susceptible people. Yeah. Almonds contain about 296 milligrams of oxalate per 100 grams, roughly 4 milligrams per nut, putting them in the high oxalate category. Yeah, he said they're not bad. You just have every now and then because we don't do it on a regular basis. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff that's high oxalates. People don't think about it. They can really funky kale, for instance. I used to drink kale smoothies all the time until another doctor told me you really should cook the kale. Cook it and then filter out whatever water's in it. Like, really? Like, why? Oxalates. Because you want to cook oxalates in it. Really? Yeah, that's apparently what causes a lot of kidney stones. Some folks, they drink one of those green smoothies, which I used to do every day. I used to take a bunch of kale, throw in a bunch of apples, and some ginger, and some garlic, blend it all up, and drink it at the beginning of the day. I thought it was a good thing. And he was like, here, just blasting your system with oxalates. I was like, oh, all right. He said, have bacon, then have some bacon. I'm like, fucking bacon's better. Like, my journey of figuring out what to eat was a long one. It was a long one, and thank God I got this podcast because I had to have all those conversations with people where I realized, like, oh, so we're, like, now the food pyramid's completely flipped, which is hilarious. But it's like I've had enough conversations where I realize, like, oh, all these people don't know what they're talking about, and they're giving advice, and it's weird. It's weird how much bad advice there is for food and for health and for fucking filling blank. Almost everything in our society was created by Johnson Johnson. Yeah. Or Kellogg's. Johnson Johnson. Yeah. Like, how do we get people to eat our shit in the morning and get at lunch? And then one thing we can't control, they talk about the one thing that we do not have is this massive industrialized meat production because there's no economic way to do it. They do it if they could. Harris Ranch, which you've probably seen off I-5 in California, the closest version of that. But what is the feed yard, right? Where you can get them together and feed cattle for 90 or 150 days before you can go set them off and slaughter them, right? That's the closest thing there is to an industrialized beef industry because it's a very inefficient way. It's way better to farm, right? It's more efficient to farm than it is raise cattle. So you only want to raise cattle somewhere you can farm. At the end of the day, you want to raise cattle or grain that take protein from more protein sources and metabolize it, right? So you graze them in real rocky terrain with native grasses that you can't farm, you can't kill it, you just can't. And it needs to be eaten by something more weeds will take it, right? Grasses. Grass grows better when it's being raised. And so there's no way to industrialize that or centralize it. The most centralized it is in the packing house, right? We've got 4 major packing houses that control 97% of the beef industry. And that's starting to change. COVID was extremely helpful for the small farmer rancher to sit there and get their product out, right? And find small, they start popping up, open these USDA facilities that don't process 800 head of cattle an hour. They maybe do 50 or 50 a day. And now people can go there because they're a USDA facility. They can buy beef directly from them, buy from the rancher, right? You can control where your food's coming from, as opposed to what was happening, where you get a bunch of, you're going to go get a burger, you're eating some Australian chemical meat, right? For the most part, or something from Brazil. You're not eating something that you want to eat, right? When you go to a nice steakhouse, the steaks there, they're going to come from most likely Texas, Iowa, Nebraska, Montana. There's some select areas where people are spending that kind of attention and time to raise that kind of quality of beef, right? And it's being done by smaller ranchers, maybe a big ranch, but still operated by relatively few people. You know, the Four Sixes is 300,000 acres. There's 12 companies. 12 cowboys for 300,000 acres is nuts. How do they keep track of it? We break it down into pastures. Then you have, and the pastures fall under the terminology is this. Let's say if you're in Guthrie, there's a camp called South Camp because it's in the South, and it's responsible for 50,000 acres, right, which is broken down into multiple pastures that are between 7 and 10,000 acres. There's one big pasture that camp is 14,000 acres. And so then you have North Camp, you have Oklahoma, then we have camps around the town. So you break it down into the responsibility of each cowboy. There's a lot of 35, 50,000 acres. Wow, that's a hell of a responsibility. Yeah, it's a lot of work. So, you know what's really interesting about your shows, particularly Yellowstone, you've got people really attracted to the idea of brutal hard work as being romantic. Yeah, you know, people like really identify with those guys on Yellowstone. Who are just like so dedicated to that ranch, so dedicated to busting their ass and working all day long, hard fucking work, and then just hanging out together afterwards. And there's something about that life that's so simplistic and romantic to people that just really resonates with so many people that didn't even know that they like that. It's uniquely American, right? And the amount of freedom that is. So we move somebody out to South Camp, and we go, okay, from your yard, there's your house, South Camp. cattle. You give us drink horses, and they look the horses, and they ride that rubber. They know every inch of it. You know every. We don't go to weekly corporate meetings. How do they get supplies to this? Like the house stocked in advance. Yeah, they go to town. Towns, which is an endeavor, right? Towns 9 miles away. They go to town once a week, right? Stock up. Stock up. Wow. It's a crazy life. And people, not every, this isn't true of every cowboy. There's plenty of cowboys. Typically, they grow up on that ranch, but that's the life that they know. That's what they want to do, right? But they still go off to college. Like almost every one of my cowboys has a ranch management degree. Like they went to school to study. What's a good school? There's quite a few at Texas Tech. That's a phenomenal ranch management program. A bunch of the guys, the sixes went there. TCU has a ranch management program. There's one at Texas A&M. We have vets that go on the ranch. Obviously, we're great horses. So our vets in Colorado State's an excellent veterinary school for college. That's obviously Texas A&M. It's a phenomenal school. Texas Tech as well. Those are. How the fuck do you pay attention? You're running a gigantic organization. You have about 48 TV shows. How the fuck do you do it? I don't understand it. Every time a new Taylor Sheridan show pops up, I say, how the fuck is he doing this? Like, where does he have this time? Part of it is, if you think about it, so my core crew is the same crew I made with my crew. We have no money. Our goal is to talk about that one. Me and my first DP, my DP, Ben Richardson. There's not a guys who can see any money. We're freezing our asses off. It's 7 months. Utah. How many guys do you know we can just fuck off to Hawaii? Nobody knows from Hawaii. We have the money. And they don't even know. They don't actually know where we are. We're just trusting that we're going to make this much money, which we did. And it was incredibly difficult. But that's the same team that went over to Yeltsin, which is the same team that went up to Bear Kingston with me in 1883, 23, behind us, Landman, and we've promoted from within. I've got PAs that are now first PAs. I've got camera operators that are now directors. So we've promoted from within, so everyone understands the way we do it, and it's so free and efficient. We don't ever have, and you know, because you've been in this industry forever, these people will have meetings upon meeting. They'll have a town meeting where a bunch of people are going to sit and try to talk about the total script. What do you think the fuck you're thinking? We have to have a meeting about it? No, we don't have a meeting. And then they'll have and this is also networks. They love this shit so that they can have a reason for their existence, right? As a management. And they want to do a prop show or something that's going to show them all the props. Really? Well, we don't do that shit. Because I'm like, I need your permission to use which big lighter are they using this for? How about I just make the decision? And how about we use the same big lighter in all these fucking shows, and I don't ever have to pick a big lighter again. How about that? So we just streamline it. And it's so efficient. Typically, a TV show will start on, and they'll run 12 weeks before they start filming. Well, that makes sense. That makes sense. That's true. Because I've been on those shows when they first start out, and it's chaos, and there's a lot of network involvement, and there's a lot of bullshit. But then once it gets going, they go, oh, you guys know where you're going. Yeah, just leave me alone. Yeah. We're there. That's beautiful. We haven't missed. You don't miss. Right. Well, it's like, you don't miss. Like, you don't mess with the writing. You don't mess with the storylines. Like, you don't have any duds. Just crazy. It's incredible. It's an incredible accomplishment to have that many fucking shows all really good. All of them, you know, very addictive. Landman is so addictive. It's that show. It's about something very serious, and then I can just throw shit at it. Yeah. Let's just take a bunch of people to shit on. Billy Bob is fucking awesome. He's a genius. He's so good on the show. It's like it was made for him. It was made for him. He's done so many things. I went to Billy Bob before I wrote a book, and I told him, I said, you don't do this, I'm not going to do it. Because I'm not going to chase my tail. He goes, what is it? I said, I want to do. I said, basically, I want to take your character from Jesus Christ, what a crazy job. It's an insane job. And the other thing about it is, we're so completely dependent upon the drug in every single aspect of our lives. So completely dependent upon it. And we can debate how bad it is or isn't. And we're not debating. The reality is, we don't have an alternative. Like, it does not exist. It simply doesn't exist. We can sit there and say, oh man, you sit down with any climatologist and any engineer, they're going to tell you our best hope for a replacement of petroleum fuels is cold fusion and reverting the leaders from being something that we can run and reduce the global variables on enemies like besides that stuff. That's what they're talking about. They're talking about individual reactors that people have bombs. How long does it take for disasters? That's the fucking having a really good nuclear power plant in a city is an awesome idea. Having everyone have their own nuclear power plant sounds fucking crazy. You know, how many assholes are gonna cut into that thing? Well, people still put fucking metal in microwaves, right? I don't think we should be doing this. I've done it. How bad can it really be? These people that leave their fucking gas off until you die in the house. You know, people are nuts. People are nuts. If you literally have consumer level nuclear power plants. Not with these monkeys. Not with the human beings that we are today, our current form. We're not enlightened enough to have personal nuclear power plants in our house. Yeah, so we're dependent upon it. That's why we're in Iran. Also because we're in Iran. The whole thing about it is the oil. Straight up contains 40% of the world's oil supply passes through it. Yeah, correct. That's and I think also China. It's a big play against a chess piece against China. Yeah, fucking terrifying. And I'm not saying we shouldn't commenting politically, but what those guys, those SF guys did in Venezuela was fucking gangster. It was crazy. Whether I'm not saying they should or shouldn't, I'm just saying the team was sent and the team. Can you imagine if we were to defeat people with that's fucking ridiculous thing? Right. You're gonna fly a bunch of S-17s, drop bomb on the roofs with this high rise surrounded by the fucking Cuban special forces, and they're gonna kill all of them, and then they're gonna fucking snatch him and his wife, go back to the roof, and just fucking fly away. And that's what they right. And they're gonna do it with sound. They're gonna disable everyone with the sound weapon. What? Do you remember when they first started talking about that Havana syndrome? Yeah, we're dismissing that. This is bullshit. This is bullshit. Yeah. Now we're talking about people that are in Havana that they were targeted, something zapped them on low frequency. Yeah. And I think that was a fraction of whatever they unleashed in Venezuela. And discombobulator, that's what it's called. Classified secret weapon system. President Donald Trump claimed U.S. forces used during the January 3rd operation to capture Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. He stated that the weapon successfully disabled enemy equipment and air defenses, preventing them from firing back. So it disables the people and it disables their weapon system. It's amazing. What the fuck are we doing? Official silence asks for specific technical or operational details about how the device functions. Trump famously told New York Post about how to talk about it. It says they press buttons. They claim the defense forces press buttons and nothing worked, disabling both Russian and Chinese-made rockets and radar. If a weapon affected both mechanical equipment and personnel, he also referred to a sonic weapon used against Maduro's Cuban security detail inside a heavily fortified fortress. Fucking A. I would like to see what that looks like. You know, I bet they have video too. Oh, sure. Yeah. All over GoPros. I'm going to skip to show the video. I want to see what it looks like. I just want to watch. Somebody gets zapped by sound and gets fully disabled. Like, apparently they just fell on the ground in agony. They couldn't move. And they just went and shot it with some freaking SF sniper. Yeah. Freaking on top of that, just raining down on them. That's crazy. Like, that guy can't even say. Crazy. There's a famous video of him saying, So it's like, we none of us know what the tip of the spear of technology and weapon systems is available right now. We don't know. They don't tell us. They don't tell us. Obviously, no one knew this fucking discombobulator thing existed. This is science fiction, right? This is 20 years ago, you'd be like, that's not a good thing. But now you're like, oh shit, they used it. It's not even not just a concept, they fucking used it. What are they cooking out in the desert in the middle of the bottom? Who knows?
Yeah, think about this. For that to be used, there's something 4 generations past that. 100% play.
Yeah, 100%. You know, this whole UAP world stuff, like when they start talking about UAPs, all of my bullshit alarms go off. It's like, I don't believe if you knew things you would tell us. So I don't believe you're telling us the truth. I think they have some special access programs that they've been working on for decades and decades. Some super high level shit that involves some sort of non-propulsion system. And they have that stuff flying around the sky. I think that's what a lot of people are saying. That's what a lot of people are saying. That doesn't discount the idea that there's something else out there, because I think there is. But I think there's a giant chunk of the shit that people are saying that's out there. Testing. Yeah, testing and doing stuff with it. There was an intelligent life form that is still on barbaric assets.
Why would they not go, hey guys, fire up that fucking missile and take it? We found this blue planet. We gotta get rid of this thing.
Well, I think maybe every intelligent species that's tribal and territorial has to go through an adolescent period of their evolution. And if you look at human history, you know, I was reading about Vlad the Impaler last night. Jesus Christ, I don't know how many Ottoman Turks that got killed, and his famous methods of putting people on posts and separating them down the line of the road so that as these poor guys are traveling to go fight him, they just see the enemy stuck on skewers in a geometric patterns and shit. He was doing like stars and stuff. He was a vicious motherfucker. He's the motivation behind, or the inspiration behind the traffic. And I was reading about that guy. I'm like, fuck, people have always been awful. They've always been awful. But they just like, as time goes on, they get a little less awful. A little less. Like, we're a little less awful now than we were during Nazi Germany. Not totally great, not collectively, right? We're still willing to do genocide, some of us. But it's less approved. It's less, more people are horrified at it. It's like human beings are getting, it's not as quick as we like. I think if I was an alien life form, I would say you have to wait this out. It's like if you have a kid, you gotta let the kid fall down and stumble. You gotta let him get hurt. You gotta let things happen. You gotta let him fuck up and figure it out himself. You gotta figure this out, make it right. You fuck this up. You gotta give him a chance to become better. Right? I think it's a civilization. I would think the same thing with Plumber. You have to give this civilization time to evolve and adapt and get past where it's at right now. And I don't think that you do that by intervening, like grabbing us by the hand and showing us the way. I think what you do is you hang back and make sure that we don't hit each other, and just sort of pay attention to all the different international ongoings, and just let human beings slowly but surely evolve. Yeah, that's what I would do if I was an intelligent life form observing people.
The interesting thing that as a civilization we face it now, and it's always happened, the capacity that the society gets working really well. It's a question of wealth. Every people everything comes across the international. It really comes down to a debate of what is more valuable to society, is self-determination more valuable, or is equity more valuable? And by equity, what I mean is everyone gets exactly the same shit with everyone. So if you take them off, we're not in a monetary society anymore. Now we're working really collective. We've had that work for a very long time. These days, the problem with working collectively is who decides who gets to the trench, who decides who gets to go represent their nation, the Olympics, who gets to decide who gets to someone in the Olympic make TV shows, which by the way I wouldn't use for free, it's still my daughter, right? So now I don't want to do it. Well, you gotta go live in Israel. And
either have self-determination or if your intent to be collective, you have to surrender that. And then you're surrendering to now you have a dictatorship of power. What the fuck you have? It always comes back to that. Always. You can look at Marxism and Leninism. What Lenin was talking about is hopes, whether they were his hopes or not. And it devolved into authoritarian regime very quickly. Communism, socialism, fascism, Nazism, they're all very, very similar. The differences are superficial. If you can't ransom, they're just superficial. Variation between the exact same thing, which is the evil of the collective. The evil of the collective and human beings desire control of people. Yes, they want to. Anytime they give them a chance, they can feel righteous about control people. They can jump control. And they didn't. They had an opportunity to classify people. There's good people and bad people. Bad people, you can do whatever you want to. They're the other people. And that happens every time groups get into power and tell you what you can and can't do. And you're seeing that being embraced. Shocking. More and more all over the world. People are embracing more government power, more government control. And it's really crazy. It's really crazy to see. It's unique. I think that I think in 30 years when they look back, we're still suffering from a society from COVID. Still. And not so much from the disease itself, from our faith in the institutions failed us, whether it's government, whether it's the media, whether it's pharmaceutical companies, and the way that it was manipulated to gain power from the public, and it was effective. So when something's effective, you just keep doing the same thing until it's no longer effective. We did that in our military. We did that with hearts and minds. That all comes from Japan. Right? The hearts and minds of Japanese. Well, Japanese is super Japanese. Very quickly, they looked at it and said, God, told the people of Japan that trying to throw the nuclear bombs on them. Hey, you're going to do surrender. It's the only way that we can salvage our nation. So they willfully surrendered. And then our government was bring these hearts and minds. It's not working. It's not working at all. And then they tried it in Vietnam, Denmark, they tried it everywhere else that had a conflict. They tried it. It hasn't worked yet because what it was based on was flawed, right? Because they chose to be self-capable at that time. And making that choice kept them in the nation. So it's so dangerous what we're seeing. You can like Trump or not like Trump. It doesn't really matter. People are going like presidents and dislike presidents. But now define a rule of law because he happens to be the head of the federal government. And ultimately define the federal government. The repercussions of that are going to be, okay, fine, you can't stand this man because if you were the president, you're not going to follow his laws. And that's the whole. So when the president gets in, you do support him. Then the other side, if you've established this president, you're just not going to follow his laws. And now we're eroding the rule of law. The slippery slope is very dangerous. It's, I was saying that when the ICE raids, I was saying, because I was like, ICE raids. I am not in favor of illegal criminals being in this country. However, we're setting a very alarming precedent where you have masked, militarized police with no IDs that are running around the cities snatching people. Like this could set a precedent that could be used now because they get into power or something different than this being they just for ICE. We've already accepted the idea of militarized police on our streets. And people with 7 weeks training, you're just sending them out to snatch up people, and a lot of American citizens get caught up in that trap too. Unfortunately, they have to get traced. Like that could be bad if the next party gets in. So the Democrats get in next and they just slippery slopes. You might think, no, we're just trying to get rid of the bad immigrants. I get it. I'm with you. I agree. However, the way they're doing it, I'm not even saying there's another way or a better way. I'm just saying you want to get them out all at once. Yeah, that's the way to do it. You want to get them out quick, that's the way to do it. Because they got them out quick. You're right. Because they opened the fucking border. They helped people come in. But now that they're in, if you're going to get around that way, you're setting up a precedent. You're setting a precedent that can be used in other ways.
The challenge is, okay, we need to enforce the law. We need to enforce the law. They've enacted laws, the same immigration laws that were on the books for Obama was president, Clinton was president, the same laws. It's the methodology. And you gotta sit there and weigh the pros and cons. Okay, with the pros, trying to eradicate this issue. You can't get to that one. Yeah, right. It's slippery. It is slippery. And again, it's what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And these politicians right now are doing all of this issue justice in Washington's life. Officials, because they're not thinking this next election. They never did. But they were better at hiding it. Maybe. I think there's no internet. I think that's what it is. There's no social media. I think we reached the point as politicians talk about eliminating the electoral college. They talk about eliminating the filibuster, eliminating hacking wars, all these things because their sides of the power. So we're just going to take the structure of the government or get the benefit us temporarily or get those same benefits even now will be used against them. They will 100% be used against them. I think the most important legislation that we can pass right now is term limits. I think 12 years tops in Congress. I think probably 12 years is 2 6-year terms in the Senate. That's more than enough time. Yeah, that's a lot. That's enough. It's need anyone else. I don't know how it's become how Nancy Pelosi made $400 million. I don't know. Yeah, she gets in all these fucking IPOs. Right. She's going to pass legislation. Basically, she's going to watch and then she's going to get a big chunk of it. And then when she's confused about it, she'll go report her debt. She's going to lie. I know what you're talking about. I didn't do that. Oh, then we know you did it. We can look at how much stock you own. Yeah. You fucking liar. They all do. Yes, they did. Or call out broker. It's fucking rich. Your girl's getting rich. Yeah. Super millionaires. They're all she's in Texas. So that's almost half a million dollars. That's public school. That's insanity. And it's that's what we're used to. We know it's bad. We just accept it. People are basically saying families, mortgages, and shit. So they complain and they keep on trying. Yeah, I mean, I have discussed my other jobs. I don't have a pile of time to dedicate to it's tough for me to talk. Politics is
So I can make a decision. They're making decisions for them. They're trying to. And they've gotten so business became entertainment. See, that's the worst thing that ever happened to the news because it's 24 hours. All of a sudden, there's not 24 hours worth of news all the time, right? Like it's during a war, right? It shows there's war films all the time. Talking about the war, why no war, when there's not, make some shit up. Or pushing the game shit. I think that's where we've gotten pushing the news. Now it's news is piss them off and scare the shit out of them. That's how we keep them watching. And that's the business model. It is now. It's also piss them off and scare the shit out of them. More scare the shit out that your sponsors wouldn't want you to talk about. This is why, Tulsi Gabbard, this is why in her final act as Director of National Intelligence, and she's leaving. She gave that press conference about Fauci. She talked about how she lied in front of Congress and that he absolutely used American tax funds to fund gain of function research. He could have the lives on the lab in China. And, no one's covered. This episode is brought to you by Visible. How many of you are currently listening to this podcast on your phone? If you are chronically online, like most of us are these days, your wireless network should be too. Visible, you get unlimited 5G and unlimited hotspot, all powered by Verizon's 5G network. The perks of big wireless for half the cost. Visible isn't just a wireless plan. It's unlimited wireless designed to keep you connected and no contract holding you back. Switch today at visible.com. Plans start at just $25 a month. Or get our premium Visible Plus Pro plan and save $10 on your first month when you use promo code Rogan. An exclusive offer you podcast listeners. Hell, by the way, we all know that already. Well, we knew it, but my parents did. People that just read the newspapers and watch TV, they don't know. They watch TV anything as flagrantly obvious as this COVID coming from the Wuhan lab study footage, right? And you've got fucking news anchors keeping a straight face saying it came from a white market. Jon Stewart's been on the Colbert Show. Why? Because it's so funny because Colbert tries to stop him from doing it and push back. And John is very common. He just gets up from his chair and gets louder and just plows through it. Over Colbert is trying to call off his bit. It's like it's a fun bit. And he's getting does he get information? I would like to see it. And he just keeps going and keeps plowing away. It's very fun. And it's right. This was a courageous step because he was doing this when calling it out, saying that it came from a lab in Wuhan, China was somehow or another conflated with racism. Remember that? Yeah. If you said it came from Wuhan, China, from a lab, you're racist. How did you pull that off? How did you don't say anything? It's racist. It's from fucking China, and it seems like Eco Health Alliance funded it, and it seems like we funded Eco Health Alliance. Yes, a lot of fucking people were. And by the way, there's studies on the fucking disease that they've been doing posted on the CDC website. Posted on my favorites. You catch all the shit on it. And literally, when that happened, and studies are talking about it. And a study pops up on the CDC website. On the CDC website. Take that shit. And it talks about the efficacy of ivermectin and antiviral properties, specifically COVID-19. Yeah. So it's on the government website that the fucking drug works. While they're telling everyone to not take it, and they're mocking me for taking it. Steve, watch this. This is great. He stopped because he still wants to put out that establishment position. I'd like to see evidence. Got an ambulance. Yeah. Well, wild times in the news because I think from then on, that sort of sent a shockwave through the majority of the population, where just whatever trust they had was just severely eroded. And if we don't have good news, if we don't have trust in the news, then we're kind of adrift Has anyone in NBC, CBS, CNN, have any of those people picked up on that Tulsi Gabbard speech about Tulsi Gabbard, Fauci, and had any sort of reaction to it? I'd like to know that. Because from what I was reading online, no, none of them had. But this was as of yesterday. I don't know whether or not that's changed. I don't know if they've been preparing for it. They want to make sure they got all their ducks in a row.
I would think pretty much any time for intelligence is begging for a pardon when he hasn't been charged with anything. There's a pretty good indicator that he will consider committed.
Is he begging for a pardon?
Yeah, Fauci was like, he had attorneys, part of that deal. He had attorneys reaching out to Biden's camp the last day when he got the pardon, which was the very last day.
So it's just a preemptive pardon, especially when Rand Paul's questioning him and he's talking to him about specifically about what defines gainful research. And by all account, by every definition, it's gainful research. And Fauci's still saying, you do not know what you are talking about. With all due respect. He's an actual doctor.
And then this was your eye doctor. Well, that's my specialty. But before I became an eye doctor, I became a general doctor, which means I studied all the same shit General Fauci studied. And then through medical school before you become pick a specialty. So 4 years of studying the entire body before you specialize in whatever you specialize in.
It's also that if you read R.F.K. Jones's book, The Rear End of Fauci, you find out he read this exact same playbook during the AIDS pandemic. It was the exact same playbook. That's what the Dallas Buyers Club is about. The Dallas Buyers Club, that's the guy who knows how to AIDS. The fucking villain is Anthony Fauci. He's the guy that's stopping them from getting alternative medications. That's the guy that wanted everybody to take AZT. You know why? Because AZT had already been approved. They had already used it as a cancer medication. It was chemotherapy medication. But they stopped using it because it was too deadly. It was killing people quicker than cancer was killing them. So the first medication they gave people when they had an immune system that was compromised was a chemotherapy medication that was killing people. And they were giving it to people that were asymptomatic. They were giving it to people who tested HIV positive. And then, the PCR testing. So the PCR test, Gary Moss, the guy who invented PCR testing, said publicly about Fauci does not know what the fuck he's talking about. He said publicly does not know what he's talking about. And then it's not supposed to be used to detect the disease in a person's body. And then if you were able to cycles long enough, just like they did with COVID, where we got by some estimations, 80% false positives because the PCR method, because they were ramping them up so high. And so they cut it back quite significantly, and that reduced the amount of false positives they have. So there's a lot of people that got tested as HIV positive that probably weren't, and they put those fucking people on AZT, and AZT kills you. Yeah, nuts. Most mainstream outlets are treating it as a serious but not treating it as a political bombshell. They're reporting that Gabbard alleges stressing the documents were disputed and under review and highlighting how polarized the reaction is. Mainstream print, Jerusalem Post, Money Control Newsweek summarized her accusations, emphasized that COVID's origins remain unresolved, and made that the claims about Fauci sparking COVID or lying under oath are heavily contested, not legally validated. Many stories frame this as that he is long-running fight over lab leak versus natural origin. Listen, that fight is over, kids. That fight's over. If you are in the news and you are saying that there's still a long-running controversy as to whether it's a lab leak or natural origin, shut your fucking dirty mouth, because it's not. The fight's over. It's a fucking lab leak. I say the new documents will need independent scrutiny from Congress, investigators, and scientists before any firm conclusions can be drawn. Right-wing media highlight her file dump as vindication for critics, focus on the cover-up narratives, and give prominent space to Republicans like Rand Paul. More centrist or mainstream outlets present it as a straighter news tone, often bearing Gabbard these quotes with Fauci's past denials and nothing there is so far no judicial finding of perjury or contribution finding or treatment to this how this became the left or the right so stupid when Fauci, who's the Fauci career bureaucrat, right? When all this started, there was a Republican president, right? And then he served that Republican president, and he served the Democratic president before that, and before that, and then he served the Republican. It's been there for fucking 50 years. Yeah, it's been this dude. It's not literal. And it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be right on the side of this. It's a career bureaucrat, a fucking lycos. He used the exact same language when he was talking about ACT as a medication for HIV that he used for the COVID vaccine. The reason why it's the only medication is because it is both safe and effective. The guy's a monster. So like he's one of those guys, like throughout history, where you're gonna look back over time and you go, holy shit, this one guy's life, this one guy's aspirations, this one guy's career has fucked so many people. It's stuff that I don't understand. Democrats would not fall, but so there's no reason to lie because people are stupid and they just decide that because a Republican's a president, anything that Republicans are pushing has to be down. And that stupid fucking division, it's so silly. It's so silly, super silly. Because the same people during Trump's presidency were openly saying, are you going to trust a vaccine that's created under Trump? They were all saying it. Kamala Harris said it, a bunch of Jordan Reed said it, they all said it. And then they're a terrible poet. We deserve better. We deserve it. We do. We don't. We fucking think they're good. We're so silly. Such a silly group of human beings. We're not silly. Not all of us, though. I think less of us now. I think it's going to be way harder to divide people. Way divided everybody in 2020. It's going to be way harder now. I think most people are just not buying. I think as long as people wake up to this left versus right nonsense, it's really just a big fucking hustle to keep you fighting with each other. That's most of it. For sure. Most of it. Even the nice stuff that we're talking about. Do you think it's a coincidence that the biggest fucking ICE protests were all going on in the same place where they found all that fraud? These organized massive protests were all occurring in the same place where that Nick Shirley cat found that fucking millions of dollars in fraud. Specifically that guy from fucking poking around California. Yes. I mean, they were referred to as the Nick Shirley law. The idea is to keep people from investigating fraud, which is outrageous. That is outrageous. That is a crazy thing to emphasize. And the thing more people, these people are showing up at daycares. Right, they shouldn't. You're right. 100%. You're right. Random people from the internet should not be showing up at daycares for cameras. I agree. However, when there's no one in that daycare for years and years and years, and they can prove that fucking millions of dollars being earned by that daycare, there's no one in there. It's not fully passed the law. It's not yet. Is there a video of that kid walking up to one of these, and these dudes get out and drive off in their fucking Bentleys? No, those are real. There's a bunch of fake videos that were made by people afterwards that were just capitalizing on people's wanting to click on something like that. So they were just engagement farming, pretending. Like the guy would show up and they'd go, what are you talking about? I have no idea what this bad acting. They get the Rolls Royce, like, it seemed like bullshit to me. I'm sure a bunch of those guys did shit. I'm sure there is a lot of shit. It's just like they're admitting it. Minnesota's admitting it. They knew what was going on forever. And then how about the fact that there's a certain politician that voted against this idea. So one of those ladies that was killed, like there was a lady and her husband that were murdered in Minnesota. And she was one of the few people that voted against providing Medicare for illegals. They were trying to pass a bill involving Medicare claims. She was one of the ones that voted against it. She was killed. The guy who killed her said that Tim Walz sent him to kill him. Now, I don't know if he's full of shit. He's a fucking crazy person. He's a murderer. He showed up at the house with a mask on and fucking shot him dead. And shot a couple of them too. Like he's, obviously he's fucking cracked out. But kind of weird. Kind of weird that the lady wants to vote against this obvious fraud. This money that's being somehow or other funneled around through Medicare. Like, obviously, he said Medicaid and Medicare fraud is one of the biggest fucking problems when it comes to intelligence. I almost don't want to talk about it because I don't think intelligence because it's that bad. And this is before all this Shirley shit. And now you're seeing it, you're like, oh, now you're seeing these hospices that they have, these big hospices in California, and then these Somali daycare centers, all the different things, all these people are just autism diagnoses just went through the fucking roof because now they have these autism centers, so they just diagnose their kids as autistic, and then they're raking in on this money for treatment. It's crazy how much fraud there is. Hundreds of millions of dollars, and just what a shocker that that's the place where the big ICE protest broke out.
People forget that when Obama was president, he made a big public statement about going after government fraud. We're aware of it again. I mean, it's always taking place, but on the scale, he tried, and he caught resistance to the point that he wasn't able to do his first speech, which was his intention. He gave a big public speech and tribal impeachment. And tribal, if you're stealing hundreds of billions of dollars, what would you do?
Exactly. And also that money for sure makes its way into Democratic voters. And probably it's going to be whoever's making it. Who's ever going to help out? No one wants to be someone's pie. It's a juicy ass pie. It's a hungry juicy pie. Come get some. Almost everyone else is going to go. Or a second golden bridge. No, he wants to be on. I'm sure he talks a lot of shit about me. At first he was saying, Joe Rogan is a fan of me. I'm a big fan. He was like saying all this stuff.
Doesn't he have his own podcast? Yeah, because that's it. He's running so well. Like, it's hard not to be
There's a lot of free time. It's so smooth. If you ask him, he'll tell you it's smooth.
very stats.
The stats are it's not true. It's not true. It's all the stats, positive stats that were, it's California's an awesome place. The fucking weather's perfect. San Francisco has always been tech hub for geniuses. There's always been a bunch of super wizards up there that are creating some of the best technology in the world. And that has nothing to do. It has zero to do with him and all these problems that they're in the government has caused. Because that's the real problem with him as a government. It's a real problem. Passes a mayor, it's a real problem. As the fuck happened in San Francisco, it's bad. Government it's not upholding the rule of law, not keeping people safe, being empathetic to people that are shooting up on the street, overshooting that are trying to reach their fucking kids to school. What you're doing is bad for society. It's bad.
And it seems to me that for the most part, if you are the mayor of the city, and when I was writing, stuff that the governor of Montana at the time was, I called him and asked him, I said, hey guys, talk to me about what it's like to be a governor. What do you think it would be? What would it turn out to be? And what he said was, he said, well, I thought I was going to make all these changes and do this and show this, and I learned to change it. I am the CEO of this thing, and then my job as the CEO of this thing is to take care of the people who live in the state, the employees of the state, attract business here, attract tourism here, trying to make the state make more money and make money. That's my job. Infrastructure and city management and people management and tourism. That's my job. And to a board
San Francisco is awesome. Just 10 years ago.
Not bad.
Film my special Trigger in the film in San Francisco in 2016. It was great. San Francisco. Whole restaurant. People are whole restaurant. Smart city. Interesting architecture. Great city. It's almost 7 to 1. Yeah, I love San Francisco. 10 years. That's it. 10 years of fucking asinine government. And also, this homeless thing, you realize that it's an industry. The homelessness is valuable. Having homeless people on the streets is valuable because you can get more money to deal with this obvious homeless problem. The more obvious the problem is, the more money they're going to throw at it. They don't have to fix it. There's no intention to fix it. Right? They're giving out free meals here. It's just somewhere where it's just my first experience seeing homelessness magnitude. The one thing that's evidently instantly is they're all so strong. Like this fentanyl thing is no fucking joke. Like zombies, like leaning against every point. And to me, it's cruel. Right? Yeah, like if someone's too that abusing and you want to help them, you don't give them a fucking iPhone and some more fuels. I bet you pick them up off the street and you take them somewhere to look at their computer and you ain't doing drugs. Or if you have and some aren't going to want that. They're going to want to go back on the street and do drugs. And the addiction, the consequences of drugs that are bad. I had surgery. There's high, then there's that shit. And that was none of my anesthesiologist. That wasn't self-medicated anesthesiologist. Right? Which you took C67 fusion. I had dissected disc, you know, just cut some of this out. So, you know, how long was it there? Maybe 3 years. Yeah. 2 years. Yeah, 3 years. Did that ever happen to you? No, never happened. Yeah, I'm sure it will. There's a way. Yeah, there's PRP, Elbit, Regenikine online. I have a pretty bad bulging disc in my neck for steps. Regenikine is, they used to have to go to Germany to do it. Peyton Manning went there, Kobe Bryant went there, and Dana White actually flew to Germany to get it done. It's like an advanced form of like rich plasma where they take your blood, there's a process to it. They call it a J process. But they spin it in a centrifuge for like 10 hours, and then you come back the next day, and they inject it. It makes this very potent anti-inflammatory. They inject it around where the injury is to the disc, and it provides like within weeks. Amazing. And for me, I haven't had one. My fingers are going. Yeah, that's what. German. Yeah. So German physician Dr. Peter Willing, surgeon focused on blocking the specific inflammatory protein in recipient blood. So they take the blood out, they draw your blood, and blood's heated to body temperature to trigger the production of a natural anti-inflammatory protein called IL-1RA. And then they spin it in a centrifuge, separating out the protein-rich serum. The serum is then injected directly into the painful joint or tissue. Remarkable for me for knee injuries. I did it a bunch of times. They used to do it at big things. You used to have to go to Germany and then you send a lot of Germany in the office. It's lifestyle medicine. And then that's where I had it done. It's incredible. Like, I had it done my entire back. I mean, like, there's a picture of me on Instagram of a bunch of these fucking tubes. That's me right there. There's a bunch of those tubes in my area back. And it was incredible. I mean, it really fixed so many problems that I have. It's really great for, specifically for back injuries and injuries. There's a lot of good biological options. There's also decompression. It's very important. I have a harness that I attach to a pull-up bar that straps up my chin, and I just like let my weight drop down and decompress my weight on my neck. I do that every day. I also have this setting called Dex 3. This is Dex 2 or Dex 3. it's like Tater makes it, that company makes those decompression tables. But this one's even better because you just hinge from the hip, so you're not supporting it at all with your legs, and it's just your back. It just goes like pop, pop, pop. Like you can feel it. I'll show it to you. We have one out here. We have two of them out here. Right out, yeah, the gym. It's there. Shit, I have one at home. I don't. I not have one. I have to have one. It's so good for just decompressing your back. I need to decompress the neck too. Anytime you do anything, if you're deadlifting or squat, obviously you're lifting a lot of heavy weights. If anytime you're lifting, but you think all that pressure's on your back, all that shit washing down, and you gotta do something to stretch it out, stretch your back out. But there's ways to heal it now without taking away your disc. So the problem is every time they cut away a piece of your disc, you got less disc. Yeah. So the good news is there's some treatments that they're doing now where they're actually injecting some sort of hydrogel into the disc itself. So I asked Brigham from Waste to Well about that, and they're looking into it. They're trying to. Apparently, this is not being done widely yet. This is just experimental. So they think they're going to be able to do that. There's also some places like CPI, Cellular Performance Institute down in Tijuana. They've successfully been injecting stem cells into people's discs, and it causes the disc to regenerate tissue and get thicker and healthier. Yeah, Shane Dory, my friend, he's a pro surfer and big wave surfer and Phil Hunter. He went down there. He said it was remarkable. He said within a couple of months, it was like a 30 to 40% increase in range of motion, a decrease in pain, and you can feel it. It's kind of an annoying process because once you do it, you can only do shit for like 6 weeks. Like once you do it, I think it's 6 weeks. That's what's the same with the surgery. You have to shit for 6 weeks after that. But you can lift weights, walk. You can solve it. So whole things like let everything take. Like let it take. Let it heal up. Don't do anything stupid. Don't re-injure it. Don't aggravate it. Like give it a chance to actually do its magic. Yeah, I'll look at that for sure. But any neck injury, back injury, such a motherfucker. Anytime your back goes like everything you do is like it's so hard to do anything. It's like you realize like how nice it is to be healthy. Whenever you get hurt. Yeah, back pain. That's what the hell is that? Back pain. They just give up pills. Yeah. And I have a friend in the family he was in Ireland one time fishing and he just was like, I can't do it. Just back hurts too bad. And he went in and had a surgery and it works. It's just yeah, it's just real risk when you start messing around with this body. And so yeah, so serious thing that we're talking about. I hear it just I can hear all the talk and you can only imagine for so long. These are fucking terrifying. They're so terrifying. So terrifying how readily they were healing them out too forever. Yeah. Did you ever see Painkiller, the Peter Berg that he did for Netflix? Oh, I did. Great. So Matthew Broderick does such a great creep. He played the Sackler brother, Sackler, whatever the hell, man. Started this whole opiate problem in this country. It's fucking terrifying. It's so real. And that's why they want to go to jail. You know, some people are dead because they generated fucking billions and billions of dollars, killed a bunch of people, ruined countless lives. How many lives of people are connected? Your dad gets hooked on that shit, you lose your relationship with your family, you wind up being all fucked up because really the dad was strung out on pills. Generational. Oh god, yeah. These guys put their feet up. Nice country club and have the lobster. Suckers, there's so many of them in this world. That's genuinely evil. Yes. It's real demons. That's a real demon. Like you won't think demons live in hell or that's kind of may or may not be real. No, they're on earth. There's demons right here. Yeah. And they justify it. They figure out a way to justify it. And they're around a bunch of other people who justify it too. And they can just immediately dismiss any pain or suffering because they got a huge money problem. Yeah, those are the fuckers. Yeah, they're out there. It doesn't take many of them to real courage. I think about the opiate issue. It was the gateway was also, it's like, they were doing those pain management centers down in Florida, where they just only prescribe those pills. So you would go, like, I'm in pain, and I'm like, oh, containment, we've got this solution, it's right next door. And you go right next door to their pharmacy, and all their pharmacy has is they have a Medicaid, and have two prescriptions, not taken together. You got to figure, like, this is the solution. Yep, that's the real trade. Yeah, right. Yeah. I mean, the cartel is basically getting scraps. They're making trillions of dollars off scraps. Like, did you even know what it was 15 years ago? I don't even remember when we first heard about it. When we first heard about it on a podcast, we were talking about it, and we found the amount that's legal, and they showed it next to a penny. You're like, what? That is what people are taking that, and they're mixing that in cocaine. They're overselling this side of the road. Now, Philadelphia's back down. There's a bunch of cities that are just real bad, and it doesn't have to be that way. And what's interesting is this Ibogaine initiative that Rick Perry and grandmother are pushing in Texas, and I went to the White House to get Trump to be involved in. They're trying to make this so that it's you have a right to use or right to use or right to try. They're addicted, and they're trying to make it more readily available and accessible to veterans. That's the thing that could help them. What is it about Ibogaine? You don't know what that is. Ibogaine is it comes from the iboga tree in Africa, and it is this very potent psychedelic that has no recreational use at all. It's not fun. You don't relax. It's not like a trip. You see zombies and you fucking hang out with aliens. You go into this very dark experience for like 24 hours where it replays your life to you in a very uncomfortable way. It also somehow or another rewires addiction in your brain. And for a large percentage of people, just one dose is good enough to get them off of everything, whatever they're on, whether it's alcohol, gambling, coke, whatever it is. But for two doses, when they do it twice, it's significantly better. And it doesn't just do that. Rick Perry, who was the Republican former governor of Texas, was staunchly anti-drugs. He said this is his main focus in life now, is to promote this. This is his goal in life because he did it, and he had an incredible reaction to it. And he knows so many veterans who do it. It's incredible for PTSD. Somehow or another, it has neuroregenerative properties where he went there and he said, he went to his doctor before, doctor did a whole scan of his body and said, look, you got a certain amount of age-related brain atrophy. He's like, it's fine, but so you want to know that you're 73 years old or 74 years old. So he goes and does the Ibogaine. He sees his doctor a short time afterwards, and the doctor says it's 25% less atrophy than when you got the last scan. And he explains to him the whole Ibogaine thing. He goes back 6 months later, it's all gone. He has no brain atrophy anymore, which is bananas. So it's regenerating brain tissue. It's making his brain work better. And it's just pharmaceutical companies are going that shit out. Well, they didn't like it. They didn't like that I bypassed them and went straight to Trump and told them about it. Trump was very open to it. He said, what are you looking for? You're looking for FDA approval. Let's do it. That's literally what he said. And then a week later, we were at the White House and he was signing. So it's incredible. But so many veterans have had to go over to mostly Mexico, Costa Rica, there's a bunch of different places that they go where they can have these Ibogaine retreats. And these guys have had incredible results. Marcus Luttrell, he had incredible results. He had real trouble drinking. And obviously, he's the guy that won't survive. The movie's based on his experiences over in Afghanistan. So this guy, he's done it. He's gotten over it because of that. And there's Sean Ryan, long list of guys who had this experience and it completely changed them. Dakota Meyer did it. So many of these guys did it. And because of their stories, because all these veterans, then it kind of opened up the idea to a lot more right-wing people would maybe be a little more hesitant to accept some focus. Then on top of it, no recreational use. No one's like, boy, I can't wait to do that shit. And everybody's like, holy shit, this sucked. I had diarrhea, I threw up, I was horrified for fucking 12 hours. Apparently, it just takes you through of times you ever put people, you see it from their perspective. Like, yeah, it's a very dark experience for a lot of people, especially a lot of people who fucked up along their life. Wow, yeah. But if those people had access to all these homeless people, they see strung out. If instead of just giving them skills and an iPhone and like profiting off of it, if somehow or another these assholes can figure out a way to profit off of these sectors where we can bring people in and give them livelihood retreats, maybe that would be a nice little fucking exit strategy for these grifters that have been profiting off of the homeless industrial complex for so long. No, they're trying to make money. That's what I was saying earlier when we were talking about charities. That's the saddest thing that I've come to the realization that most nonprofits are fucking scams. Like most of them. This guy was like reading off like the average amount that these people that are in charge of this homeless program in LA are making. It's extraordinary amount. It's a great living. They're not doing it because it's like some sort of very charitable thing that they really want to save the world and help people. They're making tons of money. Solve the problem. Because as soon as you solve the problem, and if you do somehow accidentally solve it, then you'll find out. Yeah. And I think that's one of the reasons why shows like Yellowstone in particular, that show like people that are proud to work hard, to really get like deep satisfaction out of that life. There's something about that that really like resonates with people. Like there's a better way than just bullshit. There's a better way than fraud and nonsense and all this political horseshit that's pumped down your throat every day. Go, how about a fucking just a sleeping bag and the scars? How about that? Just lying there with your worst time to a tree. Is that really what everybody wants? Does really everyone to cook their dinner over a fire and laugh with all their friends? That's what they really want. That's just sounds good. Simple. Something that's like it's not that simple because it's hard to do all that shit. But there's something about it that's pure. It's pure. There's no ifs or buts. You spend a lot of time outside and the entire thing's an endeavor, right? People are well. You're gonna practice prepare before you go. Then you're gonna hike your ass in somewhere. You're gonna set up camp. If all of these are tasks before you even go to do the thing, which is gonna be another task, but the completion of it is the one work. Yeah, and the thing you're gonna get yourself everything done. I think that's why people are so attracted to life. That's why we have the third generation cowboys, the fourth generation ranch management to come back and make $3,000 a month. They couldn't be happier. It's wild, isn't it? It's really wild to think about. It's wild what people actually gravitate towards. Because they say that, have you ever seen that Werner Herzog documentary, Happy People? No. It's called Happy People Life in the Taiga. It's all about these trappers that live in the Taiga River in Siberia. And all these people do is trap and hunt and fish. They don't have any other way to make a living. That's all they do. And they're so fucking happy. And they're all laughing together, drinking together, hanging out with their dogs. And their dogs are sled dogs. And so they're on snowmobiles, and the dogs are chasing behind them. The dogs are with them. And these fucking people have like zero mental illness. And when they're talking to them, they're talking in Russian, so it's all translated. But what they're talking about, the way they talk, it's like this is how you're supposed to live. This is real life. And they're all happy. There's a guy, I forget his name, it's like Priya K or something like that. And he, in the 60s, Primikin. That's it. Yeah, the guy who lived in Alaska. Yeah. Way into the wild. And built by hand a cabin and lived there and documented the body was a great camcorder and full of himself. I mean, he lived for 45 years. He was 80-some years old when he finally was too old to get through it or whatever when he came down to build this cabin. guy, when he documented all of it, it's so attractive. There's something about the way he's living. He's playing South, which is also wild. Like, how do you not get money? There's that. There's some fucking farmers. I know people. I need to talk to somebody. I don't think I'd be like that. But it's so attractive. Yeah, there's something about it. It's like deeply ingrained in our DNA. It's not just that. It's like it's just healthy interaction with the wild world. There it is. It all checks out. That's what's crazy. The whole thing made it all the tools. It's really fun. I think he was on. Wasn't he a Muppet fan or something like that? Look at fucking pretty that is. My God. This is right in front of his house. He just built a house out there. Alaska's amazing. I mean, the winters can suck a dick, but just the actual being there at the place and the people they're clearly like extraordinary people. Like when you go and you see them hanging out in a bar in Anchorage, like that's different. They're like more reliable. Just dirtier people. Yeah, you have to be. They were laughing about some guy who got stoned to death by a moose because he was throwing snowballs out of his house. That's something you have to think about. You might get stoned to death in front of the ATM machine. Maybe don't throw snowballs. Yeah, well, you can tell them a cow, but they're calves. That's just how they are. So, it's important. He says he turned his back on tedious 50-hour work weeks and moved to Alaska to do one thing to completion. Built a cabin when he was 51. Lived there for more than 30 years. Wow. Where's that area? The Twin Lakes and Great Clark National Park? There's another guy that lives up there that lives near Oregon Circle. Vice Guide to Travel did a piece on him years ago. It's the same kind of deal. He lives in a cabin and he's been up in that cabin since the 1970s. He never saw him as he saw a photograph of him years later. He's just been up there in the woods. He hunts caribou and he has them all like hanging up, like frozen because it's frozen outside. It's outside his school. And while they're there, a grizzly tries to steal his stash and he has to shoot the grizzly. It's crazy. Really. It's called Vice Guide to Travel, and it's Hydro's Arctic Adventure. Is the video series, and what's interesting, this is like the early days of Vice. Vice was really cool, and they get this fucking nerd glasses, probably from like Williamsburg, flies out to Alaska to hang out with this guy, and it's not like these journalists were like hardcore. These young kids were thinking they were doing something kind of crazy, and they would go to war zones. Like that's how Tim Pool started out. These guys would go to fucking war zones, get shot at, and bulletproof vests on and shit. They'd be doing investigative, like real investigative reporting. And so this guy just really went up there and hung out with this dude in Alaska for like a week and was talking to him. I was like, what's so great about this? He's a very intelligent guy. He's not like the guy this guy Heino. He's still posting it. They have a YouTube channel. Wow. Oh, no, wow. There's over there. Interesting. They're talking about podcasts. Oh, because we talk about it. That's it. That's me talking about it. Yeah. See if you can find the Vice Guide to Travel. That's where I was at. So this guy's, he's like one of the last people that's allowed to live out there. He has like a notice posted on his cabin because he's grandfathered in. I don't think you can build a cabin out there anymore. That's not, this is afterwards. But I think it's called Heino's Arctic Adventure. Yeah, Heino's Arctic Refuge. That's the article. this guy's premise is that this is really how you should live. This is how people. Dirty cat is hanging out. He looks so out of place. Yes, this is and he's got this caribou that he shot. They're hanging frozen. He just saws off pieces, throws the frozen steaks onto the grill, cooks it over the wood. And this is how this guy lives. That's all he eats. He's just eating caribou, eating salmon, eating fish. He lives up there all year round now. And it's I mean, he's just very happy. And this is the weird part about it, is how happy you put him on his living as well. I think that's in our brain. That's how we're designed to exist in nature. We're designed to be hunter-gatherers. Yes, we still have the same DNA, so we've still 10,000 years. Maybe 2,000 years ago. So maybe, yeah, depending on who you ask. Yeah, you know, I mean, I think we're wrong with that too. I think they're starting to change their perspective on actual civilization and relationships. Because stuff like go back to Tempe in Turkey, they found these 10 structures. 1,000 structures were buried. This guy was either from the sheep or he's not from the sheep. A stone that was like sticking out of the ground weird. Kids hit his boots, get some dirt off, and brought in some archaeologists and discovered this massive complex. These like huge circles and giant stone columns and three animals carved out. And they carved native around intentionally covered up somewhere around 1,000 years ago. So like, it's like, what the fuck is this? Like, they didn't even know what civilization was. Like, why did they build this? What's the purpose of it? There's lots of people debate whether or not what's depicted on it is a calendar, is it marking an event, does it show the flood? What is this? It's weird stuff, man. Like really weird stuff. I think there's more to that than you might think that makes people comfortable. And archaeologists are very hesitant to accept it. Species of people have the same at least five. Not only that, it's like it's really difficult to make a fossil. Most people are going to die and their bones going to be common in 100 years. It's just one year, but it will find basically entire science. We're basing entire science on a very limited number that can even possibly exist. Like I think if you take into account how many dinosaur bones came out, and then how many dinosaurs existed, and for how many hundreds of thousands of years dinosaurs existed, then you realize like, whoa, like oh shit, that's make a fossil. So we don't even know how many different dinosaurs have been. They just discovered a new one recently. We don't even know how many existed that we never found fossilized. So often, some ancient human pops up. What's this one? What the fuck is this? This weird. They're all over the place. There's fucking ton of them. Dennis Holden's. There's old ones. There's in China. Big-headed people. Quite larger. Dinosaur Valley State Park. Wow. That's crazy. How crazy is that? That's so nuts. That is so nuts. That dinosaur levels. How long? 113 million dinosaur tracks. What the fuck? And we're just like, what is he? What is that thing? And how much did it fucking weigh? Which is now granted. It's a mixture of ash from volcano ash together. I wonder what the animal was. Do they know which dinosaur it was? God, those It's so wild. The first guy was discovered after a drought zone. Oh, that's even cooler. So it was underneath the water the whole time. And they're like, oh, look, the river dried up in most locations, like for more tracks to be uncovered. Oh, that's sick. That's the animal. Two types of dinos, including two types of Campbellosaurus. Yeah, they found this. That's it. Crazy, right? That's all you find is the feet. Think about how many died there. Think about how many just got eaten by other animals and shit out. Most stuff that lives, as well as anybody. Very rarely find skeletons in the woods. It's gonna eat most of what you find in the woods within a couple of years. Everything's gone. Last time you did a hipster hunter, find a dead mountain lion, and he just died. And he's not, I don't know anybody who's found dead. There's thousands of them. They die. Where are they? Fucking nature takes care of everything. That's what happened to most fossils. That's why most fossils don't happen. Some people die. If fossils die, they can't be as local schoolboy fossils. Wow. The size of those next to that thing, that's crazy. That's a year and a half. That's what I don't even know how to really order that back then. Well, there's a lot of people today that don't even think dinosaurs were real, which is hilarious. There's so many knuckleheads online. We have a very easy, we have a limited amount of information that we're basing the entire history of the Earth. What do you describe that as? 19 basing on the entire history of the Earth. What three timelines we Ryan? Listen, I don't even know. I know how much even be sure that there's a footprint. Look at this. You even tell her bells. How it doesn't fall about their design. Right in 1910, did they even have drawings of dinosaurs? Sure. I think we figured that out, right? I think we talked about that. Didn't they first start finding in the 1800s? That was the first start finding. Yeah, it's not. I mean, if you think about how many different things died and just were absorbed by the earth, things died and just shit out, swallowed up, just destroyed by time, erosion, never became fossils. We're basing the entire history of the planet on a reputation. And that information, it never gets published. It always gets older. The more stuff they found, like they found a modern version of human beings that pushes the timeline of humans back another 300,000 or 400,000 years. And that keeps happening. Well, they found that people across the Bering Land Bridge, 12,000, 14,000 years ago. Now they pushed that back 10,000 years. Yeah, they found those footprints in White Sands, New Mexico. Those are 22,000 years old. Took a giant 22,000 years ago. Wash away layers of sediment. That's fucking cool. That's so cool. This is in 1952 they did that. It's not 1952. That way, picture information. That way too. Oh, okay. Just get maybe flooded again 50 years later. What happened to that? When did they first figure out dinosaurs? Like, what was the first year of a dinosaur? First discovered dinosaur. On your ranch, do you find like a lot of like arrowheads, Native American stuff? A lot of Native American stuff. That too. It's so fascinating. Pickups, I found one in Savannah while I was on the soldier. I was in the high desert. We found this little tiny thing out of down. Oh my god, it's fucking arrowhead. You just think, some dude knows how many hundreds of years ago shot thousands. We found lots of them. Some of them, they can look at it. They know various styles. They know, oh, this was made on. This is 2,200 years old. This is 1,000 years old. Yeah. 1677 was when the first scientifically recorded dinosaur was described. Although it says the this ranch. I read the warranty that's about ready to use provision because I'm so busy. Interesting. Yeah, I thought so too. So that's interesting. Because I guess when you deal with, I guess, bows that didn't have a whole lot of power, then you really wouldn't want a big wide cut because you get penetration. Penetration. Unless you're really close as it was. No, it would be on a arrow. It would just be something that you shot at the fish. It's easier to penetrate once they're buffalo. So smaller head. They're just trying to get penetration. That's just amazing. Just this piece of history where people have no internet, books, just napping. Tents and shit. Yeah. And then trying to practice with those bros. Figuring out how to do it while you're on horseback too. It's crazy. So where you grew up, there was a ranch you grew up, you find them all the time. What was the oldest shit you found? Actually, man, I can't remember. But I remember a few thousand or something. We had this wicker basket that was like this big, and it was thick. That's crazy. Just makes you think, like, how long did people live on that land? How many hundreds, thousands of years did people live on that land? Yeah. And forecasting we're gonna have battles with them. Yeah. World War, every single time it rained, there was this thing on the house. It's half a mile distance. You could find 4 miles. So was that a trading? Was that trace one to trade? That's I always think, how do you right, as hard as it must be to pay. Right, you think once you shut that air, you're going here. Yeah, you spend hours making this. See how they shot so for so long. I mean, they probably shoot them every day. They probably had somebody back in camp making that. That's a skill. Yeah. Maybe with the people that want to make them. Right. Maybe they sat back and right. Yeah, that guy makes the arrows. Somebody else makes the arrows. This guy's going out shooting the deer and bring it back. When you do a show like 1823, how much research did you have to do to try to get that right? Because that was, in my opinion, was one of the best theatrical things that I ever watched before television show like that. I'm telling you, man, what it must have been like to try to travel across the country, to try to civilize metropolitan cities, to try to make your way across the country, and just experience the wild shit, just experience the wild shit. There's a few things, a lot of research, but interestingly, my family had come, one side of my family had come from Kentucky to Texas in the 1840s, and German. Wow. Holy shit. And then I started finding other journals and also finding some more publications and reading It's just fucking just wait for you. Wait for you. Here they come. Let's get them. That was what it was. Yeah, so we're across the and then trying to, if you didn't have an experienced guide, sure enough, because you can think the wrong ways. You can go walk around the circle to get up there, and it's just it's flat. When they walk, they get lost like they walk in circles, and they almost always walk in a counterclockwise direction. This article was explaining that if you find yourself lost and you think you're running into the same places, most likely you should veer towards the right. Because you're most likely towards the left. For whatever reason, people tend to do that. It's like a scientific explanation. See why people move in a counterclockwise. Unless it doesn't shit. It doesn't have the ownership of shit. Small errors in our internal sense of straight ahead and human sense of straight ahead. It's also the subtle left-turn counterclockwise bias, whose exact cause is still unclear. In lab in-field experiments, blindfolded people tend to walk straight without landmarks. Almost always end up curving into large loops instead of moving in a straight line. People chose to walk straight without landmarks. Wow. This happens because without internal clues, as well as external clues like the sun, distant objects, or visible path, small random errors in balance and body feedback builds up until the path bends enough to close into a circle. Wow. That's gotta be so disheartening. Walking for days, and then you pass the same dead trees. It's like, oh my god, walked in a fucking circle. So pedestrians everywhere exhibit a counterclockwise bias, wired to walk counterclockwise. During COVID, scientists studying social distancing and social people seem to prefer moving counterclockwise. That's so weird. Tendency is fundamentally individual rather than collective. So every individual just follow the leader. Pretty wild. So when people get lost, some just years of experience, just being in the woods at all, and they just don't know where they're at. Where are we? They just fucking freak out, and then they panic. What's happening? I don't know. And you realize that once you're out there, nature is just it's heartless, completely oblivious to your desires. It's not interested in what's in life to do at all. No, not at all. It's ambivalent. But that's also part of the media, right? But that's also when you're out there. Especially if you take yourself seriously. You're out there, like, shit. It'll test you. When you're writing a thing like AT-23, you're doing all this research and you read all these recent diaries, you're saying your great grandmother, small device in your pocket. It's also acts as a flashlight. You know, be able to pick that thing up and ask it anything you want. Instantaneously, it's going to give you a result. Like, oh, people must be proud. No, it's not an avatar. Because they don't learn. Right? You can ask a machine. The machine's ask it an answer that you didn't. Right? That's the word. Just like equity. The problem with equity is you do that. The problem with having the same results as everybody else when you don't put the same effort. People in the 1800s often spent blocks of time, typically 1 to 3 hours at a stretch, on the letter. And heavy correspondence can easily spend several hours most days. Wow. Most people treated correspondence as a regular daily or weekly task, similar to a modern email blast, except that it would take a significant chunk of their time. Wow. I mean, how important was the book? So doing it on a horse with a fucking bag of letters. For a quarter. I mean, how much did they charge? A quarter was a lot of money. What did they charge? How much do you enjoy writing that kind of a show versus showing online as one man? What is your, do you have a favorite? Do you like all of them? I can't say I don't have a favorite necessarily. The fun thing about it is mine is, which is sort of I can't say it's written from the headlines. I can't say it's written from the headlines. I'm trying to guess what's going to happen. I'm trying to guess what fictional is that. And the fact that I managed to get right in the first one was pretty fucking fun. But surely in season 2, when I terrorist organizations, this could be like 18 months, this kid's vacation, 18 months, and then it fucking happened, and then it came out, the show came out weeks of that, the show came out weeks of that, like a soothsayer, so that it's a lot of fun, it's a simple, it's a lot, it's not, it doesn't choose one side, it just looks at the trait has been watching and how it's just fascinating. It's just fascinating. There's so many different things that you have to be aware of to bring the shape you write. You know, like is Harrison Ford 1923? That one is fascinating too, because you got the guy who goes off to Africa, he comes back, and you got all these people that are trying to steal it. So it's not trying to steal us, but it's not the border of lawlessness. You're watching Montana, the 20th was fascinating place because you've got the 20th century, the Industrial Revolution is in full swing. And you have washing machines and refrigerators and telephones and electricity, and you're still traveling. Yeah, so very, very interesting. So that's a really fun thing to explore. And one was the evil rich guy on that show. Fucking killed him. Oh my god, that's right, Ted Koppel. He was bald. Yeah, crazy. Yes. My god. Oh, it's twisted. So good. I forgot that was Ted Koppel. That's how good it was. My wife watched that. Why'd you think that shit up, dude? I got the side eye. A couple of scenes where she's going, oh, what are you thinking? Yeah, there's a couple scenes I wanted to start there. This is real thing. That's some of the S&M stuff. There's more twisted. But there's people like that in the world. There's people like that. Yeah. I never reason. I tell you what, my computer, I just assume the CIA, FBI, and the whole team. The shit I'm looking at when I'm researching. I'm like, oh, S&M practice. The CIA hot regions and Middle East, it's all at once, right? Yeah, there's no way they're not looking at it. They're looking at it. Taylor's writing something about look at this. I think anybody that has any influence, they probably look at your shit no matter what anyway. Which is also dark. Like, we don't even know how much actual real spying on people is occurring. We're just guessing. We don't have any idea. I think within the World Trade Group, that's sure that there's elements of joy. I'm sure, right? I don't know about the one thing I've learned with all my research in military is any of these operations, there's actually a line. And the ultimate line is for sequences that it goes smoothly. And that's just as smooth as these things go. Right? That's just by the very nature. You start sticking a bunch of people in helicopters with guns, shit's gonna happen. Right? Shit's gonna happen. The fact that there were casualties almost killed Americans killed us. Incredible. Yeah, it is incredible. It's pretty groundbreaking. Like, this is a new benchmark of what could be possible in terms of innovations, at least in the world history. Just shocking the difference in the technology that the United States possesses versus the world. War is going to change very rapidly. With drones, AI, drones, AI, we're getting real close to some leadership. Yeah, and I'm not saying that like it's a good thing. No, it's a very, very. You talk about adolescence. Adolescence as a species. We're seeing an adolescence. We're seeing teenage years, under 12 years, and when it grows up, it is a beast. Just think about it. Because now they've got drones that are the size of airplanes and payload size. Devastating, right? Beyond just devastating. Beyond just a couple of health missiles or whatever it might have. And someone sitting in a Connex in the desert for a while can fly that thing out there alone without don't have anyone fly it pre-programmed and the thing flies itself. And that's give the drone a mission and send the drone off to the mission. It's fully automatic. That's information. That's why this innovation has to it's experiment with their type of technology, some sort of novel propulsion system. Because they were not normal propulsion systems way back in the 50s and the 60s. They were working on anti-gravity in the 60s. I think we're there. I don't know. I don't know where we're at. I don't know where we're at, but I'm not convinced. They haven't done something. In fact, Eric Weinstein makes some really interesting connections between there's a college in upstate New York, University in upstate New York, that has a very overqualified physics department, and it's connected to a hedge fund that does bigger than Bernie Madoff type numbers. And he's like, the whole thing stinks to high heaven. And he goes, I have a feeling that there's some sort of an undisclosed or a top secret, top secret access program that's going on. Oh, I can promise you that there's something. Yeah. I've always thought that possible solution to petroleum as far as transportation goes. I wonder if one thing that we try is using magnetic forces. Right? You have take a positive and negative charge. Come together. Take a positive, negative. Scientists, it's going to work well, right? You're taking magnets, they push each other away. Now get the magnets that vehicle. The base of it is essentially a positive charge or a negative, whatever it takes to make the magnets work. Now, your rock base was essentially similarly charged. When you have the radioactive probes, you can make something like that. Yeah, maybe. It certainly can be a potential source of transportation for the future. I think the thing that they're doing now probably relates to some sort of anti-gravity propulsion system. And I'm sure you're aware of this. All these scientists that went missing for one of these sketchy is that? It's coincidence. Coincidence. Stop the breakthrough because they're aligned with whatever the conventional propulsion systems are. They don't want you to respond to this. It makes them obsolete. They can set back the science for a few years. Or is it trade craft? driving their Volvo to the university, working on top secret shit. And no one's making sure they don't get whacked by China.
I'd be curious. We'll get into that.
Because you're 15 over the course of a few years, and some of them, people are figuring on that. This could be coincidence, but there's a few of them where it's like, okay, these people, this lady was specifically working on spacecraft metallurgy, this guy was specifically working on cold fusion, this guy was specifically with, like, there's a bunch of them where you go, Assange is where you go, Assange is where you go. But up to the facts of the government's looking into it. Okay, there might be something here. The Justice Department's investigating, trying to figure out what the connection is and what could have happened. But it's hard after the fact to try to figure out who did something, especially if somebody got hired from the country. Like, they're not going to tell you, like, you didn't catch him. Did you not catch him when they killed the guy? Okay, well, you're probably not.
It's
Sure, I think that's part of the problem. It's like there's whenever you have a thing like this where people start looking for connections, they can make some connections that aren't necessarily valid. And so, like, let's say if there's 15, let's say 10 of them, bullshit. That means 5 hard bullshit. That's true. That's a lot. That's 5 super fucking brilliant people that got whacked.
it's interesting that you'd have that many in this specific field in this period of time.
Yeah.
And they're not, scientists. They're fucking healthy.
A lot of them are just in their own head. Just in their own head. They don't have to pay attention to their body.
And they all disappear.
Different people die from different things. And one of the weird ones was this one lady who was, I think she's the metallurgy lady, where she was hiking with her friend. And they were just hiking together. Her friend turned around and talked to her, and she was talking together. And she was just behind her in 30 seconds before they couldn't find her. They were just navigating the search parties and never found her. I think they might have found her body recently. I think there was a report a few days ago that they might have found her body.
I'd say might be looking real close at the friend. Just me. Say something.
Hey, I don't know. I look everyone. I swear. I had just talked to him 30 seconds ago. No sign of struggle. It's weird. Yeah, like a husband and wife are hiking, and the lady falls off the cliff. They're like, hey, buddy, what the fuck happened? You guys arguing? Can I see your text messages?
Yeah. Just
Oh, what happened there?
I don't want to say it wrong, but I think she was out in the Bahamas. I read about it. She was a cruise ship one. No. It was him and this lady in there. So, they all decide. Yes. They're not buying it.
It was all the way back to the Napa Point story.
So, yeah, that's right.
Walking Wagner and her had a big fight, apparently.
She just
Whoops. Oh, which one is this lady? But she was one of the scientists, correct? But she was one of the scientists, correct? I believe she was one of the business scientists. Which one is she? What was her specialty? Does it say what she worked on? Administrative assistant. Yeah, I remember this lady. Yeah. And the Reza one, that lady, she was the one that has the, so she serves as director of NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory and Tucson Materials Processing Group. She's specialized in burn-resistant, high-strength metal alloys and rocket propulsion metals. Wasn't she the one that had like some weird videos? Was she made? Anyway, the whole thing's creepy as fuck.
she was hiking the Angeles. She National Forest. Yeah, that's my fascinating.
Yeah. working on top secret rocket propulsion of fucking metals. Like, this is a problem. Some town, I want to say it's Arcadia, mayor of that city. Yeah. Arcadia. Yeah. She was a Chinese spy. I would have to think if you have 8 people, have you recruited that you finally go, fuck, I'm drinking beer Arcadia. We got everybody else. Yeah, they probably like worked her into position to as mayor. I mean, and then with the hopes of she was relatively young, right? Maybe I run for state rep. There's fucking president. There was the thing in the 70s called Damn Skins. Yeah, where all of these politicians, a few congressmen, some state reps, or at least on the team, right? So did you ever see that show, The Americans? I didn't either. I heard it was great. It was all about a sleeper cell, Russian family that was pretending to be normal. Yeah. It's fascinating. Yeah, that's real. They did that. They really have Russian agents pretending to be American citizens. Oh, I wouldn't say that. I would say half. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and Chinese. Yeah, for sure. For sure. 100%. Yeah. 100%. How many Israeli agents are in Hezbollah or in Hamas? Probably not the IRGC. Yeah, probably. They probably have a bunch of those guys. It's just wild. It's train wreck, man. That's it. It's a train thing. How hard is it to write about that stuff? And like get it right, get it accurate. I mean, you speculate a lot. You look at the past, right? Because there's been enough. It's funny because when they get caught, it's never been a big deal. It doesn't, for whatever reason, it just doesn't. There's a wicked war. But any number of Chinese scientists over here, they were spewing this, like, oh yeah, this happened. See, the ones that got caught trying to bring in bio, they're trying to bring in, or they try to bring in diseases or something. CCP-linked biolabs in American soil exposes major biosecurity gaps. Policymakers must act to improve oversight in biological research activity. Wasn't there a guy that got busted that was an Israeli agent and he got released and he took up Vegas? Yeah, that's the one in Vegas. Yeah, so this guy, he had all these fucking diseases in the garage. Conclusion of the FBI lab that the community could not be harmed by what was contained in that lab. Finding possible biological laboratory in the garage. Inside, investigators found refrigerated vials containing unknown liquids. Police said the immediate aftermath of all this. Also operated as an unlicensed short-term rental. What is this fucking guy doing? Well, so the question. Scroll up. So the question is, what is the materials in the private residence? Not a licensed medical facility of any sort. And then, oh boy, got released. Oh boy. They located pathogen-labeled containers with labels such as dengue, fever, HIV, and malaria, along with 1,000 mice. According to a federal report, the federal government never tested the items, and the CDC only made its determination based on the labeling. What the fuck? So in that case, Chinese citizen David He faces federal charges for allegedly manufacturing and distributing misbranded medical devices. He does not face charges connected to the Las Vegas raid, and a trial in California is scheduled for April. Just a bunch of vials of HIV and AIDS, fucking dengue, fever, malaria. No worries. So what was the Israeli guy? The guy who owned the lab. There was like an Israeli guy they caught all of them and released him and went back to Israel. And everybody's like, hey, what? Why do you have the HIV or there he is. Feds drop case against man arrested in Las Vegas biolab investigation. Yeah, I mean, why investigate? Let it go, guys. No big deal. Positional firearm. His immigration status precluded him from owning or possessing a gun. Well, listen, if he doesn't have a gun, how the fuck is he going to defend all its malaria? They're going to try to steal malaria, bro. Gotta be careful. Oh boy. Yeah. There's too much fucking shit in the world to pay attention to. Too much of it is so disheartening. The more you look into it, you're like, is it all fucked? Is the whole world fucked? Like, what is going on? My guess is because there's so many different two things. There's so many different secrets. The internet, social media, so shit's getting out. But it's also getting out in such a volume. None of it seems to be affected. Right. There's just so much. Think about that. Right. They're talking about that with my mind. This, that, in the press, trying to spy. It's very late. That's news. But now she's not there. The news cycles of blood. It's like you drop a rose petal in the river and all floods over. It's gone. It's here, it's gone. It's real blood. And people are tuning it all out. They're tuning it all out also because nothing ever gets done. Nothing happens. The more people like that get released, the more people are like, people are there. They'd rather just watch sports. Just forget about it. I can't believe she's on this issue. Yeah, well, what happened? But all this took off to him. I'm glad you did that. Yeah, support that. All of their hearing. It's oddly and informative. How did you have the time to write a book? So what was the radio 150 TV shows? So do you know what it is? TV show, anything about it? No, I know what it is. I'm going to try it. I want to tell you what it's called. I just want you to see what I like. No, I'm not dying for it. So here's the deal. So when I lived in LA, there was a gym, whatever they call it, right at Beverly and Spencer. Everybody called it Buzz on that because they have all the treadmills right up there, and all the girls were there. You get stuck in traffic, you're staring at all their asses. That was my gym. So me and a buddy of mine, shared an apartment together. John got me one every night, and there was this dude that showed up and started working out in there, and this dude was jacked, but different than like the West Ham. He fit like this fucking stuff, and had all these crazy tattoos on his legs. And we became like friendly, and ended up kind of friends. And his name's Tom Nelson. And one day, so what are you doing? Start personal training here. I was working out with the lunch as a guest flight. It's a flight show. I said, yeah, have you always lived in California? I said, yeah. He's like, well, I've been here 19 years, 20 years. He said, 44. Somewhere in the 70s. I said, you always lived in LA? Well, no, I just got to LA. See how good it is. He said, how long? 17 years. He said, wow. Nasty things, right? He does become a personal trainer. And same old one day we had a bunch of bullshit. And what's one fucking television deal? He's like, oh, fucking criminal. Like a real criminal. Like, biggest drug dealer in Hollywood. Hungry, ran over a DEA agent. Like, oh, fucking criminal. But now, when I was in, I discovered fitness and started working out. I get out, become something in shape. This is so passionate about this. So I was a trainer there for a while, then he opened his own personal training gym. And I would go work out there and hang out with him. He's a full fucking dead. And it became the biggest private training gym, independent in Hollywood. So I go off and I start like, and I'm just shooting yells. we're celebrating. The guy was fucking incredible. But it was good. I said, hey, I'll pass it on to some musicians. Anyway, so COVID happens. Anybody who's stuck up on this ranch in Montana, call it up and say, where do you get your gym? Because I need to go to the gym. We can't go to the gym. I can't leave the ranch. COVID restrictions. The whole fucking cast is stuck on that ranch. And he said, they shut my gym down. So I'll start getting from one. So I sent a flatbed trailer to LA to pick up the pilot gym in LA. And didn't hear from him again. He calls me maybe 18 months into 2 years. And I answer, he's like, hey man, I'm in a bad way. What's the deal? Single father of 5-year-old kids. I got fucking colon cancer. I'm fucking dying. And I'm tapped out here. I'm 60-year-old phone. I can't get a job. I can't do anything. Is there any work on movies or anything that I can do? And I said, first, colon cancer, how bad? What stage? What's this? Saw an X-ray diagnosis. I said, well, let's deal with that shit first. So I fly to Texas where people I can get into and see something like that. Fortunately, the mass wasn't cancer, so they helped out with the surgery to get that done. And then I say, well, when I get you to a movie, you just pay $1 million for shit. You get a 5-year-old daughter to just be a production assistant or something. He's not pay enough to it's not great. That's not a plan, right? Do something you can just spot me for a few months. I'm trying to figure shit out. I'm 100% failure rate of 11%. Because right, I'm a bank. My headaches are perfect. So let me think. And so it doesn't take me very long. It doesn't take me like years ago. It's been 17 years. 17 years. You know, I've never read, helped, travel guide to prison. So call it back. I got it. We're gonna write a book. I got it. We're gonna write a travel guide to prison for the accidental inmate. Right? Someone fucks up and they end up and they don't know how to navigate this place. So travel guide. Listen, I sent you to one which I'm on the planet. Travel guide to Thailand or Mexico. And I said, look at these. Right? It breaks it down and tells you an overview of the country. Then it gives you a glossary of the terms. It gives you the language. It talks about the food. It talks about where you stay. It talks about navigating the country. We're going to do that. And he goes, I'm in. I said, great. I'm going to write all the intros. I'll be in the structure. I said, great. Walk in the intro. You're going to open the structure. He said, well, it's literally a travel guide to prison. And it walks you through day one, how to navigate the yard, the process there, how to navigate the commissary, the gangs, the diseases, prison riots, how to get a job in there, how to make a shit job, everything. It's a tour guide. Sounds awesome. It's the craziest. When I watch me, I'm gonna guess 99% of the videos are rated. The one thing it'll do is tell you how many motherfuckers go there. That's for sure. Right? Typically, if someone's going there, I can say if you're buying this book because you're going to do something, finish the book before you get to prison. Do not finish this book before prison. Or you'll die on fucking day one. Leave the book at home. But yeah, so then we did. I took the book, we wrote 3 chapters of it. I took it out. And then Simon Schuster read it. That's awesome. So, he was able to sit with me and we wrote it. He was able to sit and take care of his kid. That's very cool. Yeah. That's really awesome. Because I know you're busy as shit. How many other projects do you play? That's awesome. That was a lot of fun. Yeah, but not fun to take something else on. I'm sure. Yeah, but it was a very entertaining diversion from I can bitch about another job, or I can bitch about something on my man or whatever. Sit down. Oh, we're running on a small box today. Okay. There's some perspective. It's not like Thanks for everything, man. Thanks for all the awesome shows. It's been great watching all the awesome shows. Appreciate you. Appreciate the time. One more thing. That UFC 250. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Justin Gaethje did. Yeah, just had a long show. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's all right. I saw him before I went to Vegas. That's the first time I've seen him in Vegas. I go to a bunch of guys with him. That's his first time. And I'm watching that guy. If he had decided to be a professional boxer, his striking is that dude's striking. He would do work. Yeah, guy. He's I'm glad he's an MMA fighter because he started out as an All-American wrestler in Division One. He's like he's just a great athlete all across the board. Just his particular style of aggression is so well suited for MMA. It's just it's shocking that he's that good a striker. I know. He's just a wild motherfucker across the board. For him to pull that off the way he did at the White House, it was nuts. Some books have him 6 to 1. Ilya Dvorak is so fucking good. He's so good. And he had sick trouble in that second round. I watched it again yesterday. The second round was close again yesterday. Ilya was just as strong as well. Yeah, he almost was down. Yeah. But even in the second round, Justin was still fighting Ilya. His face was busted. Like he was getting the most damage to Ilya's face. I think that was the giant factor of the fight. I don't know what the accuracy of these reports are, but what's being reported is that he had 2 or 3 more calls and he broke your nose. So both his eyes were broken and his nose was broken. And Justice was here a couple days later. It's just nuts. It's just like he's very deceptively good at rolling her shots. And he's fucking durable as hell. He's just very clever. Very clever at how to set things up. Like where he's not supposed to. One of the things he kept getting off is he does hard time. He jumped on off multiple shots. He did that with Shaziz too. He's really good with that move. He's a beast, man. I'm just so happy for him. I was, a giant Ilya Dvorak fan as well. I hate to be back better than ever. And I think sometimes a loss is like one of the most important things a fighter can ever have because they realize like you can be lost and you need to know that you're human. You need to know that you can't just throw caution to the wind sometimes. Just engage those wild scraps. Sometimes you have to be a little bit more tactical. And sometimes you gotta realize that you can't take everybody out. That's the case with Justin. He couldn't take him out with Justin. And he almost did in the second round. It was real fucking close. Real close. Real close. That freaking Justin, he can time that transfer of power. Just his hands are so heavy. Yeah, everybody says that too. Everybody always says one of the hardest guys that's ever hit them. Overtime grades. Justin had hard. He's had a the fight was like to be there at the White House while it was going on and to have Justin so happy. Like there's something about a guy when he's so confident. It's just so fucking inspiring. Especially once the third round drops him. He got hit him on, snatched him down to the ground. Like, holy shit, man. He's fucking dominating. This is crazy. It was wild. Wild watch. It was wild. And I lost him. is called. Has on my prison available now. Audio and first of all, thank you. I couldn't wait to talk to you. Congratulations on one of the most epic accomplishments in the history of combat sports, and that's not an understatement. I mean, it might be an understatement. I mean, it's not an overstatement. It's perfect. That was one of the greatest nights I've ever experienced of watching anything in my life. It was amazing. And have you capped off and win the title when you're facing a guy that everybody thought was at least number 2 pound for pound, was like him and Islam were number 1 and number 2. And some odds had you at 6 to 1, which I thought was very disrespectful. I thought, this is crazy. Like 6 to 1's crazy. Like Ilya is really good. And so is Justin. This is kind of nuts. To have you win the way you won in front of fucking White House. How did you feel? Oh, you know, it's really not really at all. I was expecting to have like an internal sense of like, I don't have something to chase. Because I was chasing something to chase. And I was expecting to wake up with like some kind of natural release pressure. But I don't know. I don't feel that pressure. As the days go by, every day I get older, I just go like, yeah, it's like, you know, one of the dreams of like being a freaking champion. I was like, I haven't thought about that. I haven't listened to all the shit. Like 10 minutes later, I was saying that shit. Wow, fucking champion. Crazy. And yeah, it's just, I've just been on the grind for so many years now. My dad dropped me off 19 years old in Colorado. I had no money to wrestle. And yeah, to see where I'm at now is just absolutely good. To see where I'm really going, to see how or why, you know, or why I deserve it. I mean, I work my ass off. I have made mistakes. You know, I've done things the wrong way, but I've always corrected and gone back on the path. And you know, I think the coaches, the mentors, most of the coaches that the team that I have around me is huge. The reason why I was able to stay on track and just keep moving forward, trusting that you know I belong in like the top of the league. Well, you've clearly shown that you throughout your career, and having a great coach like Trevor, one of the reasons why I want to bring in Trevor is because you guys have a very unique relationship. First of all, the YouTube series, The Art of Violence, are fantastic. And what's great is watching you two guys work together, and Trevor, you being very acutely aware of when to pull back, when to ramp it up, when to push. Like you guys having a relationship like that is so critical because you guys know each other so well. You've seen each other so many times. Fight and perform in the gym, that you know where he's at all the time. And having that sense of where your fighter is, dedicated time in camp, because you know him so well, boy, that's a giant advantage. Boy, that's a giant advantage. Hold on. Just. Yeah, I think that's a huge advantage. It's knowing your athlete and knowing and doing this for a long period of time. There's lots of other stuff different. Consider your fighters their friends. I do consider one of my best friends. I put myself in like a proper position of I need to know when they're telling the truth. And I've got myself in trouble with that with fighters where you tell them the truth so far that you have to let them know. You like a child, like, hey, we're not going to say how things go through life. Let's see how it is. And really quick, return, I'm still going to love you. Having that type of thing where I have to be dead honest. obviously his goals were to be the most violent guy out there, the most remembered, the guy that's seen every time someone bought a ticket. They remember Justin Gaethje selling that show, and it turned into I want to have this belt, and that was hard because you did go and not get the belt twice, and it's so motivating kind of those scenarios, where it's like, yeah, you had two opportunities, now it's never gonna happen, and that's what life is. Life is one of those things that you keep getting up and chase your goals. You never know when how it's gonna happen. And yes, you want to dream, you want to have it, you want to have a plan. And I'll tell you right now, through all the times that I've had championship fighters in business and in life, championship fighters, the plans never work. You always have to adjust it. But it's that dream and that vision to get you down the stairs. You have to get up each one of those steps. So, Justin went out there and wrote a story that I don't think will ever be forgotten. And he did it one round at a time, and that's what impresses me because his mindset, I love the mental game. I love the talk about the mental game. Like Ilya. Ilya's a special guy with how he uses his mental. The secret that if I see it, I believe it. It'll happen. To a point. I always tell people, like, if you go down the ice cream aisle and you're like, hey, I don't know what ice cream I want, you're going to stand there and go, oh, that one looks good, that one looks good, that one looks good. The people there are like, I want mint chocolate chip. You get in there, you get it done, you grab that mint chocolate chip, you walk out. It's very similar to Ilya's last three fights. He went out there and he demanded what he wanted. His confidence got him through that. But it makes it very hard when you get that stale, nasty, rotten mint chocolate chip. It's like, oh, shit. What's going to happen now? So I think the relationship that we have is me guiding him, me pulling him back. The strictly situation, him is now back a little bit, but we can focus on what's going on. I don't want no distractions. And having someone that he trusts that I care about, I did that. I love his family. Like, our relationship is so strong, and I need that with my athletes. And I'm just blessed and I say honored, but by someone who I've never worked mental with, who shows me different ways to the mental game of fighting, which I feel I'm very high level with. It's something that if you put yourself around people that make you better, this guy makes me better daily, and I'm very grateful for that. You said something about Ilya about the fight, about having expectations. You said you don't have any expectations when you fight. In that way, you don't throw off. Yeah, I mean, it's huge. I mean, my expectations come from my hard work. Obviously, I expect my father to. I understand that I've trained my mind to we love showing off and performing in front of thousands of people on that stage. That's what I love most about my life. That's what my personality. I'm very competitive. I've never relied on myself. That's how I've never had a coach in my entire career since 4 years old have to pull me aside and talk about the mental aspect of competition. It's always been so natural to me. I'm not sure if it's because they see that I'm doing these things that they agree with my approach, mentally approach. They don't understand what's going on. But I've just always been so content with my situation. This is the competition of the game. I'm very competitive, I'm very petty, very personal. And yeah, when I go into the next fight, I have gone through that expectations. And it's, I said it before the fight, I said so many true things to him that I think it was it's such an asset to tell someone that's no truth, especially someone like him, because it pushes his father away from the truth. Even if I tell him exactly what's going to happen, they can make a mistake by having all these expectations, moving around two, moving around three, and it's not going as you predicted it or wanted to expect it to. Then where do you go from there? I said the exact thing to him, and that pushed him farther away from me. It's almost like he wanted to prove me wrong. Yeah, he wanted to prove himself right. He wanted to be open to opinions. Because obviously I don't know if he goes there for himself. I got here because I am coaching. I got here because I listen, I use it every coaching yesterday. A person plays a thing that has happened to me was totally from that, every day is learning so much. And I constantly try to learn. I don't know why I'm able to perform like that. I think I just need to. I think when I say I wanted to do the most exciting fighter ever, it's not that I wanted to be the most exciting fighter ever. The thought of that was fucking cool to me. But I was just being me. And I'm blessed to be able to utilize my childhood to come from a small town to having unwavering support from my family, my friends, my coaches, and teachers, and everybody fucking up for it. It's just crazy to be able to come out on top. It's just crazy. One of the things I think is a giant factor in your life is that you have been in business, you've been in a bunch of roles, and Ilias really had only had some rough moments against Jai Herbert. Yusuf Salal gave him some problems, but it was nothing serious. The wars that you've been in, these just the town and dirty walls that you've been in, you are comfortable with the back and forth. You're comfortable with enduring. You know that you're not going to break. You know, if your body holds up, you're going to keep fighting and you're going to endure. I think you never experienced that before. So when you didn't break the second round, and I think you made a mistake, I think you're correct about that. You said you made a mistake going to the grounds. He said he hurt you to the body. I told Chucky yesterday, I think hurting to my body was increased on the reasons I wanted. You know, when I dropped, it wasn't the first time. That was probably the first and fifth one. And then it's really clean shots and you called me a sense that I was in trouble and hurt. And I think that fact made him tell me everything because it was his last chance to take me out. And he almost did take me out. But when I went down to take me out, in hindsight, it's always easy to make decisions in hindsight. When I went down, he's had way more submissions against knockouts. And for him not to have that belief, he's been able to put it out there, especially with the heavyweight fight, especially with the top offers, especially with all the things he would drop. My graphics, you know, I could hear their voice because I would have stood back on him. I would have stood back on that. He would have charged forward, trying to finish me. I would have took out legs, I would have pulled hard. He was going to hit him on top of the bars. Sit there and trade with me. I would have, fought rolled into grappling situations where I would have made him cover the situation. And I think me getting hit is more than anything. Me getting hit, commanding Jim Collins, Flores Tate, and I think that was the choice he had to make because it was his anti-making. I beat his ass in the first round. It might have been close in the scorecards. I actually took the first round. The amount of damage that I was doing in the first round set up the rest of the fight. I do think it was you're saying what you're saying is so correct. But what I'm saying is from a standpoint of him to managing the first two, understanding the damage that he was taking, and he took big risks. He got in there, he kept his hands under his elbows, just like getting the shots. He had the two body shots before that. The sound it made was crazy. That last one was clean. It was precise and deep. And then you could tell it was already there. If he didn't put that pressure on himself, and this is what I mean by mistake, this way when you come out, you have to know that you're going 5 rounds. And he knew that he had to unleash everything right there. And if he would have been smart in that scenario, saying, hey, you got 5 rounds, let me step back a little bit, let me do some damage. And also, he's like, hey, let me get you out there waiting. Justin, can't grapple, can't do all these things for a lot of people think Bruce Justin's a great grappler. And what was so smart about you is when you get tired, that's when the worst decisions happen. That's one of my big things as coaching is we get someone tired and they make bad decisions and we capitalize on that, on those mistakes. Justin was able to stay so composed here with being speared to the body. When you take a leader shot, it is way different than the headshot. The headshot's like taking a shot at your foot from the bar. It's like, baby, let's go. When you take a body shot, you're dying. Like your liver shot, you feel like you're dying. And Justin, all the decisions he made on the ground, from the triangle, from the bar, from not being flat, so many good decisions were made in that scenario. And I do think it was a mistake. Obviously, there's so many different ways to do it, but those type of fights are what make fights great. last second of a freaking huge fight event. It's like, you can't do that of course. And that mindset, I think, is something to take away from all the fighters out there. That always, I love how you say it, expect more, always. Some of the biggest mistakes that I made with fighters that I had is allowing them to think that they're going to go through this fight, and that fight becomes super hard. You think it's going to be a war, then you're like, hey, what's the man? I can feel it. That's my like I need his mentality. I look at this like there's techniques out there, there's things like that. What makes this sport inspirational, makes someone that want to go out there and beat cancer because he's inspired by a fighter. It's not the technical piece. It's getting back up, and it's okay to get knocked down. I love watching people get knocked down. That's my favorite part of seeing how they get up. And that to me is why I love fighting. It's how people how they endure. That was the big story of that second round. We figured out a way to get through it. The change in tempo in the third round was very obvious. Because the sprint that you have to make, like what Julian did when I was trying to finish him, that he used so much fucking energy. And Ray Chael Son once said that if you try to win by knockout and fail, you won't win by submission. A lot of times that's the case because you know as good as anybody, if you fucking sprint and hard, you rail on the bag with fucking everything you got for 2 minutes, and then they go time. It's not enough. It's not enough. Even in preparation, that was crazy. Preparation for these fights, I'm doing 20, 30, 40 second sprints. That was a 2-minute sprint. Yes. Full power, everything full power, every punch full power. And he did it. He was just unloading. I mean, that's a young man with a tremendous amount of confidence because this is a 2-division world champion. I think he's going to go down as the greatest of all time. And hey, he might still. He might still. This is 28. Because of that loss? I know because it's. I hope because I know that he has the skill. I know that he has the skill to be a champion again. However, I same thing with Tony Ferguson. I didn't break Tony Ferguson's confidence. I changed the perception of his opponents of him. And that is a huge factor for me. Because like, who are you fighting? What do you hear? Before this, he was the guy that would push through, you couldn't survive with. And once I showed people that I had to make sure that nobody's ever go there with thinking that he's going to beat them. That was his identity. And that's going to be such a tough task for him to fight people that aren't so scared. That's interesting. That's Mike Tyson's prime. That's Anderson Silva in his prime. So the fight was lost. But the fight was lost before he got in there. Physically, and I don't know what the truth is, but all these reports are that he has 2 fractured orbitals and he has 2 fractured nose. Just that alone, just the orbitals alone, anytime you've got eye injuries, like anything severe with your eyes, long-term consequences vary. Psychological, absolutely. Why is this? Strong bones, like that is his orbitals will be strong. For 6 months, I would do this. That's right where my son is now. He's right where he gets to the elbow. Summer is great, but it also comes with a lot of chaos, travel, and spontaneous plans. So make sure you're taking extra care of yourself with AG1. It's a simple daily health drink that replaces your daily multivitamins, probiotics, prebiotics, adaptogens, and more. Plus, AG1's ingredients are sourced from quality partners for potency, purity, and nutrient density. AG1 is clinically shown to close common nutrient gaps and support gut health to keep you going all summer long. Wherever this summer takes you, stay on top of your health with AG1. Visit drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan, and for a limited time, get a free morning person at and AG1 flavor sampler for free. You're welcome, kid, with slash Joe Rogan. I still feel it's not structured. This is a very weak area where there's academic and method. You both work in the nose. Like I do read the money is the rocks. You ever seen the Rob's nose? You ever seen the X-ray of Rob's nose? That sounds like it looks like it's fine. Oh, he's got 33 vertebrae left. I mean, I've been crazy. I've had 3 overdoses. I've had it fixed twice. Yeah, I know that. This is one. There it is. That's Rob's nose. Oh my God. I mean, that looks like a long cocaine binge right there. There's a whole fucking left side of his nose. They hit him with a sledgehammer. That nose is crazy. That is crazy. That is like, and to fix it, he's gonna have to have no contact for like a year. Yeah, that's right. So he's not gonna fix it. He's just gonna deal with how turned it is made up with the bone. I've had my eyes fixed and my nose fixed. Obviously, being able to see is huge. When your nose is broken, like you have to understand, like getting a haircut sucks. You can't really do your nose all the time because you're constantly feeding the hair. Like there's so much. Every time you eat food, like there's something missing. Yeah. Sleep. I wore a nose tube for 10 years now. Now I have a scab. Remember the scab you was doing? I don't know. When you had fixed which fight was it before the Max fight? Yeah, and then you can read that in the paper. Yeah. Is it still good now? Yeah, he broke it like he did great. He actually fractured the bone. It's another factor that when we're talking about the fight, and people are talking about this matchup with Ilya, I said you have to think about what he did to Vaseem. Vaseem is a super talented striker. And then you also have to think about the Max Holloway fight because he was pressing in the first round. He got caught with a jump spinning back kick to the fucking face. And that's a game changer. And then it happened in the first round. And from that, it changed the tone of the fight because it was just dead on. It was proven. Couldn't have landed any better. And the truth of the matter is, psychologically, I was not there. I was not prepared mentally for the fight. When I fought Max Holloway, it was such different circumstances. The guy that was in my weight class, he was a guy that I had done well fighting. It was for fun. And that whole experience was something for me. Any other fight I've ever had when it comes to like being mentally prepared for a fight. What do you attribute that to? Myself, trying my brand out. Like we told him if I could choose, you don't want to think of like we told him they couldn't keep the title division fight because that's what they promised us. That's why he was very every one of you guys, every one of you is like, oh, something was different. Why don't you guys fucking say something? You told me that's it. We absolutely like that. Something was different. Like I needed to know. He told me, I said, tell me. He's like, I just didn't respect him. And I'm like, how could you not respect Max? And I didn't catch up to it. So it's like, I'm always looking for flags and things like that. And 100% I take 100% responsibility because that's how we learn. Everybody makes mistakes. I remember the only reason I didn't get any fucking water. And there's like things that we all learn from it. But the things that he told me that, I'm like, how did I not catch that from you? Because he's like, dude, he's a smaller guy. He just didn't see it. And I was like, Max is like one of the guys that I look up to from the outside. Like, he is talented. I remember thinking, what am I looking for? What am I afraid of? I kept trying to convince myself that I need to find what I was to be worried about, and I couldn't find it. So you always need that before a fight? Yeah, absolutely. No matter what it is, you're fighting. Right. Yeah, it's like I've never been as present as like, I've never been able to retain a fight, and I was there. Like I was there. In the arena. I saw the lights, I saw the people, I heard the people. I have never been there in my life, and I think I can attribute that to me not being scared, and so me not being a real fight or flight. Real life or death situation. Yeah. So if you were fully focused, you could actually hear the crowd. Yeah, I could hear my thoughts. I had thoughts. I never had thoughts in a fight because I'm so tuned in on the action. And that was just so much. And so, sure, the kicks, the eye post, I think I was not. I couldn't beat it in that mentality lessons with Paul Bear, I wanted it so much. I wanted it so bad. I wanted to perform. I wanted to impress my fans. Rose had a fight that night. She fought like absolute garbage. And I told my coach, the coach told me, I'm over there. 74, 84. I'm not as long as I know what coach is. The coach is pissed. Everyone's yelling at the locker room fucked up because Pat's fucking weird. He's at the Carlos Swanson fighters and I said, and I was at home, and that was my fault. I allowed these things to affect me and to, affect my fighting decisions. And just being myself. And so that was a huge mistake. Another mistake was, winning 2 or 3 times in a row and just kind of becoming complacent with how serious what we do is and how dangerous this game is and how much fucking chance are in fact every single night. And so, I wasn't doing the extra credit. I wasn't singing the song at home. I don't know why. It's just, and I made that mistake probably into the hangouts to support any fights and lost. And then I won 3 or 4 and I completely back to the same mindset of I'm the best in the world. And I paid for it. And those 2 mistakes were huge, very, very big for us. And then the Charles Oliveira fight was like, I wanted it so bad and I made it so much bigger than it actually was because it's just 25 minutes of time. And I totally control the speed and the preparation for it to ultimately be here for 25 minutes and be free. And those are mistakes I made. I had to learn. I had to make those mistakes. I would not change anything about my career. The more that I get into my career, the more special this moment is. And I think in time, this is an age like my career is so special. The way that I did it, the way that I lost, the way that I stayed on track, the way that I retired if I wasn't going to get a title shot, the way I called my shots along the way, the discipline I had. I mean, it's second to none. I watched this sport my whole life. Since 1992, I naturally. I know it was a 4-year-old to see. I don't have a lot of great memories. I remember my childhood. It was like I have specific. I remember seeing it for my first time in my dad's bedroom. We were sitting there watching together, and I was just enthralled. I was like, this is amazing. I love this shit. Can you picture that? They were like a baby mama just squeezing it. I was a diehard fan. I've been a diehard fan ever since then. And especially 2001 as a kid, obviously, I was probably like 7th or 8th grade, 6th or 7th grade. I just fell in love with it. And then, college, sitting in front of a mom for 6, 7, 8 hours, paying $5 for service. It's just amazing that you've been able to keep this ferocious mentality for so long. Because I remember when you first entered into the UFC, the Michael Johnson fight, I was so pumped for it because I was like, get ready, because this is going to be fucking wild. Because I had been a fan of yours when you were fighting, what was the World Series fighting? And then that Michael Johnson fight was everything I thought. Fucking crazy, just a wild ass fight. Crazy coming out here. Dude, I gave up so many times in that fight. Oh, dude, when you were going to get the cage and you were like this, you like came back and you were like, looking for the shot, you're like blocking off the thing. And then you come back with the right hook and then you let him back in again. You hit it with the right hook again out the cage. Dude, there's so many equal sessions in there. I wasn't nervous because just again, that's the way he fights. And I'm like, no one's going to predict this fight. Michael Johnson was swinging. So you caught him with that left hand a few times. Let's just say left hand knocked out the time. His left hand is so fast. He's so fast. Michael's power. Just fast, dude. And he was trying to win. I mean, he was going all out. You guys just emptied out. That fight was fantastic. I was like, there it is. The 3-rounder. They get out there with the backflip. 3 rounds. I always get so scared for your knees when you do that. Like, please don't hurt your knees if you want to know. 100%, baby. We're training for Khabib. We're over at high altitude. He's doing backflips off the cage. And I was like, stop. Dude, it's after the fight. So he's like, hey, no more bad. I was like, today's the day. Today's the day I become a bitch. Today's the day. It's kind of true, right? You get something and all of a sudden you're special, then you start protecting it and then you won't be special anymore. That's why I told all like today. I am just happy and funny. Like everything about him. Dan Lane, when you play golf with him, he's the highlight. He does shit that he's like, you'll never fucking see. Like it's like everything you do is the highlight. Like his life is like his finding these. So your mentality, you've never had to work on it. Obviously, lessons along the way, but you've never had to like sit down and work on this mindset. It's always been something you inherently possessed. Yeah, I think it's people just complicate things so much. Like when you can truly understand that there is things you can't control, but it's not everything. You can only control what's inside you. You can only control how you perceive things, how you react to things. Obviously, the vibration. Yeah. But it's there's so much. You know, I guess I always knew that something was coming because no matter how far off the road I've made mistakes. I was never, thank God I was never an alcoholic, never, but I can say I was probably a drug addict for one time in my life. And I'm drunk. I don't know, I've never told my parents about this. They don't have to. All of them. I want so, what did it say? They know this is so what's so abusive. I wanted to help people. The big part of that is helping people come off drugs. And I lost over a handful of friends, really close friends from drugs. Where I come from, not far from Mexico. We invested coming right across the border, wherever got caught up. And it was my life, was very important. So like you chase it up, like we have it so like this country, we're always trying to create chaos in order to do something. I guess that's what I was probably doing. And in college is when if I'm going to help people come off of drugs, then how can I ever even try to understand if I don't know what to chasing? And so that was a part of it. Also, a part of it, and so, once I did certain things, I knew what people were chasing. But then I always knew that something was bigger for me, better for me, and I had something to do. So that was always, it was never a crutch for me. I was always like, that was awesome. I'm doing it again. What is it in your head that where you always knew that you had something bigger? Well, probably my faith. I mean, I've been my parents invested everything for me was make me go to church every single Sunday and create a relationship with God through the word of Jesus Christ and just trying to live up to those expectations. I knew not that I was going to be a champion, but I just knew that I couldn't take it easy without when you're on drugs or when you're living a lifestyle like that, nobody expects that. Nobody wants anything from you. And that's an easy way to live. There's no pressure, no expectations, no expectations, no pressure. And then it really is. I can understand how you can let that overcome the passion to live. I don't know, I just think the passion to live because of my faith has never outweighed my desire to feel good. I want to talk about the shift that you made in your career from being the most exciting guy in the world, wanting to be the most exciting guy in the world, being happy with performing to the best of your ability, whether you win or lose, to wanting to get the job. What started that decision? It's weird because I don't remember a time or day where I made a change other than I'm not moving in. In the Dustin Poirier fight and Eddie Alvarez fight, I absolutely almost broke. And it was no different than Eddie Alvarez. Nobody just never, same with Alien, nobody had ever got past
ferocity of my actions for 2 or 3 rounds. And then those guys did. And I was like, what happened? You know, and ultimately I put myself in a position that I got hit with a shot that took me out of the fight. And so after those fights, I was like, I have to not take these shots. And that was ultimately all I can say that I changed mentally. Because I don't want to get hit. I used to never care about getting hit because it's like, it doesn't hurt. Nothing hurts. Nothing has never hurt. And so that was really just the mindset. I just need to not let that get me in a predicament where I'm not able to have some fight. So the shift, he got outside choice. Yeah, it's definitely there was a shift, and it wasn't just like an instant shift. It was the 2 week process of shift, and where he's like, I'm winning these fights, and I need to be able to get to the distance. And I was like, all right, you got to become a spot fighter because you just dropped me. And you're what's happening. You're making mistakes. You're doing little kick. Guess what? You got caught. You face that crazy with the shoulders above his hips. So I was like, all right, let's be sharp. Let's fight in spots. Let's be sure. He goes on a 3-fight win streak where he's fighting the right spots and putting people out. From thing to Barbosa into Cowboy Cerrone. That's where he started. And then I sat down with him and I was like, do you want to be a champion? And I was like, this is how you have to fight is to be a champion. Is be smart. He never said he was the most exciting fighter or he told me after fight. He's like, I'm not excited. I'm excited. It's like it's so amazing. Like it's just how do we get you to sprint 50 yards, pull back for 100 yards and jog, and then sprint for 50 yards and like the open field, your red line, don't cross the red line, don't hold red line. That is again the experience you found in the forums. It's just so critical and why you do it. It is. I think it's crazy. I think the fact that they said that he outshot me in the first round, 32 or something. He landed some hard jabs. Yeah, yours were devastating. They were right into those distance. I'm talking about the perception. Yeah. It looks like I'm getting hit. It looks like it's out. I don't have special skin. I am able to see punches. And Roland comes in. You watch my fights frame by frame. I'm not getting hit for the most part. You're moving with couches. Yeah, because it'd be like water. Like I'm constantly, intuitively making these calculations. That's the story that when you see that, and I don't know who's counting that, but that's like amateur boxing. Amateur boxing, if the fight glove touches you in the face, even if it's not a clean glove, that's considered that's how you judge. Yes. That's where just I think where you look at the point system, you can't just look at the screen, and that's why judges can't look at the screen. Oh, this guy landed more. This is who won. You had the damaging balls. I think everybody knows that. Like I get it. Like I see the way you roll a shot. I see the way you lead off. And allow the shot not to go through your skull. And deflect it. It still gets touched to you, so it's considered that they landed that shot. But the damage is like what you do to people, the way that you hit through, that you drive through people so different. Like it just hits. Like I still think to this day, you're gonna ask us UFC, but you're gonna test on me to see who has more flow to UFC. It kicks me up. It's like, dude, I'm so glad I feel so bad for the people. Dude, I get footballs, bro. It's like, here's the nerve on the inside. I talked to a doctor about it because I'm like, bro, like he keeps people like bruise on the inside of the leg, and it's because the shot through, but there's a nerve on the inside of the leg. I go home and I tell my wife, I'm like, she's like, when I went jumping, she was like, what you got to move on from Joseph for? One of the things you were doing early in your career that was so wild was you were leg kicking people from collar tie. Like you were leg kicking guys and like, oh my goodness, like, oh, how the hell is doing that? Like you were one of the only guys that I saw that was doing that was from the clinch was leg kicking. You got some fucking flexible hips, man, because the way you were able to do that from like right in tight like this and not just you're moving in there. He pulls him to the knee, so he's making a face on that knee, and then it's just like you gotta stop him out of here trying to fit that tree. And he's very good at that. Because I got into the octagon and like after he won, and I looked into it, it was like,
so happy. It was amazing. Seeing all those videos and knowing he's in camp with you all the time and knowing how much he loves you, watching the happiness that he had after you won was fucking incredible. He was every time he won, like every time he won. Trevor was in my corner. We used to go to Arizona. We had no coaches. Just two rest seasons. And yeah, he would go down to me and just grab my hands and he would just be there. Wow. That's human being. Yeah, I love that. Can you tell them about the Sunday before? So there was one time, I think it was in that cowboy fight where you were probably like Ben, and he finished with a little game, and then every time that I stopped getting picked up, and it was like a joke. He used to track me back in the mats. He's like, I'll stick it on the eye. Give me this one. Give me this one. So we go golfing. Sunday we go golfing. Sunday before the fight, we get there Saturday. Sunday we never work out on Sundays. And Trevor Ben got fucking pissed. They had like 3 very stiff blueberries, about like 12 beers. We got there and they're like, hey, everything's on the president. And he's like, oh yeah, I've never heard that before. He's on the president. I want a drink. And so like 10 or 11, Trevor like, let's work out. So we're gonna work out, but I'm telling you, they're gonna be working out. I didn't know we were working out. I had no fucking. I thought he was fucking with me. We're out there golfing. It's hot as shit. I'm sweating my ass off. I had no idea we were working out. That's fucking cool. Let's tell them we're working out. It's probably cool. So I told him I was gonna text him and give the workout. I was getting all day off workout for everybody, and I told him he was gonna go 3 rounds of sparring, full-on sparring, and then Ben's gotta go 40 minutes straight, no breaks, just wrestling, just wrestling. I told Jeff that see how he is. It's still I didn't text him. He's just sort of talking about it. So we're on the way home, driving home, and dude, Ben is like, I'll call you, just take you down. And he's like, I'd ask him how many times you think down. It's like, 40 minutes, it's 60. He's like, wait, 20, so you got what, 7 submissions on your coach. He dropped him back on the mat, so it's so funny. I was like, dude, you gotta drag him back on the mat. It's like a quick distance. It's funny because I got a video I went so we get all like, oh, I got to take a nap for like 2 hours. Just stay drinking. On YouTube, I filmed everything. Just talking shit. I was gonna do it. Like, you gotta spit through it. He's like, you're really gonna say that? Like, yeah, let me say it. I ain't saying it. I'll be a Tim. They're making a plan how they're gonna team up on me. And so, it's funny. He got the video there of me Ben's ass. No, actually, I went with Luke first, and I was fucking him up. Too bad because they won't jump in. Yeah, so he's like, what the fuck, man? What the fuck, man? Now's the time. And he's asking for help, asking for help. I beat his ass. And then Brian coaches are great coaches. Their whole team is just everybody's so dialed in. Yeah, that whole week is one like every time we go, that whole week is one of them. You use the sauna in between workouts as well and before. And so, one thing that just sucked. I said it was perfect. You say it was perfect. It was not. Tension room to outside. The humidity was there. I didn't realize it because obviously it's not something that I'm worried about right now. After round 1, I just remember thinking, oh fuck, I am so tired right now. How is this possible? And the amount of food I lost, thank God I probably lost like it was in the 70s. Yeah, 70s with the cold breeze. You know when you go out, what you feel is the cold breeze. Just in the air, though. The flying man, the air was different. Yeah, I hated the fact that it was gonna happen. I would not change. I think, how could you change? It affects me. It affects him. Again, I grew up in the country. He's a city boy. There's no way he's not a city boy. I don't know him personally. There's no way he's not a city boy. So as a country boy from the desert in Arizona, like I was hoping that it would be hot as fuck. When he said that on the school, I was like, oh god, these outside might kill me. Yeah, after round 1, like he was shaking. Dude, he was like trembling. I was like, holy shit. But it's crazy to ask people to defend the world title in a completely alien environment. They never have fights in. We've had how many fights outside? We had the Abu Dhabi fight in like, what was that, 2009 or something like that. What was the setting? It was out of Saudi Arabia. outside in the sun on the beach. Caesar Palace in Vegas. Caesar's Palace. Yeah, that's right. They still used to do that. Yeah, that was crazy. Durant versus Travis. They were great. Yeah, that's true. That's right. Las Vegas is true. Yeah. Vegas. Yeah, humidity was what I was trying to do with him. He's true. You can't breathe. It's heavy air. So he put water on the rocks. So we traded another game. I turned the temperature in the gym just so we can get to deal with it more easily. Spike my heart rate. It's only 15 minutes left. Come on, dude. Very smart. Because that environment is so completely different. I just ultimately, I think the best way to put it is obviously the way you usually put it. Control the environment. Jimmy was cool. Jimmy's nice. So we did rehearsal. And I'm like, why are we rehearsing? If they have a wedding night, just tell us where to go. The camera guys are always like, all right, you mark, yeah, so all over everything. So why are we doing this? And then we go there and we get snuck in the soccer movie for 2 hours because of rain. And thank God that happened because then I started to go, because it's all unexpected. Elliot said, hey, I'm going to visualize. I can't visualize this agreement. And I visualized a lot too. So I was like, I thought the exact same thing when he said this. And that's when I knew, hey, these are going to be some huge unknowns. And I told him that night the rain was coming. It was crazy how the storm was splitting around. It was all bright red. I was like, this is thunderstorms. And they were talking about pushing the flight to 10:30 p.m. We pushed that flight to 2 in the morning. Stayed up till like 3 a.m. That's what was cool, right? To walk out, like having the soldiers, like just walking through the soldiers, there was that. We weren't able to take any of this in, Joe. And I can't really speak for him. I covered his mindset. I couldn't, from a coach's standpoint. There was this focus. You don't know if there's no pattern I can take on right now. I kind of told myself to break through it. It was very unique. And at the end, I couldn't even really smile. I was just like, dude, I'm just like blown away. Now I can kind of just go out slowly, just trying to sink in everything. Because it was very, very hard to go through that scenario with the pressure of us walking out at this stage at the White House. We're the Americans. You are 6 to 1 underdog. That gets to you. That when you hear that over and over and over, it's you can hear you go, wow, dude, you kind of marveling. But having just that scenario was so unique. And then once it was over, then it was like, now I get to enjoy the White House and just being here in this environment. What does he mean? That's the declaration of independence. So you weren't in the building. You were into the rehearsal. Yeah, crazy as that. He's in the office stepping out. It's walking through so cool. Like having the 2 guys next to him. And a lot of people complain about this happening in the White House. Do you think this is cool? This is how could you not like this? How could anyone not this should be? Shut the fuck up. Life is a night. World is a night. It's incredible to watch. It's a wild thing to watch. Also, there's gold everywhere. These fucking gold designs. First thing I said is, I was like, this thing is small as hell. Like, I see the pictures and like see it so big, and I was like, is it the gold pieces on the wall? The first thing I was like, he does that shit every day. Dude, it was so clean. He was there. He was twin. There was no gold. It's like gold cherub, solid gold cherub. That's gold cherub on the doors. It's like, hopefully it doesn't fall in there. It's like, scared gold everywhere. It's all him. He redesigned a bunch of things that can be spilled. So that's why he wanted to do the ballroom. That's why he wanted to keep it. He likes everything. He knows everything. He's a cool guy. We're just watching you look in the Declaration of Independence before you walk out, which is also wild. Like, this is never going to happen again. This is more historic than Wimbledon, than John Wall, more historic than the think about all the great fights that we've all watched as kids. Remember that? This tops everything because of the scene, because of the fact that not This episode is brought to you by Onyx Off-Road. Ever wonder how to reach these epic mountain lakes, tucked away, dispersed campsites? With Onyx Off-Road, you'll find legal open trails around you and even better guided trails mapped by brave off-roaders. Each one includes photos and terrain descriptions and difficulty ratings, so you'll know if your vehicle's capable before you go. Unlike other apps, Onyx gives you turn-by-turn directions on the trail, and their new dispersed camping layer shows where you can legally set up camp. You'll also get private land boundaries, public land overlays, and the ability to download maps for offline use so that you're never guessing even when you're off the grid. It's a powerful tool built for serious off-roaders. Try Onyx Off-Road for 50% off. Go to onxmaps.com/Joe. Well, it was a big factor that God was letting it go on because then we got to see that epic fourth round, which is fucking crazy, which was just at the end when he landed that knee out of that like was it an eagle too, right? And it landed that heavy knee because there's two yeah. And then he has to put on a stool. And if Goddard had just given to that referee and that judges the doctor's desires, parents' desires. Watch right here, right on this watch right here, right on this watch. Right there. Well, yeah, that was the end. That was the end. Crazy. I mean, it's crazy how different so I got to watch. I only usually watch this from being the fighter, being the leader, appreciating it. You're so locked in. It's like golf. Golf is like nothing else can come in. And so, looking at the Declaration of Independence, I was looking at it, but I didn't take it in as this being because I was sitting there like, we gotta reset this, we gotta control, we can't get against the enemies. And then those are the parts I'm happy as do a whole walkout. So I'm really not taking it as the show, or as the theatrics here. Of course, watching it in hindsight, obviously, it's fucking awesome. There was something special about just warming up with the American flag on short term. There was something special about watching you shout bars before all this with the American flag on. I was like, if he wins, good lord. If he wins, it's going to be fucking insane. And it was. It's the feeling like joy growing, building throughout the crowds, like the happiness and everybody had seen had been there to see such an incredible event and such an amazing captain that event with your fight. It was just nuts. Just a really cool one. It was crazy for the people that you can see. Here it is. I flipped here for the people in the White House. Black hats. I'm all out. The size of the group outside was insane. And then watching on these giant screens, they're freaking out. Yeah, we're on the way. It was like, you guys want to make sure, like, what's not being like, yeah, no, it was the weigh-ins were nuts when we first walked out. Holy shit, this is crazy. But it just shows how hyped people were for this event. It was incredible. I mean, the UFC production team, they just knocked it out of the park. And then more importantly, you knocked it out of the park because this is the cap. strategy we had was so great. To find a guy like that. I think if you ask him right now, which way is Justin moving? He's in the whole time because my head was so heavy and I feel my face. I was moving left the entire time. He's so pointed. He's powerful here. Here, he can push and spring. He doesn't really do that way. It's not thinking. He have to gather and reset, exit, and then point, and then go. And I constantly kept readjusting. It was so subtle. And that's what subtle is. But his game plan is decent. His game plan is my ability. It really is my ability. People don't understand how athletic I am. I think that is what surprises everyone is how how James and how athletic I am. And I think that's the biggest asset that I have. Why do you think it could be surprised with that at this stage? I don't think they're surprised. Because it doesn't look like that. I think you're looking into the man. I feel like Patty fighting you because a lot of people are going to it's kind of way we fought. Like our style, our game, how sweet is that now? I mean, if you want some guys like you would never expect, you always expect punches to come from. That's all I do because he went full. I feel like bring over. This guy, no shot. I need to strike. We need to keep him inside of our blue. And if they don't straight shots at Patty because he was being very long with his other body. So he was throwing wild shots at all of the ones like stay on the outside. We don't have because we had very good knees coming in, so we can't get Patty. Very simple plan, but also it was like make it chaotic. It is the most chaotic as you can be to be able to do that. Patty is one team which is very fast. It's very good. He'll move his past you almost like running type of punches like that. This fight is a lot different where it's now we have to be tight in these types of positions. And we need to step to his center and get him on his back foot line or outside of his back foot line. And that was like a key factor to this one is because Dillian is very frustrating and will bounce back and forth. So once he goes to the same team, we need to attack the rear shoulder. And once he starts to reset, now we're going to throw the jab and stick the jab in the rear shoulder with your jab. That's my favorite part is the jab wasn't landing here. He's got a very good slide. Or jabbing outside, so you're not doing the inside jab coming out here. You're jabbing from outside your shoulder, which is pushing him on his rear foot. And once we start to pressure, my favorite part is that the jab falls right in his left foot, just his left foot. Where we go, halfway outside his rear foot, right there. He opened his lead foot and he got his foot outside, and that's also something he's right here. That was a giant ball. That was all of this stuff is that was such a hard job. Watch his lead foot after the jab. Watch his left foot after the jab, outside the rear foot. And that because he's got a high shoulder. If I'm throwing it right down this point, detail. If you're here, if he gets his foot out, now the shot is coming down here. He's got a very good shoulder technique. He also dropped that right hand down. It was beautiful. It was such a giant moment. Before I started back to us. But if you go out to left backwards, that's where to me that's how he's not left. Where he'll throw at you, then he readjusts his lead shoulder, just super dangerous. That was one thing we talked about. You're not backwards. He's very quick. So he won't attack you. Well, if he can recover from this, it's going to be a big lesson here. I wonder if we'll still have those celebration dinners like before. It's amazing. This is an amazing thing. Like, people love that kind of confidence. They love that belief in themselves. And when someone pulls it off, people were talking for days about the elite celebrating the night before. That crazy. It didn't work that time. They were right at 3 points. But the lack of experience being the nail. So much experience being the nail. Expectations. You keep saying that the more we go back to this thing, went to college, you know, my first year of college, and I did I found these guys. You know, I was like, I would have never thought of this. Some shit like that. Like, I just don't understand. You know, if you look at me, I don't look like that. You weren't like a radio. I know. I just see the perception. No. Your perception's crazy. So that's the thing. You know, it's like an athlete. He's seen this picture right now. He went up to do like I was sitting with his coach, Randy, and he sends me this video. I don't know why I opened it up. And he's got a soccer ball. He's in this auditorium with the pads down to the ground, and he's got his phone set up on side set. His hands are against the wall. He throws the soccer ball in the air, and he does one of those bicycle kicks. I mean, he played just like 1 or 2 years on there. He did a bicycle kick right off his feet, and this ball knocked the ball off the freaking net. He hit the freaking ball. It was the coolest thing I've ever seen. I was like, bro, you are nuts. So this guy's snowboarding. When we snowboard, because I'm a professional, when I was younger, we got taken out of high school board, and this dude, he would catch things so fast and get somewhere. There was one time we were watching, I think we was in somewhere. He does this 360, catches his edge, falls to his back, bounces off one of the almost to a backflip right back into the bubbles, and these people on the side not even paying attention. This tumbling skills, dude, you're bringing up. You were an athlete. I think athlete. Well, you're not built like Paul Costa, if that's what you mean. Yeah, you know, it's like you're not. You know, there's guys that have less body fat than you, and guys that have more carotid muscles than you, but nobody looks at you fighting and doesn't think you're athletic. That's great. I think it's the experts athlete that you might say, he looks sloppy. And some fights got to be sloppy. Those people are retarded. That fight that you like chaos, looked like you were going to press him, and it also looked like you were kind of disdainful of his ability to hurt you. Yeah, that's what it looked like. It looked like you were just trying to make it as chaotic as possible. It sounded like you were like on one point, like someone was like, hey, sucks. That's also probably a thing that you think about yourself that way, you know, because it forces you to rise above anybody's expectations of you. You know, I think one of the things about this fight that makes it so important is because Ilya was so dangerous, so you had to get like deep in this. So you couldn't have a moment like the Max fight. The Max fight got me. Without that, I would never been as home. I said it's gonna happen. It didn't happen. It didn't happen. Now I can never have a very serious. That was driving back. I actually never lived before. I remember being knocked out. I got knocked out. I don't remember anything. I remember hitting hand raised. And it had to have been 40 minutes to an hour. And then I just went first recollection of seeing the ambulance and seeing the ambulance. Did I tell you that on his line? Yeah, that's still what it is. So we're in the ambulance today. I was sitting there like you said. Your mom's standing outside the back door waiting for the driver. And there's a medic in there with us, but he's good. He keeps asking the same questions over and over. And I'm worried about, like, you know, everybody's parents are different on how they react. You know, and his mom was just cool. Just like, I was so impressed. I was so impressed with her just appearance. And they had when Justin's laying there, he's like, he's cool in everything he does. So he's got like his cool like lays, like he's like, you know, just got stopped. And he's laying there, and he's like, look at me, he's like his head. He's like, I got knocked out. I was like, yeah. It's like 4 rounds. And I said, last second of the fight, he goes, good for him. Dude, then I'm telling you, like 2 minutes ago, Mike, and we had a whole conversation. And he looked at me and he was like, are you not that? And I was like, yeah. It happened over and over and over and over. Yes, but him saying it was for him. The way he said it every time that he came back to it. See, that's the type of person Justin is. Like, if he loses competition, the better man will win. That to me is something that stands out to me. That's character of him saying what he does. That's subconscious training. That character is also the character that allows you to reach your full potential. Absolutely. Because you're not being held back by any bullshit ego things. I think because there's a lot of people that are held back as good as they are. They don't reach their full potential because they have some bullshit ego problems. situation, losing that fight in the last second of the last one, and having that reaction that Drew's can test her character. That man is ever going to go to the man. That is just true a test of character ever informed the whole world. But I never first to see the whole face. So I face I saw no concern. She was worried. But she was not concerned. She wasn't freaking out. No, she wasn't freaking out at all. She was like, and that's when I never reset and asked if I said that I knocked out me after that. No, once it happened for me, I'd say my asses 6 or 7 times, and then once they're cool for my 5 minutes before what's the hospital that you're talking about. The cool part about this, Joe, is those are some of my it sucks because she's taking a shot like this, like she is a coach and as someone that just loves fight, loves the inspiration of what they shines through. Yes. Those are my proudest moments. Winning a fight like this, it is proud and taking it in a while because it's a cool spot for me and absolutely grateful for it. But there's times where I'm confident, smiling, when my fighters are down, like, when come on, I got kicked. And I stood next to him with the biggest smile just because I'm like, dude, you went out on your shield, you were looking so good. And this is the way you stand out again. He's so important. Justin Salas, John Simon, 10 meetings. It was one of my proudest moments. Just to see his subconscious, like I know the mindset of their 10 meetings, it's 10 meetings. And he fights through it, and takes another knee, and it goes down, and he's on the ground, and his right leg is still like moving, and he's like still punching, and he's watching. And I'm like, dude, that's a fighting spirit. Like, there's no point in like you're fighting for your knockout. And subconsciously he's still in the fight, and his body is still reacting that way instead of showing up and being like, I just got robbed, I'm gonna show up. I could not wait to get him out there like that, trying to let him in. I'm like, let me just get over to him and sit next to him, put some ice on the neck. When we stop guys, I'm always over to the other opponent first. To me, that's the coolest part is being able to see someone on there do their best and to watch them come back. And that's why I'm very excited to have this thing. Like, I'm really able to see him on some guy who he does because he's that talented. If he takes the right lessons, that's going to be a super inspirational thing to overcome. It's going to be hard. It's going to be, but I sure hope we can do it. I don't know if he's going to stay at 155. There are big guys at 155. And he wasn't that big for 45. You know, you think of weight cutting and your era, you're considerably bigger. When you guys were standing next to each other, there's a big difference. Also, actually too hydrated for doing this. It's three times now. You're too hydrated for a drug test? Yeah, this is too That's why you don't do it after fights. You used to do it after 25 times, but your adrenaline scores, peak. So it takes a long time. Like reset one, 2 hours, ready for the distance. But when you're doing it after like rehydration, that's a shit like because they don't have to hydrate. Everybody's fucking taking as much food as they can, so that makes it tough. But with the weight cutting piece with him going back down, I agree with you. I think he has a smaller body, but he's also a big advantage for his speed. And when you go up the weight, that speed is a huge factor. And you see a lot of guys go up like Max Gibson can't just speed when he came up. He went back down. I think everybody was like, well, he beat Max. He beat Nick Dre. Max. Yeah, I think that weight cut down to 45 and this is where, from like a coaching standpoint, it's hard for me to make it at that weight. I care about the longevity of another person, and I've seen guys get dropped with jabs because of that weight. Yes, and going back down, and that's to me the scariest part of this. Well, I think there's two things really changed the first game. We watched one of this way, and I get 2 points. The weight cutting thing. Don't you think that we need more weight classes? I should say that. I should say just the thing. I think there's many ways. I think you're going to have some type of weight class, and there's different ways to do it. But maybe you have where you can go over a certain amount of weight after you make weight, and you weigh in, make a weight count.
smoke. Look at this smoke.
It's smoke.
Hey, this is Rick. Coming to you live from the world famous Comedy Store main room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe. Just a couple dogs hanging out in the doghouse. We are live from the Comedy Store. Brian Redman, how are you? Hey, man, how you doing? It's been a long time. Shouldn't have left you. But it don't need to step to. We're back at the world famous Comedy Store for another episode of Kill Tony. Live on the Sunset Strip. Before we get into it all, here's a little bit more from our amazing sponsors. Hiring can be difficult, and if you're an employer, you probably experience hiring challenges from time to time. Right now, you face even more challenges. Rethinking your workplace safety to hiring employees for specialized roles. Matson Resources could relate. They needed to hire a seasoned senior Citrix administrator to provide IT support. Not an easy job to fill, so they turned to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology finds people with the right skills and experience for your job. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's how Matson Resources found Peter Alcantar Jr. Peter was laid off during COVID-19 and needed to find another IT job quickly to continue paying his mortgage and bills. He posted his resume on ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter identified him as a great match for the role at Madison Resources, and they interviewed and hired Peter in less than 3 weeks. ZipRecruiter helped Peter find the right job, and they helped Madison find the right person for a hard-to-fill role fast. And you can see how ZipRecruiter can help you hire. Try it out for free at ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. That's ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And you fans of this show, you know if you're having a rough time getting through lockdown and your social distancing, well then I want to tell you about some products from Infinite CBD. You remember Infinite CBD? Infinite CBD is the cleanest, purest CBD available. You've never heard of CBD. It's derived from hemp plants. It packs all the benefits of marijuana without getting high. And Infinite CBD has a ton of different products that we use, and they're great. I love CBD. I rub it all over myself. I rub it on you too sometimes. Seriously, Infinite CBD products I think can help get me through this. They have CBD AM Plus EM capability, concentrating while working from home. This has CBD Plus caffeine for substantial clarity. And CBD gummies, which is my favorite, with new flavors like sour and full spectrum. I'm in the spectrum gummies. If you're losing it, these can help you relax. And of course, CBD lube. Why not add CBD to your self-love thinking? You know it feels good and you got time to treat yourself. If you haven't tried CBD, look it up. There's a lot of research and users are reporting benefits like reduced anxiety, reduced inflammation, and more. So go to InfiniteCBD.com to see which one of their products fits your needs. That's InfiniteCBD.com. And if you use the promo code KillTony, you will get 20% off. Once more, that's InfiniteCBD.com. And promo code KillTony for 20% off. And we are back here at the Comedy Store for another episode of Kill Tony. Very exciting to have the great Ryan J. Evil here with us tonight. RyanJEvil.com. He draws every single episode of Kill Tony. All the 12 posters, those are all for sale. Sometimes for amazing auctions at RyanJEvil.com. We have great Gino from LA Speedweed is here. Always incredible. Got us through the hardest part of this pandemic. Let us use the great Letterbox Studios. Go get yourself a camel. DamnGoodCamelCo.com. DamnGoodCamelCo.com. And they even have a engineered dreaming. They sold out, but I guess if I do believe perhaps they restocked that. And yeah, check out Caveman Coffee. Use the promo code KillTony. It's Caveman Coffee. Save some money using the promo code KillTony. And delicious Vito's Pizza. If you're in Southern California,
joining us for this entire episode. I can say with no ego at all is one of my favorite human beings, and she is truly Kill Tony royalty. I mean, she started on this show at the age of 19 years old. She became a regular at the age of 20. At that point, the Comedy Store enforced rules that people under 21 weren't allowed in the building at all for any reason, which was a controversial law at the time because you were allowed to perform on stage as long as you separated out words back then. So she had to treat her tenureship of being a regular, and on her 21st birthday, she came back to be a regular. Did it for years, and now opens up the likes of Joe Rogan and a lot of the other best comedians in the world, including her own headlining dates as of late. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you truly one of the truly greatest regulars in the history of the show, a woman that has a full-fledged comedy career and an unbelievable podcast. I love her with all of my heart. One of my favorite humans and favorite comedians. It's the great Allie Makovsky, everybody. Remember that music when she was a regular? Wow, look at her. The baby girl is all grown up, everybody. Hi. Hello, Allie. How are you? I'm good. I'm so happy to have you here. I'm so happy to be here. I am a big fan of yours. I get a little bit starstruck around you, so this is exciting. Welcome home. It's exciting. You've been doing a lot of skateboarding on your Instagram as of late. It's very inspiring. Yeah, I've had like this skateboard for 4 years because I thought that if I got a skateboard, skater boys would fall in love with me, and that didn't happen. So I just stopped skating. And then this guy came over to my house to look at a room that was open, and he mentioned that he was a skater. And so when he was leaving, I saw my board that I haven't rode in like 4 years, and I'm like, what do I do with this? Can I sell it? Do I just give it? To a kid, and he picks it, and he picks it. And he looks at it, and he was like, this is my pro, like, this is skateboard. So now we've been skating together. Yeah. Kind of, somewhat. Well, I actually had Allie, I asked her if she would bring her skateboard here with her, and you did. I brought it. So I'm thinking maybe at the end of tonight's episode, if she's willing to do us the honor, I'm thinking maybe you could try a little trick here on the greatest stage in the history of comedy. So you just seem pretty nervous. I am nervous because I ate shit so hard today, just like trying to do a cool turn to like put my skateboard in my trunk. Like I wasn't doing anything except trying to turn, and I fell so hard. There's a lot of people that fall down on this show, but you know what? They pick themselves up, and that's what matters in the end. I believe that's what the great Michael Keaton said in all of the Batman movies. So, that was me. I get all my voices back. If I do eat shit and like end up handicapped, do I get to become a regular on the show? Absolutely, you will become a regular yet again. You will be. We have many wheelchair regulars now, and you will be added to the club. And you guys can come out and we'll choo-choo train once in a while. Okay, Allie, I don't know if you remember this, but there's a band on this show. Yeah, they're the best damn band in the land. Every single episode, they come in to be different characters. Let's find out what they are tonight. As I'm presenting the best damn band in the land, it's the Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Williams, Trevor Flores, Roma Chris, and the Jet Ski Jesse Johnson. Here we go. all work at like a haunted house, a Halloween house or something?
Channel 9's horror themed show.
Wow.
And Oregon is in for a scare tonight.
Oh my goodness, I thought you were Tommy Wiseau from The Real for a second. I did not hit her. I did not. Hi, Jeremiah. That's not Jeremiah. What's your name?
My name's Vincent Shadow.
Vincent Shadow. I'm gonna write that one down because that seems easy to forget. Vincent Shadow. And who's this little
When you think of the shadows,
Alright. Who's this little goofy gobbly you got here? Is that Edna Scissorhands over here?
Hey, I'm a skeleton.
What's your name?
Skeleton.
Oh, hi, Skeleton. Welcome to the show, Skeleton. You came out, you were all silly and stuff. You swing that arm, that's like your trademark. And then, who's this young cowboy back here? Skeletons and creatures of the night. This is your host on the 6.6 Terror Hour. It's Cooley. Your name's Cooley? These are my favorite band characters of all time. I know it's early in the show. I don't want to curse it. I don't want to ruin it, but I already love these guys. And there's a beautiful woman here. Absolutely stunning. What's your name, little lady? Your name's Joyra. Joyra.
regional horror host in Texas, Channel 9.
Oh my goodness.
You're like the horror.
Well, you just stole my opening joke. Back to you in the studio, Tony. She thought of that for free,
Just big bold letters at the top of the page. Do not forget. Horror. Oh, that's great. Well, Joyra, hopefully you have a little bit more use. Even though you don't have to. Oh my goodness. This is a Halloween spectacular, everybody. Welcome to October 31st. The great David Deary is here helping us out. We have a very fun episode planned, so let's just jump right into it. This first guy kicking it off, he's been on the show a couple times before, and he's back. It is Kyler Bentley, everybody. Here's some music to see Kyler Bentley. Yeah, here's Kyler Bentley.
I live in a senior living facility, and I know what you're thinking. I'm too young. They have a saying where I live is you're only as old as you feel, and I feel like a dirty old man. So I fit in just fine. I just found out I'm next on the list for HUD housing voucher, so I'm waiting for one of my neighbors to die. Yeah, it's kind of weird hoping for that to happen. But I know who I hope it is. And oddly enough, it's not Neil. Yeah, he's a good guy. He lets me use his Wi-Fi. They say there's a lot of cliches about the senior living facility. Like everyone has an Esther living there. It's not true. We have 2 Esthers. So somewhere there's a senior center missing an Esther.
Fuck yeah. Kyler Bentley. Getting it started with a bang. I love that performance. Very, very funny. Senior living facility. Is that true?
I'm not sure. I've never seen it.
Channel 9, welcome to Kill Tony. It's very exciting. Do you guys ever play games? Do they have like community events or anything like that? Anything bingo? Do you play bingo? Wow. That's true. That's true.
Maybe there's actually pretty fun. You guys know the mixers that would go there as good as bingo.
Redman's favorite bingo number is I8.
Tony's favorite one is Come in His Mouth.
That's not how bingo works, Brian. That is not how bingo works. That is not how it works. However, that is my favorite bingo number. Do you ever do stand-up with all the seniors?
I actually was doing a monthly show before COVID, and I did a bunch of other open micers and people I know in town.
How's the COVID in the city bingo?
It's like it's around the place over there, man. It's serious lockdown. It's wild, right? Masks required, and even if there's nobody around, get your mask.
Yeah, exactly. People are freaking out. Has anybody gotten it? A lot of ambulances swinging by as of late.
No, crazy enough, nobody's had COVID there.
That's good. It must be in a nice part of town, not too far east, huh?
No, it's really far east.
Oh, it is? How far?
Far east, like China, far east, Montclair.
Montclair?
Yeah, it's about 45.
Looking at Joe Byer. Joe Byer is our senior East LA correspondent. Where is he? Joelberg. Wow, real Joelberg champ. Look at that. Good job. Well, good thing, sure.
You ever steal jewelry or anything expensive from any of these old people that are out there?
$10,000 cheesy bread. That must be the best cheesy bread ever.
$10,000. That's why we get lives on it.
Why would that?
It's my version of Red Man. Hello, it sucked.
You called him to tell him?
Yeah. Oh, it's a bitter ghost.
Kyler, what's your sex life like? I asked you this before.
No. Because I'm a straight guy asking me that question.
There you go.
It's pretty much non-existent. Looks on the side. But it's not because things don't work. It's just I have.
Well, you know what? We have good news for you. Joel Myra is ready to have anal sex. Here we go. Look at this very active. Can you do that?
Have you ever been to Transylvania?
Hey! There you go. That's a fucking slip that right in there. Oh, shit. I love it, man. Well, Tyler, I love that we're able to squeeze you in here and up here. What do you got planned for us tonight? Anything crazy?
I got Aphrodite waiting for my access right outside. Yeah, so
It's going to be a tight squeeze this season.
Black magic.
Allie, you've seen Tyler on the circuit, right?
Yeah, it's so nice being here because I haven't seen him since, all the stuff closed down. And I was asking lots of questions about his wheelchair situation. And you are bad at spinning games. I feel like, there could have been some moments where I would have busted down on that chair, but sometimes it falls flat.
I remember one of our conversations where we have something in common. Orgasm.
I didn't want to bring it up.
There you go. Oh my goodness. Looks like the only nuts being busted here tonight are in the peanut gallery.
That joke brought to you by John's Taco Company.
Absolutely. That's where you can follow him. Alright, let's see what we got here. What do we got? Let's see, William or Nathan. Is that correct? Oh, at the same time? Okay. Yeah, tell one of them to come over here. God, it's not boring. It's just sub-retarded. I like to call that retarded. At all. Waiting, ready, everything ready, prepared, professional, ready to go. It cost me so much. Wait. Allie, it's in your head. Stop it. Okay, alright. Go grab Tony Gidley. I pulled Tony Gidley out. He works in the kitchen here. This is very exciting. This is going to be, I believe, his first time ever doing stand-up comedy. Here he is, Tony. We got him, David. We got him. Tony Gidley. It is Tony Gidley. Here he is. Tony Gidley, everybody. Here he goes. Here he is, Tony Gidley. Should I have my mask? No. Okay. So you guys know what the most popular 2020 children's gift names are? G-Lane and Maxwell. Too soon. Yeah, there's a couple months left in the year. She's still got some time to die. Let's see, really, out of breath. So, I was hanging out with my little cousins anyway. And I opened up the refrigerator for my little cousin. I said, "You want some of this 7 Up?" He's like, "No, only 6." So I was like, "All right, well, you want some of this Coke?" I said, "Yeah, line it up, motherfucker." And we had a good time. We had a good ass ball, all night. So yeah, I was at a bar watching Steph Curry. I hate Steph Curry. I love to hate that guy. Sit there. TV. I'm like, fuck Curry. Fucking Curry. Curry's so talking to. And then a guy came up from behind the bar and said, "Excuse me, sir, but Curry is very short. Take it easy, bro. Take it easy, bro. It wasn't to hit the three." Wow. There you go. It is in your head. The zombies are in your head. Tony Gidley, welcome to the show. This was your first time doing stand-up comedy? Incorrect. Oh, you've been doing it a while. I started in 2019 in January, and I've been doing likes in a show called Comedy Channel since. Awesome. And it's your first time on Kill Tony. I'm signed up, but I've not been on yours. Okay. It was a lot different, by the way, than pre-quarantine. It's true. He started drinking water. He was very dehydrated. I used to make fun of him for not drinking enough water, and now you are completely hydrated. Yeah. You've been exercising a lot. You've been out on your e-bike. No. No, I just. No, it's nothing. Have you been exercising? I just like to. See, when you're just catch you guys up on something you might not know. If you're truly white trash, all you need to do is work out once, and you get compliments for like 3 days. People are like, "Oh my god, you look great. Did you do something?"
on shoes. Size 15.
Mistake. 6 feet away, motherfucker.
My goodness. So what kind of shoes did you get?
I actually got shoes that are like Nike shoes that are all conditions gear. So they're called ASG, which is actually my initials.
ASG? ACG?
All conditions.
Oh my goodness.
They're the most comfortable hiking boots that I have.
Wow. Where are you hiking?
Kenneth Hahn, Rain Barrel.
Does specialize in trash piles and landfills.
I grew up on like 14 acres in the woods.
Is that true? Where were the woods at?
Michigan.
Oh, what part of Michigan? Oh my goodness gracious. Wow. Truly just born in an ashtray.
Absolutely.
That is incredible. What do your parents do for work?
Both retired now.
What did they used to do? Work at a factory?
I worked at plenty of factories. Was a Vietnam veteran, is a Vietnam veteran, Marine.
I can see. You carry it on his looks, the bandana, the fan there. You look like a young Vietnam vet yourself.
Actually, as long as my parents have been, but yes.
Yeah. And how about your mom? She used to be a bus driver.
Absolutely not. She's a prison warden.
Close. I was close. Constructive prison warden right next door at the White Trash Family Employee Benefit Booth.
They have the same shapes too.
Yes, absolutely. Very, very strong. Your mom has broad shoulders.
Sure.
She's a
stout young woman. Yeah. Do you remember any stories? Like, was there any, like, she was like stabbed once? Well, she didn't get stabbed, but she would tell me that guys would, like, cut themselves off, like, just to, like, be able to go to the hospital or whatever. And then eventually that fucking scar would just open up with their finger.
That'd be very
So they could just go.
You call that foreplay, Elvira?
She declared, they made her, like, they made her all kinds of apps and, like, they made her pictures like that and shit. Oh my goodness.
Hey, there's a picture of me raping you, bitch.
And they also masturbated.
I'm using my own shit to make it.
What did you think about that joke that I just fancy up?
Laughing to the left.
Oh my goodness. What's something crazy that we find a little bit wild about you, Tony? At least, like, you have a lot of skeletons in your closet.
Crazy. Not very crazy. I make beats.
You do? Can you beatbox a little bit for us right now? Here we go, everybody. It's one of the live rare performances that we're getting. He's putting on his mask. He's going future on us. He's got one of the official Philtopia masks on. It's very exciting. He's a big fan of the show. That's right. Oh, shit. Yes, you're that bass. Wow, that was incredible. ACG. Wow. Nice.
The prison guards, they really search.
That is incredible. And speaking about finding out how hard you have to work it, you're actually working in the kitchen right now. On duty, you're the only person to get paid while being a guest on Tony in a very, very long time. That is absolutely incredible. How do you like working in the kitchen here at the Comedy School?
Oh, it sucks.
It does?
Yeah.
What do you dislike about it?
Just the grease. Just greasy.
Yeah, it's a lot of grease. Greasy.
Smell it.
Oh my goodness.
I heard they have s'mores there.
That's heaven you're thinking of.
Probably gonna cook a s'more and have
Yeah, you have your own
air fryers. They have air fryers anywhere.
Snap your fingers. You're in heaven, baby. I can't go. I'm jealous.
All you guys go to hell when you die?
We're alive, we're TV.
I'm sorry.
Channel 9.
recording at the same time in a fucking window during the show a minute ago. But one of them is here. You know this guy, very controversial figure. A lot of people say he is the most beloved person ever. A lot of people absolutely want to murder him on sight. Ladies and gentlemen, I give to you the Big Red Machine, the Red Dead Revolver, the Red Dead with the Dread Shed. Ladies and gentlemen, it is lights out, William Montgomery.
Y'all, I read the set when I was in New York City last week. I was about to perform at Showtime with the Apollo. A bunch of blacks. Spoiler alert. Smashing Pumpkins is a cool band name. If I named my band after my high school hijinks, we'd call ourselves Shooting Schools. I miss the old Weather Channel. Show me some lo-fi graphics accompanied by elevator jazz. Now you've got World's Strangest Weather and shit as programming. Bitch, I got YouTube. Hey, Red Band, when you receive a gallon of eugenics in the mail, don't blame me, queer. That's a testosterone joke. Red Band is pretty much a bitch. Yeah, are you gonna really look at me that way, Red Band?
Wow. William closing on a joke calling Red Band a bitch. That is not an angle very much used on Red Band.
When I saw Red Band, I was at his place 3 nights ago. I was at his. I would never let you at my house. I was in his Oreo in his bathroom. I full authority. Oreo. Oh, you another racist term from the 90s, you fuck.
Wow.
Are you really going to say calling my girlfriend? You said I could call my girlfriend. I don't think. You said I could what?
Oh, Red Band walking over there. Dave, are you on camera?
You're gonna get that, but we were friends the other night. I watched his Chinese girlfriend suck his dick.
Right now they're like blood brothers, but like with COVID instead of blood.
And some bubblicious
That's the Corona Bronas, William and Red Band.
bubblish. Hey, Red Band, I did send you with the eugenic. Oh, he's about to get his pistol. Y'all are in for a treat. This is about to be lively. Red Band is about to murder me. Yeah, where do you think we are? The Orient? Bringing a new meeting to school. Yeah, where is the next one? The Orient?
William, let's talk about yourself.
What's sad? Is he anything? You would say that, William. Sounds very disoriented.
William,
Thank you. I appreciate that.
William, you had some really great jokes in your set. I really like the smashing pumpkin school shooter joke. It was very, very good, very well written, very in your style, in your voice, well paced, well timed out, got a big laugh. How's this week been going for you?
It's been pretty good. I am now a sales person.
A singles person?
A sales person. Board game Jumanji. I've been playing a bunch of board games. Try to get that die out of my hands because you're not going to be able to. I'm playing Jumanji tonight.
Jumanji?
I'm playing Jumanji.
Right.
You know my least favorite board game? I sort of don't like Monopoly. What do you think about Monopoly?
Whoa, Red Band is very mad at you for calling his Oriental girlfriend Oriental. This is really interesting.
He is mad. I saw her suck his penis 2 nights ago in his fucking shower. And I see all the listeners want to know, where did you see this? Hey, he's in his bed at my house. Me and David hang out and have barbecues all the time. I'll let my house, my girlfriend is like, follow that story. Follow that story.
This is wild.
When he stuck his penis, it looks a lot like mine.
You weren't in his house, correct? Were you
I
in
was
his
in his bathroom. I saw his thing come through the hole.
What did
Very
he look
slow.
like? What did his fingers?
Sort of like a squirrel grabbing on to a knot.
What did it look
Oh, who messed my joke up? Who said that?
like? It doesn't matter.
What did you think I love you?
William, what did you say that it looked like?
It looks like when the red man stuck his penis through the shower hole in his girlfriend or his anything else. It looked like a squirrel holding on to peanuts. A squirrel holding on to peanuts. And I didn't know
What
it.
noise does a squirrel make?
I heard a bunch of that.
William, you're really good at making animal noises. Can you do a cow? How about a horse? Oh, that's what a horse is?
What else can we do?
Okay. A skunk. Right? How about a walrus? Wait, that's an Australian horse.
It's an English person going into the match.
Okay. How about a dolphin? What noise does a dolphin make? This has really gone downhill fast. All right,
I don't think it has.
one last one.
Ellie, give my hat. I'm gonna lose the fucking goose.
Allie, what do you think about the Williams style?
You know, I love William.
How long were you the regular? I feel like. How long were you doing it? I've now been doing it a year and 7 months.
She's longer than you.
I don't remember. It's all blur. I'm wondering, I have a random question. Would you ever replace Will.i.am from the Black Eyed Peas?
Yes, last time I heard he was
Do you like Black Eyed Peas?
I like when Will.i.am sings the Bohemian Rhapsody song and I just get into it and I can't help but think where those red bands Chinese girlfriend. I want to see her put her lips around his penis. Hey, where's your girlfriend that beats you up, bitch? Yeah. Why don't you show me another bruise every week from you getting hit, you little fag? Are you fucking with me right now? Did you read all the news? She's in the hospital. Why? Because she hit herself and they called the cops and said that you did it? She got in a fight with the goose.
Really?
I'm kidding. That would I've been watching a bunch of Dateline. That is a Dateline live.
All right, William, before we let you go, can we see your impression of a mosquito?
What?
Mosquito. Mosquito. It flies and sucks the blood of you.
Hey, dude, just take your socks off.
Can you do an impression of me?
Do one of Allie.
Stand a little closer to the goddamn goose.
It's very interesting. It's an interesting.
Give me another one.
Can you do an impression of Red Man?
Hold on, I get it. We're up in the outer space now. Would you realize I am a dice shooting gambler? Is there any sort of what's that word again? When you're up in space, is there any gravity in here?
That's a great Ryan Redman impression from the ice there. I was actually right. You back in a cup. Give me another one.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's it. Okay. There he goes. William by this one.
My mouth tastes like Clorox.
Yeah, that was a very bizarre maneuver.
I mean, Trump said it would work, right?
No, that's not what he said at all. That's not what he said. He said there should be some type of cleansing agents in a vaccine, which there are. You know, there are vaccines. There's formaldehyde. He was actually right about that. He was right about sunshine killing it. Like, they don't go back and shit any of these things. Go ahead, Allie McCobsky. Thank you, Mr. President. Do you produce this podcast?
I mean, I did. Me and David have been looking for an antivirus replacement.
Oh my goodness, you stupid.
We actually talked about this.
You know what? I pulled another name out of the bucket. Now we're going to knock it out right now. Ladies and gentlemen, this young man's first time on the show. It's going to be Pedro Mijo. Everybody, here he is. Here's Pedro Mijo.
With an introduction. So, you know what I find very unfair? What I find very unfair when you're fighting a girl, and her friends find it very odd that she is fighting you, so she gets into it. I also think that it's also unfair that, you know, she kind of takes her time. The guy usually just jumps in. No puts him just. So, there's that. There was a time I had a girl that I was running into, and I gave her the pursuit, and despair, and self-loathing, also known as Mahalo. So would you like to say hi, hello? Alright, so there was a
There you go, Pedro Mijo.
that too. See that too.
It's okay, Pedro. Pedro, that was a very unorthodox set. How long have you been on comedy? Month and a half. You started during the pandemic? How old are you? 25
This year. I'm turning 26 this year.
When? When's your birthday? September. September what?
22. Virgo.
Wow, what's yours? September 8th. Oh my goodness.
Mine is September 11th. That way you never forget.
Oh my god.
Didn't see that one coming out.
Actually, I'm a regional TV horror.
Also 9/11 is that joke crashing. 9/11.
My favorite bingo number is Be Quiet.
That joke was already made.
Be Quiet, the chicken number.
Pedro, welcome to the show. You're 25, going on to 26 very quickly. I still feel like you might be 17.
I'd say like 15.
Who are you of those young ages? Any of your classmates?
What's your favorite science teacher?
Okay. Great man, still deeply affected from the words of William Montgomery minutes ago, still riding that adrenaline and perhaps image poisoning running through his veins. Pedro, tell us about your life. You're 25. What do you do for work? Why do you have such a lax schedule at the factory?
Well, because I just feel like, you know, there's so many things to do with one day. What if I need to be sleeping?
What kind of factory is it? You're such a bad comedian. I feel like it could be the Laugh Factory.
Cookie factory.
It's a cookie factory.
Cookie factory.
A cookie factory?
Yes.
Brendan's new favorite Canadian of the year.
I don't like this.
Your Instagram at 4 a.m. tells an entirely different story.
Cheese, a different story. You're right.
So what kind of cookies are you making over there?
You guys know J&J?
When you make shitty cookies, you write shitty jokes. So what's like a talent that you have?
Well, I did serve my country.
What did you serve? What did you do? You mean serve with cookies? What are we talking about here?
Now I do, but no, I used to serve for the military back in 2013 to 16 for the U.S. Army as board foot.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, that's incredible. What branch of the military were you in? The Army. I feel like you're lying. How many push-ups did you do? Why? What if we had William do 25 alongside of you? Come on, here we go. Lay down, guys. Here we go. 25 push-ups coming from both of them. There's some armed forces music coming at you. Here we go. 25 push-ups. 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on, this is for America. Keep up, William. This is very exciting. Wow, this kid really was in the Army. This is very impressive. All right, Randy. This is very impressive. Okay, guys, you're good. You're good. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough. This kid just dominated you in a push-up competition, William. How does that make you feel without using the microphone? She's nowhere to be found. Okay, there goes William Montgomery. Okay, there goes William. There he goes. He's hogging it up on this way back. Pedro, what's your love life like? Wait, what?
I have a girlfriend I don't acknowledge as much as I should.
What? How do you acknowledge your girlfriend? She's not. Where is she? What does that mean? What?
It's just him, though. She's not. I'm pretty sure she's with
Wait. What do you mean you're pretty sure she's with your family? What does this mean? Be more clear.
It means I don't like to keep track of her, but I know in good faith she is with him.
When's the last time you spoke with her?
Like an hour ago.
Okay, so she's with her family. Jesus fucking Christ. You're married.
I like her. She's no longer with us. She's with her.
You have a really interesting energy. Like when you walked out, you seemed like really comfortable and adorable and sweet, and now you seem very like nervous and you're trying. You seem very, like I feel like because you're new, you're like trying to figure out like who you are, but you're not being yourself. So it's really hard to like get a read on you, and it seems like you're really charming and sweet, and you don't have to be like a mysterious bad boy with a girlfriend.
It's like a helicopter.
Actually, there was a shooting that was there.
Oh my goodness. Wow. Why did they do this? I think it was you. You're not white.
episode where I asked him, "What's your first pickup line when you meet a girl?" And he goes, "What's up?" It just keeps going over and over. It's really funny. It's very, very funny. It's very How long you been with this girl? For about 3 years. Is she Latino as well? Yeah, no. Is she? Have you ever gotten her pregnant? How many times? Have you ever gotten her pregnant? Pedro, this is an interview. Interviews are supposed to be
How long are we talking about?
interesting. Was the girl? Was your girlfriend the one who inspired your joke about getting in fights? What inspired your joke about getting in fights? What's that joke? I was confused.
So I thought the joke
What's that joke? I was
funny. I was trying to make long joke and it did not work out. We didn't have enough time for it to get to the joke. So at the end, it was a good punchline, and at the end, it was
Pedro, I like your style, baby. Just keep writing, keep trying, don't give up. Just keep writing, keep trying, don't give up. There's something in there. There's something deep in there that I can. I'm always good at. One good talent that I have is I can spot somebody before they even do anything decent. How quick the potential is. I have a good barometer for potential, and I see you being. I see you being. Teapot full of potential. There he goes, Pedro Mijo, ladies and gentlemen. Pedro Mijo, ladies and gentlemen. The king of potential. The king of potential. Fuck yeah. One of the comedians with the most potential we've ever seen. All potential, that guy. Pedro Mijo. Shitty cookies. Shitty cookies. Shitty in his factory. He was bad in the military. He's a bad boy. He has got a lot of potential. We have another regular, ladies and gentlemen. Rose of God. Joke writing guru. One of my favorite human beings, ladies and gentlemen, is David
No. Let's go. You doing this? Hey, bitch, you want to look like a raccoon tomorrow? Really? Oh, that's fucking weird. Really? Oh, that's fucking weird.
Science is true. Science is truth. What is the impact of public health when people are questioning?
Live from the Roof Famous Comedy Store main room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony. It's just a couple dogs hanging.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at this move. It's really impressive. Nobody's ever recognized how sick it is.
Shouldn't have left you. That didn't lead to step two. We're back at the world famous comedy store for another episode of Kill Tony. Live on the Sunset Strip. Before we get into it all, here's a little bit more.
Green, green. Folks, look at this. There's 1 foot, 2 feet, 3 feet, 4 feet. Look at this. Look at this.
Storm Meeting Room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe.
Just a couple dogs hanging out in the doghouse. We are live from the Comedy Store. Ryan Redman, how are you?
Hey man, how you doing?
It's been a long time. Shouldn't have left you. I've been doing things to step to. We're back to the world famous Comedy Store for another episode of Kill Tony's. Live on the Sunset Strip. Before we get into it all, here's a little bit more from our amazing sponsors. Hiring can be difficult, and if you're an employer, you probably experience hiring challenges from time to time, but right now you face even more challenges. Rethinking your workplace safety to hiring employees for specialized roles. Matson Resources could relate. They needed to hire a seasoned.
This is Redman coming live from the world famous Comedy Store Meeting Room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Brian Redman, how are you?
Good, how are you doing?
Good to be here. Another episode of Kill Tony live on the Sunset Strip from the world famous Comedy Store. Like a mushroom. Speaking of mushrooms, house artist is here. The great Ryan J. Email, ladies and gentlemen. He is an amazing artist. He draws every single episode of Kill Tony. Everything's available at RyanJEmail.com. Every episode, every poster.
He draws them all on mushrooms.
Yep. He draws them on mushrooms. He draws them off mushrooms. He draws them. He's known for doing every drug. He's the only person we know that's done every drug. He has the corona vaccine. Everything. It's incredible. All those are available at RyanJEmail.com or at the Comedy Store. Before we get tonight's episode, moving to an unstoppable force. Let's check in with our amazing, lovely sponsors. Hey, we're all into creepy stuff. Maybe it's a type of porn, maybe it's a type of video on the internet, and when you're on one of your devices searching for weird stuff, you don't want other people to know about it. So you're probably thinking, why not just use incognito mode? But let me tell you, incognito mode does not hide your activity. It doesn't matter what mode you use or how many times you clear your browsing history. Your internet service provider can still see every single website you ever visited. That's why, even when I'm at home, I never go online without using ExpressVPN.
It doesn't matter if you get your internet from Spectrum, AT&T, Verizon, Comcast, ISPs in the U.S. can legally sell your information to ad companies. ExpressVPN is an app that reroutes your internet connection through secure servers so your ISP can't see the sites you visit. ExpressVPN also keeps all your information secure by encrypting 100% of your data with the most powerful encryption available. Most of the time, I don't even realize that I have ExpressVPN on. It runs seamlessly effortlessly in the background, and it's so easy to use. All you have to do is tap one button and you're protected. ExpressVPN is available on all your devices, phones, computers, even your smart TV, so there's no excuse for you to not be using it. Protect your online activity today with the VPN rated #1 by CNET and Wired. Visit our exclusive link, expressvpn.com/KillTony, and you can get an extra 3 months for free on a 1-year package. What a deal. expressvpn.com/KillTony, that's EXPRESSVPN.com/KillTony, expressvpn.com/KillTony to learn more. You gotta get up to get down. I'm talking about erectile dysfunction, and it isn't always easy to talk about erectile dysfunction. Usually we just brush it off and blame ourselves, saying like, I think I lost my mojo, or we avoid it altogether with excuses like I had a long day at work, or sorry honey, I'm just not feeling it, or I think I'm into men. But with Roman, it is easy to talk about with a real doctor who can prescribe real medication. It's simple, safe, and totally discreet. Yeah, with Roman you can get a free online evaluation and ongoing care for ED. On the comfort and privacy of your own home, the doctor will work with you to find the best treatment plan if medication is appropriate. Roman will ship it to you with free 2-day shipping. The whole process is straightforward and simple and discreet. Getting started is simple. Just go to GetRoman.com/Tony and complete an online visit. Erectile dysfunction used to be tough to tackle, but now there's Roman. Complete an online visit today to connect with a doctor and take care of it. Go to Roman.com/Tony today. If approved, you'll get $15 off your first order of ED treatment. Wow, $15 off and get a boner. That's GetRoman.com/Tony. GetRoman.com/Tony. And we're back. Incredible. We love our sponsors, so make sure you go out and support them. Buy their stuff. Get part of their business. Sign up. Tell them how here's something I'm working on right now. Every single sponsor that we have, you'll be able to go to DevSquad.tv and see them all. So if you're thinking like, man, I really have like a sponsor, ZipRecruiter, go there and see them all on one long list. There you go. If you ever want to look at a list of our sponsors, go on over to DevSquad.tv. Man, the traffic's going to hit a real crescendo over there. Hopefully your bandwidth is, I mean, sometimes like you're like, I'm about to buy something, might as well get a coupon code and save some money. There you go. Save some money, save some time. Go to DevSquad.tv and check out all those sponsors. Let's get tonight's show started. We have a guest tonight. We are back in the guest range with Phil Tony. This young man, one of my favorite comedians on the planet. I actually started with this guy over 13 years ago. We've been through it all together. He is the creator and the host of the hit show on Comedy Central, Goddamn Comedy Jam. I perform at the Goddamn Comedy Jam. All your favorite comedians do. Skate Facts, all the big festivals. He's also the incredible host of the new Spotify show, The 500 with Josh Adam Myers. It's our guest for this show, the great Josh Adam Myers, everybody. Hey! Yeah! What's up, buddy? This guy is a brother to me. I love your Spotify show, 500, where you go over 500 greatest albums of all time, according to the Rolling Stone magazine. Yes. The list is not like final in the sense of that these are the greatest records ever, but that's the one that I chose. I love it. Yeah. I absolutely love it. I'm looking forward to doing it one day. Yes. We'll get to a Pink Floyd album. Third album that's on that list that you're like, I can't believe this album is on that list that you're like, so. You know what's funny is every single time there's an album that's on the list, and I'm like, I'm not gonna like this. I fucking love it. I just did Sinead O'Connor. And it was fantastic, but it was like, you're like, I'm only gonna know one song. That's the only one I really like. You put it on there, like, this is more revolutionary than any Rage Against the Machine album. That version, her version of Nothing Compares to You, does something to me to where, like, I don't even have anybody that I picture. Like, after high school, it was that ex-girlfriend, you know what I mean? That first relationship that didn't go the way you wanted it to. I pictured her then. But now I don't even have anybody to picture, and it still takes me to just, like, I can cry every time listening to that. Prince wrote it. People think
his favorite housekeeper. And so all the things in the song and the things that she did, like pulling all her flowers, and so yeah, it's like everybody thinks it's a song about like love and it's right about a woman, but it is right about a woman.
It was really his house.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's at least the fact that my writer is growing up. I do the research, but like I have a main writer that just gets everything about every song.
And it's been 7 hours and 15 days.
Yeah. I mean, the song is biologically correct.
Wow.
Anatomically correct. And that's interesting. You have a podcast that the more you listen to it, the better it gets. And you're going down our list to the number one. Yeah, like you start off with what Billy Vanilli is. I wish Billy Vanilli was on it. That would fucking slam. He always, because we had a friend, our friend Angelo, and Angelo knew everything about music, and he always made fun of me because I didn't know certain albums. He'd be like, how do you not know that album or that band? And I'm like, well, I know the band, I just don't know the album. I know certain songs. And so I just got bored one day. We're all listening to the same music, and if you just go in there with like, all right, I don't care if this is the style of music that I like. It's like I'm just gonna open listen to it, and if it like if you give it the time, like the album fucking connects every single one. I'm like, this is wrong, like I hate it, and then like no, that's the greatest album I've ever heard.
Well, we have a band on this show. I don't know if you know this or not, but if your podcast had to do with the top 5 million albums of all time, the lead singer of our band would also be yours. All right. With no further ado, every single episode the band commits to being different characters. We never know what they're going to be. Let's all find out together what they are on this evening's episode of Kill Tony. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the best named band in the land. It's the Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Watkins, Robert Jordan, and his Jensky, Joseph Johnson, Chris Grant. Oh shit. I know this song. Traveling down the road and back again. Oh my goodness, yes. They are back. My favorite comedy sitcom of all time, what I argue continuously as the funniest show of all time. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the Golden Girls. You didn't know until I said it. I thought this was rock. This is the real deal. That's me, Arthur, right there. It's so good. You're not playing. Lance? Wow, that's your favorite comedy show of all time. You don't even know her name. Scary Blanche. Scary Blanche. Sophia Petrulia. How do I not know everybody on that show when I watch it all the time? You know, it's so fucking awesome. Jokes. How you doing tonight? I don't know. How are you? I'm good. I'm excited to be here. You are too. How are things in Florida right now with the COVID and everything? You guys are okay? Worried about flooding as always. How you been, mother? I took a look at myself in the mirror backstage. I look like when E.T. dressed up in the women's clothes. I was gonna say again. You took the words right out of my mouth. You're the only person that when you put on that outfit, you look more like E.T. than anything else. It's very bizarre. Thank you. You look like you should be riding an e-bike. Yeah, that is pretty cool. And I like that way. And that's West Green. That's Blanche. The whore. Rue. Why, hello, fellas. I'm on the hunt for a cougar. I mean, I am a cougar on the hunt, and I am with you. Wow. I mean, that's pretty lazy-ass Rue McClanahan. You could have fucking gone with a southern accent just to spice it up a little bit. There it is. Oh, that must be my dick on. What I was trying to say is, I'm a cougar, and I would settle right into it. Well, let's get things started with the bang, shall we? We have the wonders. It's not that was fucking incredible. Absolutely incredible. 2 weeks in a row. Yeah, that's mind-boggling. Let's start off with the bucket, shall we? That sounds exciting. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, this is very exciting. Ladies and gentlemen, your first comedian. Oh, here he is. All right, everybody. He's a regular on the show right now. Right now, he's a regular. Technically, he's still a regular. Ladies and gentlemen, you know him, you love him. It's the Big Red Machine, William Lights Out Montgomery. Here he is. Oh, okay. Here he is. Everybody's doing well. It's gotten to the point where I only read the obituaries to see if they featured anyone I've killed. People ask me if there's anything I regret doing during this COVID quarantine. The only thing that comes to mind is that I really wish I had eaten that bad. Who knew the Masked Singer would be ahead of its time? I noticed in the elevator the other day that it decided that it only goes up. So I asked the lady at the front desk how you get down. And she said 311. That's all I've got right now. There you go. So give me a second. Yeah. A party. What a performance! Started by William Montgomery, everybody. All jokes, all the way through 50 seconds of thunder and lightning. That's probably your best setup. That really probably was your best setup. Josh, did you like the 11 joke? Did you make 311? I love everything except the 311 joke. What do you mean? That was my best joke. People should not do it. I'm telling you, you're wrong about this, Josh. You're friends with them. Well, I got a bass player. It's not a chicken or the egg thing. A bass player. It's not a chicken or the egg thing. I was a fan of them before I was friends with them. It takes 16 a.m. to wake up. That's not that song. That's not that song. That's not a real song. It was a great joke. I have friends in high school that love that band. You'll appreciate this. Have you ever seen them live? Have you ever seen them?
Look at this group. Gang, gang, motherfucker, West. Gang, gang, motherfucker, West.
See, that's how I've seen them live. I just see them live. I'm doing reggae. First of all, it's not a white guy. His name's S.A. Martinez. That is racial profiling. The white guy doesn't do the way that's not a 311 song. That's not a fucking 311 song. Trust me.